the internet because everybody's home. Everybody's using the internet, so it uses so much bandwidth. That's what caused the internet on my laptop to go. But anytime you got one of these cell phones and you stay on video too long, it overheats the battery and closes it out. But all I wanted to say was this.
Well, let me let you know. Just be on the lookout for this brother by the name of Lord Apple. He might be coming for you.
That's all right. I'll be entertaining his behind. But all I wanted to say, as before we went out, was real talk, brother. No joke. Real talk. This is the best one, bro. I like this.
Oh man, I love when you come on, brother. I mean, it's beautiful. I love it. I love it.
I like this.
People all want to come at you, so.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what? Damn, I made a mistake. Melchizedek told me. He said, "Son, when you come on, you gotta call me. You gotta call me when Eric come on." I think it was past his bedtime anyway. I'll get him tomorrow. All right, peace, brother. You got the last one.
All right, peace.
You got the last one. What you want to say?
All I want to say is I really enjoyed this one, brother.
All right, me too, my brother. Yeah, we had over 1,000 people in the building. We still got over 1,000 watching and listening. So I want to thank you, my brother. Peace to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Peace.
All right. Oh, man. So, yeah, that was great. That was great with Eric Muhammad. Let me share this with my people, man. Let me share this with my people. I received this earlier this year from London. I received this award from London earlier this year. And, you know, House of Conscience representing who you know get these awards. So I want to send my love and thanks to my family across the water in the UK. All right. So here we go. In case some of y'all didn't get it, let's get it now. Can y'all hear that? No? Y'all can't hear it? All right, they can't hear it. Y'all can't hear it, right? No. My bad. Let me stop sharing. I got to do it right. Here we go. There you go, right here.
Peace, family. My name is Brother Yashmala. And my name is Sister Ken Ray. And we are members of the Pata Council. You might wonder what does Pata means. Pata is an acronym for Partnership Through Ancestral Heritage. Last week Saturday, the Pata Council hosted the first ever International Black Carpet Awards, where we had families from the United States. We had Dr. Bolifia Sante and Dr. Amame Zama. They came here to celebrate these first prestigious awards where we award our own people. We cannot rely on people to award us. We cannot rely on people to give money and give ourselves. So the Pata Council is formed to give people awards from diaspora and continental Africa.
Absolutely, and you know, we're so grateful of the community, voting and just nominating the individuals. So some of the categories that we had on the night was outstanding sports person, we had inspirational music, we had the powerful, of course, Dr. Francis Cresswell Wilson, Revolutionary Award.
Gosh.
Yeah, it was amazing. And we also had innovative and informative media.
So let's talk about that. Who won that award?
Wow, it was amazing. It was our beloved brother.
Oh my gosh, imagine that hard work surely pay off. And to complement the award, to specifically, we also have the award that we are giving our brother senator. It's 24 karat gold plated, and the leaf, we have 24 karat gold leaf on it. I'll take it out gently because why? We don't
be careful, right?
Yes, and this is the award that we have. This part here is 24 karat gold plated, and all around the world. sket, and the scepter is 24-karat gold leaf. And we take time, we got it sculptured properly, we got it to look like us, because I'm telling you that
Absolutely.
was one of our greats.
Yeah.
That some people took years ago and called it the Oscars, and we see it was time to take it back.
Yes.
And this time we will be honoring our people with this great piece of artwork where we take time, we went to town on that award. We make sure you have people talking about value.
Yes.
We put, like I said a while ago, 24 karat.
Okay. As you can see, my man told me about this right here. I'm like, hey, the notification thing, that's crazy. But let me ask you a question, because my microphone got all these features on it. Can you guys hear me clear? I noticed when I called Sonetta, I heard the playback. I was sounding a little muffled. So I changed the settings up. I have no idea what I'm looking at, these buttons and stuff. I'm no DJ. But does my microphone sound clear, or does it sound muffled? Let me know, somebody, please. Let me know if the microphones sound clear. You dig? Okay, good. So now my boy hit me up. I was talking to him, and he was like, you heard about somewhere out here, some dude had a Corona party and was locked the hell up? Like, my man be kind of like capping a lot of times. So I'm like, dude, like, stop with this. Where you get this from? You know what I mean? It's rumor. He's like, nah, Google it. So I Googled this damn thing, and look at this. I mean, listen, this is why I'm done with black folks. Like, really, I'm only interested in those who are like yourself. I'm done trying to reach somebody, trying to teach, convince, persuade. I'm good with that, I'm good. Y'all be talking this old, let's build. Nah, I'm only building with people who are capable of building. I'm not, if I got to teach you to build you, to help you if I got to teach you for you to come build with me, I'm good with you. Like, I'm not trying to do that. I want to start now. I want to start, there's a fake, when we say build, that's fake anyway. But if we're trying to come together and, do something, I'm only doing that with those who are in a position to do so. I'm not trying to teach anybody nothing. These fools, with this Corona thing going on, people are dying. You heard Monica, another friend of hers died, you dig? And people out here taking this thing light. Did a party and got 47 people there. 47 people there. I mean, they convinced 47 black folks that this was a hoax. Screw the whole distance, social distancing. Let's get together. So look, check this out. It made Channel 4 News.
You also shouldn't have company. A man in Mercer County is learning the hard way that stay-at-home order. What that means is that talk about the stay-at-home order. What that means is that you're encouraged to stay at home, but you also shouldn't have company. A man in Mercer County is learning the hard way that you need to follow the orders from officials during this pandemic. Police went to Concord Avenue in Ewing Township late Friday night because that man was having what he called a Corona party.
Is he white or black? I don't even know.
They found 47 people, including a DJ, crammed inside of a second-floor apartment. And the people who live in that area were pretty upset.
It's not good. It's not right. You have to follow the rules. It's no joking. You have to take everything serious.
The Mercer County prosecutor's office charged the party's host for violating the governor's order not to host any gatherings, which is aimed to slow the spread of the coronavirus.
Now look at this. It says, New Jersey officials are bringing formal charges against a man.
We have some breaking news. President Trump just said he is extending the social
for throwing a house party, an action in direct contradiction with the state's order to practice social distancing. The Mercer County prosecutor office said a 54-year-old man hosted nearly 50 people inside Ewing Township apartment. Prosecutors are charging the man with two disorderly person citations. Ewing police broke up the party after receiving a noise complaint around 1 a.m. My God. Saturday, prosecutors said the apartment, they said, was approximately 550 square with 1 bedroom and 1 bathroom. Oh my God. So that thing was like elbow room only. Upon arrival at the apartment, police observed 47 people having a party that included a DJ with speakers, alcohol, and the smell of marijuana. The prosecutors reported. Oh my God. Oh boy, man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Peace. Oh yeah. I look, you can blame peace, Miss Tiffany. Yeah, I'm gonna be dead honest. Yeah, I did not want to call in at all. I didn't want to call in, and I was not going to call in. Mika was like, call in. I was like, I'm not going to call in. Although I wanted to ask those questions to somebody else, like somebody who I actually wanted to debate. I didn't want to call in because I felt like everybody was throwing jabs at him. You dig? So I said, I don't want to be, that's not what I do. Like, I'm not a bully, never been, never. I don't do that. So I would have rather called in, been the first caller. So I only called in because I said, you know what, this might be my only chance. I said, I'll use it as a soundbite, for my other friends, because I'm friends with a whole bunch of Nation Islam Muslims. And a lot of them won't like talk to me, debate me, nothing, on when it comes to questioning the teachings, they are like priests, So let me put the link in there again, just in case you might want to hop on. So they are like priests out there. You can't question the doctrine. You dig? So I said, all right, let me call in just for that reason. Let me call in so I can have this document archived. So when I talk to the brothers, and because they always ask you, why don't you call a mosque and ask those questions? All right, well, I talk to somebody who I think is very, very smart. But yeah, so I had those daggers for a long, long time. They were not meant for him. They was meant for somebody else. But I felt like he was dishonest with Raborn. He told Raborn to source up, and Raborn kind of lost track of why he went to go get the sources. So he forgot that he went to get the sources to prove that they were charged. Don't forget, Muhammad was saying they were not ever charged. He said, or arrested, he said convicted. He said he said, where are they convicted? Real arrogantly, where are they convicted? And Raborn's like, yeah. He said, all right, go prove it. So when he went back and go get it, he cleverly switched it to something else. Like, were you trying to talk about a cult teaching or something? So he switched the topic very cleverly and had Raborn thrown off base, and Raborn was arguing something else. I said, all right, you fell for that. You definitely fell for that. But yes, I had, that was like probably my toughest argument. I got some other tough stuff for the nation, but that was probably like my most, like, just, dropping a nuclear bomb. It's over. I got other things that's tough too, but they might fight a little bit. But those right there are not a fight at all. Peace, Amber and Saru. Amber?
Peace. I come in and mute and be trying to.
Okay. Saru, peace.
Peace, fam. Great work.
Yeah.
Did you know that right now over 70 million?
What is that? I told you I really didn't want to call in. I really felt like people was like coming at him, so I didn't want to join that party of coming at him.
And I mean, honestly, I think you had one of the least contentious questions, but by that time he had kind of had his feelings.
Right. So
short tempered with you, so your point wasn't that contentious.
Right. Yeah, definitely. Because like I know the brother, not personally, but I know of him. Way back when I was like in the movement, I remember him. I remember watching him. So, and I remember trying to debate him way back then. But he's very, very belligerent. Like I was surprised. He was on his best behavior today. Like I've never seen him so calm.
Oh, really? That was him calm?
What? Yes. He's worse than that. Like We joke about Unc, being like belligerent. No, Unc has nothing on this dude right here, man. Nothing.
Oh wow.
Nothing. Yeah.
I can't even imagine. But I had already deemed them. I said, dang, we got the cussing pastor and now we got the cussing minister. Now he kept saying he wasn't cussing, but I mean, people act like you got to use profane words in order to curse. You could call him everything but a child of Allah.
Yeah, nah, he's not being honest. He was definitely cussing. I heard him say don't get me lying, but he definitely said curses.
Especially I know he said damn. I know he said damn. I know he said, he was saying nigga so hard. I'm like, you might as well be saying bitch.
Right. Come on, bro. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But Amber, you're about to laugh. The person he was well, you're not gonna laugh, you're gonna find it interesting. And everybody else. He did a sit down on Sanetta's couch. And he gave the credit to a man that brought him into the Nation of Islam, right? The man that he gives credit to is the guy barbershop I go to. Oh, okay. Yes. So the person, his minister, the person who brought him into the nation, that he gives all the credit to for everything he know, that guy is the guy who I was debating in his barbershop. So if I can beat up your pastor or your minister, I knew he ain't really stand a chance.
Well, he say that just because somebody brought you in or just because somebody, introduced you to something, that you could go on and become greater than them.
Yeah, he would never say that against. He would never say that about Brother Keith. He would never. If you watch that sit down, I'm gonna find that and I'm gonna show you how much praise he gave to Brother Keith. He gives him extra, praise and reverence, extra praise. He would never say that because Brother Keith, if you think he's arrogant, Brother Keith arrogance is, matter of fact, check this out. Hold on. This is, do I have it? You heard him say hard trials to establish truth? You heard him say that? As he was talking to Garfield, he said hard trials to establish truth. But anyway, that was Brother Keith's lecture.
Okay.
So he really holds Brother Keith to a high, value.
Now I wanted to ask, because maybe I heard it wrong, because when he was talking about kind of like creation, he said that in the beginning it was like darkness and an atom,
right?
And out of it, God created Himself and created all things. So I was confused because I'm like, well, if the atom was there before, either the atom is God, or because if you say God created Himself out of the atom, then you're implying that prior to the atom it wasn't God. I mean, right. Prior to the creation it wasn't God. So then there's something that came before God, and wouldn't He get whatever that thing was?
Right.
Credited with being the creator of all things, including God. But I was like, maybe I misinterpreted that. But I was like, yeah, that story ain't adding up.
No, you did not misinterpret that. I really what I did was I could not find I have a whole file on them. And on his laptop, I don't know where I put it. I don't know what folder, I couldn't find it. So what I did was I had to go do it over, just a quick one. So I have their whole spill somewhere. I gotta find it. But anyway, they believe that there was darkness. And then the atom, you heard him correct me, the atom of life appeared out of nowhere in the darkness, and it was spinning, and it kept spinning and spinning and spinning and spinning until it produced a brain. And as I read, the brain was necessary to think what he needed after, to start his life. He needed to know what he needed, and you can't think or decide anything without a brain. So that was Elijah Muhammad's logic.
How did they come up with the idea of having a brain to think?
Okay, so I'm gonna give you a little background. They brag about Elijah Muhammad having only a 3rd grade education. They brag about it. So now that's what. So that sound like something a 3rd grader would say?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, like, so somebody in the chat made a good point. Cocaine on the wood grain. He said, no, Farad is God remember, or Fard is God remember. Well, actually, there are a couple of guys, according to, I mean, the of course, I'm not really trying to make logical sense of this because it is just
Yeah.
it's just playing devil's advocate at this point.
Yeah.
So there was a God that created all creation,
Right.
and the God that created the creation of all creation. And then have been other gods ever since, because that God died, and all black men are gods. And so God is like continuously dying and being reborn again, which seems like a pretty fucking exhausting life, if you ask me. Like all of these deaths and rebirths, and I mean, but then again, it's not one life, because the life ends and begins again. Like, it's just so ridiculous. I just can't even. But I mean, what is his belief is, so it ain't really got nothing to do
You're
with
missing one aspect of that. So everything you said was correct, but in Cocaine on the Brain, you forgot one part. Farad Muhammad is not just a god; they call him the supreme being. So they say they have a bunch of gods, but there's only one supreme being, and they give Farad Muhammad that title. So all the gods were jet black, according to their doctrine, jet black, dark skin, but they're all gods and great. But the supreme being, the god above all those guys, was a light white looking dude.
And so the supreme God is not even the creator.
No, exactly.
Of all things, but he's managed to be the supreme God by what standard, by what measure? Just
so
because
they said he created a new man mentally or spiritually.
A new man. What was wrong with the old one?
The old man believed in all the worlds and all the ideas and religions of the past world.
That the original creator created, right? The original God created. What's so wrong with that?
Well, I'm skipping one part. 6,600 years ago, they got a dude named Yaqub, a big-headed scientist, who stopped that God cipher thing, and he was the evil God, and he had introduced his will and his creation, and his creation was the white man. So he created a whole new doctrine. So they needed Farad Muhammad in 1877. He was born to be born and come restore, the balance and the black man's right position. But now we're going to have a supreme wisdom that was never taught before. So he's going to give us all the secrets to the keys of heaven, whatever. So that's why he's the supreme God. He had the secrets that nobody else had.
So if a black God created the white man that was wicked, the black man wicked?
Yeah, they kind of like don't deal with that. So you got to ask him that, and he would have like just changed the words like he did with me. It's funny.
Like I said, again, all of this is pure hogwash. But
what kills me is to see a grown man still believe in that type of stuff, because me personally, I don't really know much about Islam, whatnot, but just for someone to start telling me all this just made my head spin.
I mean, to be perfectly honest, I don't believe that people that follow these different religious doctrines actually truly believe the things that they purport to believe. A lot of it, I feel like, is pride, saving face. A lot of it is
true.
just the pure hustle of it, because once you get to the level of minister, who's going to turn around and say, you know what, this is a bunch of bullshit. Ain't none of this shit true. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But it gets to be a point where you have more to lose in acknowledging the truth than you have to gain. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And he made a point. He actually made a point earlier about that. He was said, well, if the teaching is I think it was when he was speaking to Garfield or you, Bias, and he was like, if the teaching is not real, then we dead or something like that.
Yeah.
Like, that was dead. So then exactly. So if unbiased, anyone could so if someone can bring you the truth and then you don't want to accept it, then that's you that just trying to go against the grain.
Yeah, definitely.
But he never even answered the question, and I seen he was stuck because he was acting like he didn't understand the question when Garfield asked it, and I had asked like something similar. No, he was saying like, none of the prophets have ever, all the prophets to date have been called liars. None of them have been. And I made in the in this chat like, there have been no prophets to date. Period. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
So then when Garfield asked the question, he was stuck, but he tried to act like he didn't understand the question, which he clearly, because it wasn't phrased crazy, it was phrased very straightforward, so it wasn't a hard thing to understand.
Right.
So when he went into giving his answer, he still never answered the gist of the fucking question. Now then when he said, well, based off of, the teachings or whatever he was kind of trying to, then I wanted Garfield to kind of rephrase it, because again, the teachings according to whom? Is it these people saying that they're teaching these things? Is it people that's coming after them? And how can you verify that what they're purporting to be prophets or teachers of? How can you verify the source that it came from?
Yeah.
How you know it came from the Most High or Allah or whoever?
Well, they are going to say, well, look at the works. Look what he have done. He had 42 small little schools. He had a fish import, export. They're going to say only a man of God could have done that. So they're going to go there with you.
Look what America has done.
Right.
I mean,
yeah, the standard is so low. Right.
I mean, look what they've done with this nation. And you can say, oh, well, they did it on the backs of slaves and they did this and that and the other. But who was in power? Who was in control?
Right. They're going to think, you can say the back of slaves all you want. They're going to thank their God for that. They're going to say their God gave them the will and power to be able to pull it off. Like, who just can go get slaves and make them build a whole damn kingdom for you? That ain't something you just can do. Like, anybody just can't do that. So of course they're gonna feel like their God was empowering them to do such a thing,
But that's my thing. Like the idea that that's evidence that anytime somebody accomplishes something, that it speaks to the power of God in them.
Right.
No, that ain't.
Yeah, no, definitely. Yeah, so I really had no intention of arguing. I was shocked that he even let me get the questions off. Like, normally he would butt in and cut you off and start an argument. I was like really shocked. I never seen, you guys might see him like as crazy and wild, but I've seen worse. I'm used to not just seeing worse, I'm used to worse. So I really thought like he was on his best behavior.
Yeah, I don't know. So I ain't never like really, well, I ain't gonna even say really. If I have seen anything that he's done, I don't recall. It don't stand out. That was my first time like seeing him, and I mean, he was arrogant, but like, see that the arrogance and the condescending,
yeah,
kind of a tone that doesn't bother me, because when I feel like everybody in the community is like that. Everybody feel like they got the best knowledge. Everybody think that the next person don't understand. They got the overstanding. Everybody feels like that. So that's like no big thing to me. Now what gets me is, how he tries to get out of the question. Like when he was talking about PowerPoints being gay, that shit was
my God. I
hilarious.
But then shot himself in the foot.
Hold on. But then went on and talked about Minister Farrakhan's study guides. I said, wait a minute, study guides? That shit ain't gay. Y'all got study guides.
Right.
Y'all got the old school PowerPoints. That's all that shit is. We got to, let's step into the new millennium. Shit.
The old school PowerPoints.
Yeah, y'all got the old school. You talking about a goddamn study guide. That shit gay too then. Like, information is gay. And then what gets me is you don't want to present a source, but then what's the source for that? I need to see that. When he asked you, I was like, whoa. So we not just believing the shit that it comes out of niggas' mouth now?
Right. Yeah, they switched the standard. And he look, they speak with authority, right? And they speak like they know what they're talking about. So when he told Rob Bourne, but did they get convicted? If you don't know what's going on, I didn't know what's going on. Like, you would be led to believe that he's probably right and Rob Bourne is probably mistaken, like because he sounds so convincing and sure. Matter of fact, so even with me, brother, you got to be honest, brother. You're switching the words up. He said he hopes to do something. He didn't. I read it over. It said nothing like that. He said, I hope to give you the details in the book, right? So that's not some future prophecy. That's I got a book. When I get a chance, I give the details. Real simple.
But my question in the chat was, what stopped him from bringing this crucial and important information? I think that's some relevant shit that, you know, that's a message that any prophet would want to get out. Or like, what stopped him from producing this great work? But going back to the whole Rob Bourne thing, see, for me, it didn't seem like he was getting Rob Bourne. What it seemed like is you've been perpetrating a fraud, like you never heard this shit. But if you're saying like, what was it a conviction? You almost talking like I've read through the shit,
right?
And I know there's nothing there. So when you say that you've never heard of it, now I'm looking at you like, well, you're making some very definitive statements, or you know, you're taking a stance as if you know the outcome. And how could you know the outcome if you never knew nothing about it?
Yep, because my man almost made me doubt what I had. I'm like, damn, well, did I read that right? Because he was so sure. I was like, well, damn, did I read that right? I said, hold on, let me look over this again. I'm like, yeah, no, it says it didn't say what you said, but yep. Now, for him to say, you know, I asked him about the age of the earth, and that not Earth. I'm sorry, that was last. I asked him about the age of the universe. See, what I do, Amber, I know this is a petty tactic. This is nothing brilliant, but I know if you ask him, he's already hostile, Amber. I already see it because people picking with him. So I said, I'm gonna ask him a question, something he actually can answer, so he can relax. So I said, okay, what's the age of the universe? 78 years, 78 trillion years. What's the age of the moon? See, these are easy questions for him. So he can relax, drop his guard. Then I said, okay, what is the age of? And he think I'm going to say maybe the creation of man. He would have said 76 trillion years old. So I didn't want to do that. I said, so what's the age of the earth? I called him off guard. He was like, I don't know. Like, really? So the age of the earth was damn near the age of the universe.
But all of that is weird though. Like if you know the age of man, you know the age of the moon, you know the age of the universe, why wouldn't you know the age of the earth?
That's crazy, right? Yeah. That's crazy. What would be harder is the age of the universe. That's harder than the age of the
it would be harder, but then if it's missing, then my thing is why is it missing? You know, that seems very intentional.
Right.
If you know everything, you know, it's a reason why that was left out.
What about when he said this? I mean, when you go this far, that's why I just moved on. He said Elijah said Earth is 76 trillion years old. And then he said, he said 76 trillion years old. And he said, you can prove that with science. So I said, dude, he said, you can prove with science. Yeah, Craig. Yeah, you're actually right, bro. So Craig be loud as hell, but he's actually right on that.
Ron Hubbard.
Yeah, I heard Ron L. Hubbard say that same thing. But anyway, Amber, he dang, I lost my point.
I'm trying to. What would you?
You was talking about how the world was 70 something trillion years, and how he should have get the Earth was.
Yeah, you was asking about the science, and then he was.
Oh yeah. So Elijah Muhammad said that you can prove this with science. You can prove that the age of the Earth was 76 trillion years old with science. So Sarnetta said, yeah, that's a good question, brother. Then Eric said, well, which science? I'm like, oh my God, which science? So I'm like, yo, brother, what science did he use? Forget it. Let's play that game. Which science did he use to that he said we can prove that the Earth, because it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter which science. If it's a science that can prove it, let's hear it.
But he was trying to wiggle out of that because he didn't want to say the wrong thing. But to me, he the one that initially brought up scientists. Talking about the scientists of did he say Islam? The scientists of Islam. I was like, whoa, wait a minute. Now who is that and what do they study? You know, like, is it just Islam or like it was a little weird. And then when what did he say about something about like Christianity dying or
Yeah. I don't know what the hell that was.
Propping it up, and I'm like, wait a minute, but wouldn't that be considered the same thing that y'all doing then?
Yeah,
like,
so Amber, he made a mistake. Well, not him. The teacher who has a third grade education, and look, they brag about it. So that's not. So if you mention it, they don't find it offensive when you say it. They actually gloat and say, "Yes, right. He did all this stuff just with a third grade education." So in other words, imagine if he had a college degree. Imagine he'd have ruled the world. So like that's what they're trying to say. But yeah, it gets a little quackier than that. Believe it or not.
I could imagine so. And then he was saying that he don't believe, Rob Warren tripped him up with that. That's what they believe, but I don't believe that. And
right.
But it just goes to show.
What you call it? Yeah, Rob Warren did a good job of revealing the history of the Nation of Islam. When they had feds and stuff. I like how he did that because trust me, Amber, we're all human beings. We all had arguments and shouting matches, right? And we don't win them all. Sometimes people say things to us that's truthful and it hurts, and we'll act like it didn't. But when it's time to lay down, that thing's on your mind, right?
Well,
so
you could see it in his face when Rob Warren was speaking, like he had to recover. You could see it in his face. He was visibly bothered. He knew that it wasn't a good look. He tried to tough it out, stand strong, keep his poker face on, but he wasn't able to hold that face and that arrogance. Even his demeanor changed. And anytime you start having these technical difficulties, when it started getting heated, he had to come back on, because I'm pretty sure he's seen the comments where, I know I was in there with the running shoes and the bicycle. He trying to get away from this thing. Yeah. But he ended up coming back on. But of course, it even took him some time to come back on. And then, when Rob Warren was talking about specific things, could you close the door? Just trying to interrupt, and distract from him being, really confronted with these different things. But I mean, at the end of the day, people still gonna choose to believe. And I'm not even just talking about him. I'm talking about the people underneath him that see the issues and the problems. They still gonna make a choice to believe because they're comfortable with it. Like people are dependent on religion and belief. If you take that away, they don't even know who they are. Their identity is tied so heavily to their faith or their religious belief. You talking about literally destroying a whole person's identity when you take that away from them.
Right. So I'm glad I was able to document that, because again, like a lot of my friends and people who I associate with is from that same belief system. And Amber, I don't want to argue with them, because I told you guys that I don't, like in real life, I don't even argue with people, especially religion. You might hear me argue basketball, but I don't argue religion, like, because I respect everybody's faith. I don't give a damn. You dig? As long as you're a good person, you cool with me. So this is a cool way to avoid debating them, but I want them to hear what I have to say though about their doctrine, but they can hear it in the fashion or form of me talking to Eric Muhammad. So I like that, and that's why I called in and did it. That's why I actually called in. I said, you know what? Okay, I could just play them. I could say, yo, check it out, bro. I had a discussion with Eric Muhammad. Oh, really? Yeah, check this out. I could just play it because he doesn't know where it's gonna go. So then he forced to hear what I had to say, and that's it.
Yep.
So let me share this right here. Remember, I shared with this earlier, the Udacity thing that people should take advantage of, the free like schooling or whatever. Amber.
Yeah, I remember. I didn't actually see it on the screen because I was doing my typing, but I remember you mentioning it.
Yeah, so this was actually on one of those news things that you guys you should take a look at. Now, I don't promote this, by the way. This is just on the news. I was playing a video explaining the the stimulus package and how to get your money. And they just said this. They said Udacity nano degree. They said they are you see it costs some money right now, but they were saying you get a free month of whatever. I have not even been to the website. See, you see no link is blue or purple. It's all standard. So I don't even know what they offer, but I plan on, okay, here we go. Become a Java developer, data scientist nano degree, online data analyst course, data analyst nano degree, full stack web. Oh, okay, I'm interested in that. So, and it's 1 month free. You dig? So that's just a sidebar. That's for people who want to. Oh, so what they want you to do is this. They want you to try to upgrade your skills. So when you're back going to work, you probably lost your job now. And the market is going to be very, very competitive. So you will, you might want to go back and know something you didn't know before to make yourself that much valuable. Even myself, Amber, I learned from those videos that it's not really clear. I got to find out tomorrow. But from what I heard was, I don't think I could collect any money. From what I heard is that you want to collect this welfare check and a stimulus check, you can't collect any money because they're paying you for that. You can't go back and do a double round. So I told all my clients, I said, yo, chill out. Don't send me shit. You did. So now I understand how businesses can go out of business, because if this is replacing your business, this is temporal. So that means all your clients is gone, right? They went somewhere else, because you're getting paid. Now, when it's time to get back started, you're not gonna have any clients, no business, and your business go out of business. So now I see how that can happen.
Mm-hmm.
Luckily, I don't have a brick and mortar, so for me, Amber, what I do, it's just about location. I just got to be right where everybody's at, and it's not hard. As long as they don't change that location, then it's hard. So I already found my location. It's like the heaven of tutors. You got to be there if you want to. It's like tutor heaven and shit. Like no tutors starving no children because there's so many goddamn children. Like we are all going to eat. So as long as that building stays right there, I'm good.
Mm-hmm.
So if I had to start all over or reduce, if I let's say I got 10 children, it would still work its way back up. I don't know how fast, but it will definitely work its way back up. So guess what? I'll take a job, right? Or whatever job, and do this on the side until it kicks back up again.
Yeah, and honestly, I think it'll probably kick back up a little sooner rather than later, especially with different. Honestly, I probably if you were to, I don't know how you got everything structured, but if you were to set it up where you could receive federal funds and payments, because the main thing now is people affording to, have this additional service.
Yeah.
But if because a lot of places are willing to pay for childcare or maybe school costs. Right. If you could qualify to receive those funds, then you could potentially get paid to be a tutor to, take care of or, provide instruction during work hours when parents are, working, because there are still parents that do have to work. And I'm assuming that people will be returning to work a lot sooner than schools will be back, back up and running.
Yeah.
So, I think it's, room now. I would probably endeavor to see what's going on in your area. Of course, they probably still will be limited to groups of 10 or smaller, but if there's a potential for you to
that would definitely hurt. So, but what I have to do then, I would have to just convince them to do the online classes only, at that point.
And at the end of the day, that's pretty much the alternative that they have anywhere else. So I don't see the, the drawback, because pretty much everybody is going online.
So the thing with me is that I am the business, so I have to be somewhere physically so they can see me, because without that, how would they know? How would they know to choose me over you? So the way they do that is how I present myself. I'm very good with children, so I win them over with that. I'm just great with children. So that's how we divide. That's how I separate myself from them. So I will have to actually be seen in person. But a lot of my clients are referrals, But the simple fact, like we're starting back over, basically, I'm guessing. So I would have to actually be there to win them over, and then when I get a nice amount, then I can go online. And but Amber, but every so often I got to go back over there. Like it's pointless. It's pointless for me to even do advertisement. It's useless because I know where to go. It's only one location everybody's at. Just show up. You dig?
Yeah.
And set up. Show up and set up.
But you would be surprised how much personality translates through even online. Like I've taken numerous online classes and they're not created equally. Some people were really horrible at it and some of my instructors were really good. Like, I mean, that's just the reality. Some classes I felt like I was just pretty much on my own and I just had to figure it out, and I still toughed it out and managed to do it. But to be perfectly honest, there were some instructors where I felt like it was damn near better than having that, actual interaction, that one-on-one, because they just made it so personable. And their videos were so, they pre-recorded, but their videos were so vibrant and they did such a good job of explaining the material, where I felt like I was in a classroom, versus other people who uploaded the video. You couldn't hardly understand them. They were very dry. They did not explain the concepts so well. And I mean, literally 5 minutes into the video, I'm making a decision. I'm just going to get online and figure this shit out myself, because this isn't going to help me. It's going to frustrate me.
Right. So where do I want to start? So I'm trying to find, because we still didn't get over the debate between, or whatever it was, the sit down between Unc and Divine. So what I want to do is, with that, Amber, I want to jump right into the clear lung thing, because I still been like researching that, and I want to say is BS. Like from what I came across so far, I might feel comfortable with just saying it's BS, and probably will be willing to have a discussion with him on that.
I mean, I wouldn't doubt it. I would assume that if there was a supplement, drug, whatever, that recovered your damaged lungs or, cured people from asthma, I would think that would be kind of like a whole wave, considering how many people have damaged lungs and, respiratory issues. So I've never heard of it, me personally. And truth be told, anything that I see online marketing, I take my health I'm a little too much of a hypochondriac to just take some shit.
Oh yeah, me too.
And hope that it's gonna, clear my thing is, how the fuck I did that shit, fuck around, send me into cardiac arrest and I'm not doing it.
Yeah,
I'd rather deal with my unclear lung and call it wonderful.
Yeah, I'm actually the opposite of you. Like we're both the same as far as like we get crazy with stuff like that. But it would work with me. They would scare me to take that. So if I had some type of lung infection, I would be so afraid. Then I'll take anything. Yeah, whatever. What's online? Drink bleach? Really? Okay, I'll try it. Like that's how I am. Like I get scared like that.
See, my thing be that side effect. Like, okay, if it clear my lungs, what's the side effect? What if it can clear my lungs? What you ain't telling me is that my heart will fuck around and stop.
Right.
You're not telling me that part. I'm good.
And also, so I already know we're gonna talk about that. But did you watch the videos on when they explained what a virus was and explain like how it's not? Why? Okay, did you understand, or did you catch it? Not understand. Did you catch it when they said why most biologists? So they was careful not to say all biologists, but they all was consistent and say most biologists say that viruses are not alive, and because of these
by the standards that most biologists agree constitutes as living, viruses aren't alive. Yeah, I recognize that.
Right. So when Divine says he got a primary, I'm like, dude, really? You chasing them? You are behind the grain, and that's why I was confident to say, like, I'm confident to get somebody to bring out their biology book. And matter of fact,
but honestly, on top of it as he seems, I'm I'm more inclined to think that he's actually not behind. He's maybe ahead of the research in the sense of there's more scholars coming out that's saying, wait a minute, we may need to reevaluate
Right.
how
Yes.
we
Yes. Now I can respect that. If he takes that route, I can respect that. And I had nothing to say because you're right. Because there are some biologists. Don't forget, there are some good arguments why they want to make it or classify as an alive thing, right? So there are some good arguments. So biologists are fighting to present that, to say, hey, let's look at that over again. So if he's coming from that angle, I have no problem. So if he's trying to argue why it should be classified as something alive, I have no problem. It's a solid argument. But for you to tell us that it's alive and like you're serious, you're dead ass, and you got a primary source, I'm like, dude.
Yeah, now that I would say he made the mistake because again, you allow people to bring in the current consensus. And
right. Come on, dude.
It would have been better for him to say, well, that's debatable because the argument is now that, but to make the definitive statement as if, they have kind of redacted the previous stance and saying, right. Hey, now this is the current standard for viruses, or the current standard for life. I think he made the statement a little too soon.
Yeah, and it concerns me because he said it as a matter of fact. You dig? Like you can't do that. Like your name is everything. Your image is everything, and you gotta have integrity at all times. You gotta just be honest as possible. He said it as though whoever's was a little bit confused. He said it like my man Eric Muhammad said it, like where you could trust me. I'm right. It's a matter of fact. And you can't do that. So that's when people tie their emotions to their research, and that's not how you research. Like Amber, I wanted to be a Hebrew so bad, right? But the research kept saying,
why?
Because first of all, I was not doing that good in life, right? Employment. So I always call these doctrines the broke man doctrine. Like they'll appeal to people who are doing pretty bad in life. Then you're doing bad. You want to blame somebody. Well, blame the white man. You dig? So you can feel better about yourself now. So now when people ask you, well, why you ain't doing anything in life? Man, the white man, racism. See, you got this little put together, well organized lie to defend your position. Mm-hmm. And it sounds, it's a pretty good argument if we're allowed to rant long enough, So that's why, because I wanted to justify my state of being at that time.
Okay, so you want to be a bum ass nigga and then have an excuse.
Nah, I didn't want to be a bum, but it's not about wanting to be something. It's if you're not doing good, you're just not doing good. So I was always a worker, right? And I never. So I
wasn't taking a dig at you. I was taking a dig at them. Jeez, relax.
No, I'm not. I'm actually calm. I'm just explaining how I was seeing it. I was saying like that's just what it was. I was working, and I'm thinking one day at that job I'll make some more money. Promotions and bonuses, and somehow I'll be making more money and I'll be doing better in life. But when you see year go by, you're like, damn. Then you start to be pessimistic. You start to say, well, damn, I ain't gonna never be able to do anything in life, with this route.
Goddamn white man.
Right. This guy got a bonus, and then when you lose your job, that's even worse. So
but see, and here's my thing. Like, I'm realistic. The reality is and I'm not going to say it's not possible because it is possible, but the reality is we do get the short end of the stick, and it is the way society is set up. It is a white supremacist society and structure, right. And it's institutionalized. And that's the whole thing. Like, I'm not going to negate the facts. These are the facts, and the empirical research supports it. Okay, but sitting aside that, now that you know that, is that going to stop you from trying and attempting? Because the evidence is there that it can be done. So what's going to set you apart from the person that ain't going to get it? You know what I'm saying? Like, how many people have gotten it just by merely standing around on the corner saying the white man's the devil? I haven't seen that yet.
Yeah, so indigenous That's a great point. Yeah, so you're right. So chess teach you to plan a little better than that, but you got a lot of chess players who are in prison. So it's one thing to play it, and it's one thing to understand the actual plan, like what the game is about. I thought I was good in dominoes, indigenous black man, until I played my Guyanese friend. He beat the shit out of me because he realized I didn't understand the strategy of dominoes. I didn't know my man could tell me what's in my hand. He like, yo, you got a 2 and a 6, you got a 5 and a 1. Amber, I'm mad as hell. I didn't even want to fight. Like, nigga, how you know that?
Man, go ahead, put that trap ass domino down. I already know you ain't got shit. Just go ahead.
Amber, I was so mad that he knew it was. I'm like, yo, how you know that? But Amber, guess what? It took me like 2 years to play dominoes after that with my mom and sister. I was so mad at dominoes. Like, screw dominoes. It's a horrible game.
And BC, like you say, he said plenty of ignorant dudes in the hood are great at chess. And that's the reality of it. Like, you also have to be able to transfer that strategy to other areas of life.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Right. If you don't have the ability to look at everything with your chessboard and understand how to make strategic moves, then it's for nothing. Some people, they're great chess players, but people act like just because you play chess that it makes you a great strategist. It doesn't.
It does not. Right.
You have to be able to transfer that skill to other areas of your life.
Right. So now I'm able. Now I benefit from it now. So that's why I was ahead of this whole shutdown. And I told you that I was already inquiring about online classes. I started planning it in real life. I realized it was truly analogous to life. So I'm like, you know what? What if so of course I would never thought of a pandemic, right? Who thinks that? I'm thinking like, what if I get, because when you're self-employed, you get hurt, that's it. So I'm trying to think, okay, what if I actually get hurt? What if I get sick and I can't go? What can I do? I said, you know what? Let me work on online. Let me see how this can go. And I was already putting it in motion way back then. And that's what prepared me right now. Just with that preparation in advance. And that's
not even that, just the way the society is kind of shifting, and technology is changing. They offering public school online.
Yeah, man. Like they got Google Class, and my students be telling me what they do. And as a matter of fact, Amber, that's why I even inquired about online. My students was talking about Google Class. I'm like, what's that? I said, oh, y'all have classes at home sometimes? I'm like, oh, snap. So now I start looking into that type of stuff. Yep. And then Dr. Mayat and Double X and all you guys help me, because when I go on Zoom and you guys are on there with me, I'm learning Zoom every day. You see, I'm getting used to it. So everybody, all the platforms pretty much help me learn Zoom.
Yep.
That's how I was able to get ahead. But I apply since 2014. I've been using like the chess mindset and everything I do. So it's hard to catch me like off guard and I'm just clueless. I can't get myself out. It's kind of hard. I'm always prepping for the worst and the best outcome.
Mm-hmm. And that's the thing. I honestly don't know how to play chess. Never took an interest, but I've always been ahead of the game. You ain't gonna catch me slipping. I like to stay ready, so I ain't got to get ready.
Yeah, hey, BC, you're right. Yeah.
But when I ain't ready, I ain't as unready as many others in my position. I still got several tricks up my sleeve.
So now I'm going to. So yeah, now earlier I said I don't want to work with any black people who are lost. I take that back, BC. Those who know how to play chess, they at least are onto something without them knowing. So I might be able to work something out with that. Show them how life and chess is the same thing. Just how Jay Morrison, the real estate guy, he was able to show an analogy of the real estate game with the drug game. And that's how he got big, because a lot of drug dealers seemed like they understood the analogy. Like it was very beautiful how he used the real estate game, saying it's the same as the drug game. And it was very, very good for people who are in that life. It was very, very good. So I would do the same thing with chess. I'll say, listen, chess is what we're doing right now on this board. Do the same thing in life. And just show them point for point, like how to do it. So, Amber, I'm gonna share my screen. Okay. Let me share my screen. Hey, the watcher, man. Yeah, you didn't get Facebook yet, bruh? You guys in the dark ages, man. Okay, here we go. So Amber, you can see the screen?
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay.
Yeah, we see it.
I want to show two things. I just want to show a product that people can get if they want to for something.
Now look, hey, I'm gonna jump out the window. I'm gonna jump out the window. I believe he got stock in this product. Because
are they trading?
I don't know. He has to be. Well,
like an interest.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because I couldn't find anything good on this. So I'm like, well, why would he go out? Why would he do that in front of like the world and promote this that have? It's like it's bullshit. So I'm like, why would he promote it to the world like it's something great? And I'm like, the only way you can do that, he's pretty smart. Maybe he bought some penny stock on it. Maybe some penny stock company because it does have different products. So it might be a small penny stock company that he's trying to push. So here we go.
You can get these things naturally, and if somebody cannot get it naturally, you can get it also in a vegan capsule form, right? So for people who are vegans out there, the product here is called Clear Lungs, and you can look this up. This has been recommended by physicians as well. And
you heard him right. He said it's been recommended
by physicians.
Yeah, I'm gonna need.
Are they holistic physicians?
Right.
Ingredients in it that it gives you. You have Dong Quai in it. You have Chinese skullcap. You have Luo Hangguo fruit that's in there. You have Chinese fruit, black pepper, ginger root, habanero pepper. And the ingredients in here, if you take a look at them, all of them are designed to assist the cells in your lungs, right?
Hey, I'm gonna send you.
But he said all the ingredients are designed. I'm gonna write that down, and I'm gonna hold him to that one. All the ingredients are designed to assist the cells in your lungs, right? Assist the cells in your lungs. Okay, let's go on.
To the ISUPK camp, man, and get some discipline, brother. I'm gonna send you over there to Captain Cesario.
All right, and so the last thing I want to say,
and then he slipped out of turn too. I just want to say
the last thing I want to say, because this is why, Sa, I'm letting you know why I'm doing a presentation on it, so I can disseminate information without being interrupted. Because I know we don't have a lot of time.
That's it. Okay, so I want y'all to first look at this. I'm gonna go Clear Lungs, Amazon. All right. I mean, like we are all experienced people, right? We are all people who bought stuff before. Some of us are older. We know that no product has 5 stars. All right, so now let's see what it says over here. Now look at this stuff. See if you guys can read this. Ridge Crest Herbals, Clear Lungs, Chinese herbal formula. If you want to sell some healthy stuff, just put Chinese on it, and it's going to sell. Like for some reason, like we just swear Chinese just got the answers to everything when it comes to like health. All right, I'm just making sure they can read this. The screen has a delay. Yeah, they can see it. Okay, so it says Clear Lung is our original lung formula adapted from an ancient Chinese traditional remedy. It says formulated with a blend of herbs which may help support free breathing, keeping airways open, and balancing muscle levels. Featuring, a whole list of stuff he just read off. Dong Quai root, which may support the body in white blood cell reproduction. Okay, they're very careful what they say now, which may support. Right. It says renowned for its ability to encourage a positive immune response. And we're gonna go over why they're so careful all of a sudden. You see the word?
I want you to scroll down when you finish them, guys.
All right. So it says renowned for its ability to encourage a positive immune response. It has many wellness promoting properties. Chinese skull cap, one of the most widely used herbs in Chinese medicine, may help support the bronchioles and the larger respiratory system. Skull cap contains compounds that may help, see, they're very careful, support the body's natural healthy state free from excess inflammation, encourage a natural immune function, and promote healthy urine flow, bowel production, and more. Vegan capsules, the whole vegan crew. Vegan capsules, oh, it must be healthy. Contain no animal products, corn, dairy, gluten, GMOs, soy, wheat, or yeast. Capsule size 0. Okay, so scroll down.
Yeah. Yeah, keep going. Keep going.
Let me grab this Swazi.
Can't stop.
Those were some interesting words. Eclectic, innovative.
Yeah, so what are they promoting right there in this picture right here?
Oh my God, really? Oh my God. The hell is that?
They brothers.
What that got to do with, damn, they wilding with that. All right, look, customer reviews. 1, 2, look at this, 5-star, 80%. Like when you get something like this, like you know it's bullshit. Like, come on, like this is too good to be true for any product. Okay. So let's see. Legal disclaimer. Let's see. Statements regarding dietary supplements have not been evaluated by the FDA and are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure. Okay, look.
Why do you have to take so many? Did it say directions? 2 capsules 3 times daily?
Yeah, well, 2 times. That's not far-fetched.
No, 2 capsules 3 times daily.
Oh, damn.
A total of 6.
Yeah, no. The only time I ever took that many pills is like antibiotics. Yeah, I've never heard that before. Like that's some antibiotic stuff right there. Damn, 3 times that. So it says statements regarding dietary supplements have not been evaluated by the FDA and are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or health condition. I mean, I could just hold them to the disclaimer. Like, yo, nah, it doesn't do that. Their own disclaimer say they don't do it.
I'm actually reading someone reviews, and they said before you take this, you should consult with your doctor first because some stuff in there may not be suitable for you.
Okay.
I mean, he did give that disclaimer as well earlier on. He didn't give it when he suggested that, which he definitely should have. But yeah, he said earlier on that, you know, his suggestions, you know, talk it over with your physician or, you know, your holistic provider. He didn't use that, you know, term, but that's pretty much what he was saying.
Look, 5 stars, 5 stars, 4 stars, 5 stars, 5 stars. Now watch this shit. 5 stars, 5 stars, 5 stars. I mean, god damn.
And honestly, I wouldn't even be put off by that because I've seen products with high ratings, but yeah. What bothers me is you have the high rating, but you don't have that many reviews on it. So if the product was that great, I would assume that more people would, you know, write a review about it.
Yeah, for me, it's a red. It's a flag. It might not be red. It's a flag. When I go to purchase something, I look at the reviews and the stars, and when I see 5, it could be sneakers, whatever. When I see all the stars, I get suspect. I say, hold up. And especially when you get a 1 star, how you get all 5 stars and every time it's negative is 1 star. No 2 star, 3, it's 1 star. So
and then you have to wonder how many of these people are repeat purchasers, you know, right. Like it could be the same person that's giving this great rating time and time again every time they purchase the product.
The last time I went to here, they had a 1 star person. I want to see if I catch it. If not, I'm gonna move on. Last page. I'm just gonna move on. All right, forget it. 5 stars, everybody. Right. All right. So let's go here. the 3 R's of lung health and disease: repair, remodeling, and regeneration. Now, I never read this, so if it's too long, I'm just going to. All tissues and organs can be classified according to their ability to repair and regenerate during adult homeostasis and after injury. Some exhibit a high rate of constant cell turnover, while others, such as the lung, exhibit only low cell regeneration during normal adult homeostasis, but have the ability to rapidly regenerate new cells after injury. Lung generation likely involves both activation of progenitor cells as well as cell replacement through proliferation and remaining undamaged cells. The pathways and factors that control this process and its roles in disease are only now being explored. In this review, we will discuss the connection between pathways required for lung development and how the lung responds to injury and disease, with a particular emphasis on recent studies describing the role of epithelium in repair and regeneration. So I wanted to just know if they was going to talk about how you can repair your lungs. I'll come back to this. So I'm here. This is ERS Journals, Rebuilding a Diseased Lung, Repair and Regeneration. Let's see what they say here. Okay, here we go. So let me go ahead and bring this up. So it says, oh my God, why?
While you look for that, I wanted to bring up something right quick. So earlier, Angela Rye posted a video to her YouTube, and she had a physician on the show, and the title was the COVID-19 Airborne. And the physician, Angela Rye, asked very plainly, was it airborne? And the physician replied that it was, and she cited the New England Journal of Medicine as her source. So I dropped in the comments, I was like, well, the World Health Organization is saying that the methodology for testing it as an airborne virus is flawed. The simulation it wasn't realistic. She has yet to respond. She has yet to take the video down. So I'm assuming there's going to be some people who are believing that this is airborne because you have a physician that is pretty much corroborating that it is.
Right. So from this article, it says lung I didn't know they do lung transplants. Did you know?
I never heard of that.
Yes. So it says beyond lung transplants, several approaches to repair and regenerate lung tissue with the aim of restoring lung function have made substantial progress in recent years and hold great promise for future therapies. Importantly, advancement in our understanding of the underlying pathogenesis of distinct chronic lung disease will be crucial for the development of novel targeted therapeutic approaches. So just off this, lung issues are very serious. So serious, they say that the options, check this out, it says the options are limited. It says currently, only limited therapeutic options exist for chronic lung disease. In particular, causative therapeutic approaches are missing. Lung transplantation remains the only, what they say here? Lung transplantation remains the only available therapy for many patients with end-stage lung disease. So this is maybe could be a little different, but it's talking about a transplant basically. Okay, so it's very serious. My whole point was it looks like this is a serious issue, so much so you're gonna need a transplant. I don't think you just could buy something over the counter and that's just gonna just help you out. That's just my logic on this. Let's see. Well, now it's sharing. Yeah, I mean, like we definitely read capsules can do it. So you talk about cellular plasticity and lung development and disease. Progenitor cells. They talk about cells. Like this is look like surgeries and shit. tissue engineering. Look, another thing. Like, look, this is all like surgeries. And we supposed to believe you could buy some pills. All right, so the next one. This is from betterhealth.vic.gov. All right, lung conditions, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. So it's another issue with your lungs. Treatment options include pulmonary rehabilitation, medicines, and oxygen therapy. There is no cure for COPD, but disease management can slow disease progression, relieve symptoms, and keep you out of the hospital. So, why can't I click on this stuff? Oh, here we go. So it goes into that. How, okay. Complications, okay. Causes, risk factor, okay. Now treatment, it says, there's no cure for COPD and the damaged lung tissue doesn't repair itself. However, there are things you can do to slow down progression of the disease, improve your symptoms, stay out of the hospital and live longer. So treatment may include bronchodilator medication to open the airways. Okay, so bronchodilator medication to open the airways, right? Corticosteroids, expectorants, oxygen therapy. This is like crazy important stuff. Treatment for chest infections, pulmonary rehabilitation, and surgery. Ongoing monitoring. Like, where did you read that you could take a pill? Yeah, there's nothing in here that supports you could take a pill. So that's two sources that didn't mention nothing about a pill. So this is the American Lung Association. I'm pretty sure in here somewhere, for sure they're gonna mention some pills. And, okay, and look, I gotta show you this. You gotta see this, guys. This is important. Okay, look, no, wait, get out of there. Because there's a claim. Okay, I think I did what I didn't want to do. All right, so let's do this. Okay, so I got to go here. So let's go to the website. Okay, right here. Look at this, guys. It says Clear Lungs has been the #1 natural lung health product in the United States since 1998. So that's 26 years ago, I guess, because when you go and read about their company, it's 26 years old. So this is Clear Lungs has been, I couldn't find this anywhere on the net. Clear Lungs has been the #1 natural lung health product in the United States since 1998. All right, so let's go back. It says, look, it says with the, oh my God, you got to read this right here. I got to read along right here. In recent years, natural remedies and detoxification diets have gained, hey, Amber, you see that? It says in recent years, is Cyrus still there? Yep. It says in recent years, natural remedies and detoxification diets have gained popularity as a quick and trendy way to eliminate toxins from your body. While some products are marketed to aid in overnight weight loss, improve digestion, or enhance energy levels, other claims to reverse years of damaged organs to your lungs. Amber, you see that?
Yep.
Others claim to reverse years of damage. So this is marked off as like BS from the door, right? Others claim to reverse years of damage to organs such as, I can't read today. Or others claim to reverse years of damage to organs such as your lungs. With the, what is that? Come on. God, these pop-ups, man. Get out of here. My God. All right, God damn. It say, with a quick internet search, you can find countless products that allegedly cleanse your lungs in a matter of days or less. And they had 5 stars. A variety of pills. Hey, don't do it. A variety of pills, vitamins, tea, oils, salt inhalers, and masks are just a few types of items marketed as a cure-all for lung damage, such as that caused by smoking. But do these products really work? When it comes to lung health, the best general rule to follow is don't trust quick fixes. Oh, we are done. Because if we go back to Amazon, you're going to see them say, I'm going to go back, Amber, I guarantee they say 2 weeks they was feeling better. 3, I guarantee they're going to say that. I read it before.
I think somebody said a few days.
All right, so it says, while detox remedies seem like a great concept, unfortunately, many claims made by companies selling dangerous and unproven? We know they ain't FDA. That was their disclaimer. Unfortunately, many claims made by companies selling dangerous and unproven treatments are exaggerated and can be even harmful, particularly products that can be inhaled. All right, so it says there are some aerosolized products or vapes that contain essential oils, which are promoted as being healthy, but inhaling any kind of oil or other lipid oils can be dangerous, said Dr. Norman Edelman, Senior Scientific Advisor to the American Lung Association. Okay, so some common ingredients in supplement-based cleanses have to be shown to have positive results, such as vitamin D, which plays an important role in boosting immune system responses and helps to reduce airway inflammation. So vitamin D, damn, why we need this whole clear lungs thing? But most of these detox products are not FDA approved, so we know that's not, and do not have adequate scientific data to recommend the routine use of natural remedies for prevention. So guys, if you have a product that's not FDA approved, according to the world of science, that's called not having adequate scientific data to recommend the routine use of natural remedies for prevention. All right. Can you safely cleanse your lungs? Here's the good news. There is a way to improve your lung health without pills and concoctions. Lungs are self-cleaning organs that will begin to heal themselves once they are no longer exposed to pollutants. The best way to ensure your lungs are healthy is by avoiding harmful toxins like cigarette smoke and air pollution, as well as getting regular exercise and eating well. Now, this is the American, what's this website again called? American Lung Association, you dig? Oh my God. Quit smoking. So here are a few tips to follow for optimal lung health. Quit smoking, adjust your diet, regular exercise, get better air, get indoor air, and that's it. So clearly they debunked and was against taking pills and natural remedies. Clearly it was against that. So with that, I got to go here next. Let's go to the Better Business Bureau, right? So this is the company right here. It says, so you got one customer review, right, Amber? Now let's see if this is positive or negative. Okay. Ooh, it says, okay, now you guys got to follow right here. They got one review, and it's not accredited business by the BBB, by the way. I ordered the pulmonary bundle for my father. Within a couple of hours, he was violently ill. I called this company, but they didn't answer the phone. And when they did, they hung up on me when I questioned their products. I will never deal with this company ever again. I suggest you don't either. What a scam. Plus, a very rude man answered the phone. Don't trust this company. Now, how come this wasn't on the Amazon website? All right, so now let's click the link. Where'd that link go? For the company. Damn it.
But sometimes I wonder, do people know that the difference between a supplement and a drug? Because, like, you gave your father something and he became violently ill, and then you're talking about a scam. It's pretty much at your own risk.
Yeah. Okay, so here's the website, Biomedical biomediclabs.com. So here's the website. Okay. I mean, it's so misleading because, like, look at the wordplay, pharmaceutical grade. You see? So you think of like a pharmaceutical industry. The pharmaceutical are governed by the FDA. They use certain words. Where's the So this is the website where the product search products. I want to get that clear along.
Why these websites always look so dark?
Dark and cheap. So it says this is supposed to support free breathing, balance mucus levels, lung congestion support. Okay. Now I'm not gonna read all this stuff, but I do know it says this: Clear Lungs has been the #1 natural lung health product in the United States since at least 1998. Now that's some bold claims right there. All right, so let's get out of that. Now, you guys are gonna find this next one entertaining. Let's go right. Where are we at? Okay. So remember, the name of the company was what? The name of the company is Biomedics Labs RX, right? Well, the FDA got a letter for them. Look at this. This is the FDA, a warning letter to Biomedic Labs. They pushed the clear lungs that Devon said we should buy and trust. So again, this is just fact checking. Devon, if you're watching, don't get crazy. Just hop on the Swazi and explain this. It says, "Dear Mr. Brad Custer, this is to advise you that the Food and Drug Administration has reviewed your website at the internet address and at the other address. In July 2015, it has determined that you take orders there for these products." It named all of them. It said, "The FDA has determined that your website promotes these products for conditions that cause the products to be drugs under section whatever," right? It says the therapeutic claims on your website establish that the products are drugs because they are intended for use in the cure, mitigation, treatment, or prevention of disease. As explained further below, introduction or delivering these products for introduction into interstate commerce for such uses violates the Act. You can find the Act and FDA's regulations through links on FDA's homepage, www.fda.gov. So they got a letter written to them. So it says on the webpage titled Pulmonary Fibrosis Plus Bundle. It says, so it's quoting them. So they're like sourcing up. They're saying, this is what you guys said, and it's illegal. With over 11 years of results, we have had, look at this. Now, all these high rates, it's a scam. A 95% success rate in people using these products for this condition. So the FDA got this in quotes. It's saying this violated whatever they was charging them with. Okay, it says has been determined that you take orders there for these products, promoting these products for conditions that cause the products to be drugs under the section 201, blah, blah, blah. So it says this one. So this is illegal. You can't do this. You can't say dissolving fibrin and scar tissues in the lungs. You can't say improving breathing and reducing coughing, right? You can't say not only rids the body of excessive fibrin and scarring in the lungs, also controls the accumulation of fibrin that has the potential to accelerate scarring in the lung tissues. So this is already a dagger, right? But I'm gonna go straight to it. Clear? Okay. I have been taking CeraRx and Ceracor NX and Clear Lung for just about a year now. So they're saying these are lies. I have not had a single lung infection, whereas prior to being on this regimen, I was experiencing infections every 3 to 4 months. Using a combination of CeraRx and Clear Lungs 3 times daily, they got a number, Amber, 3 times, god damn, have kept my chronic cough under control. The first products that have really worked for me. So the FDA is saying these are lies. You can't do this. Like, you're misrepresenting your product. It can't do this. Only drugs can do this. So separatists may be particularly effective for those who have lung problems, as it clears out all of the inflammation, mucus, and dead scar tissue. God, that's a bold claim. Not some, not 85. It clears out all of the inflammation, mucus, and dead scar tissue. Okay, so Your Honor, jury, that's it. There's no need to keep going in on that. What else do I have here? What is this? Now I don't need that anymore. I don't need that. Now this is something Unc should have been doing. He had all the time in the world on that on that thing, right? I would have had one of his Corey or Shepard, somebody go ahead and argue with him while I research in the back, right? That's what I would have done. So FDA got him a letter. I think it was one more thing. So we already read enough about the lungs. I read the American lung. I'm good with everything else. I don't even need this stuff. Yeah, I don't need this. Let's see. Yeah, I don't need that. What is this? I don't need that. That website. Suspect. Live Science. Okay. This is a good source. How lungs heal. Can be reversed. Swelling, blah, blah, blah. In the days, you got quit smoking. It's not clear what happens so far. I want to make sure they don't. Yeah, so nothing, not all, yeah, so nothing in here is supporting a pill. Lung detox. Again, like I already read enough right here at the American Lung Association. I think this wrapped it up, so I don't really need anything else. What was this? Okay, yeah, I don't need that anymore. Yeah, so I don't need that anymore. Okay, so I think that's it. Let me just play that again for you, and that's pretty much it.
Go into, don't worry about it. Go ahead, Divine.
Yeah, I just want to finish. So I just want to show two things. I just want to show a product that people can get if they want to look for supplements. You can get these things naturally. And if somebody cannot get it naturally, you can get it also in a vegan capsule form, right? So for people who are vegans out there, the product here is called Clear Lungs. And you can look this up. This has been recommended by physicians as well. And the ingredients in it that it gives you, you have Dong Quai in it, you have Chinese skull cap, you have Luo Hangguo fruit that's in there, you have Chinese licorice fruit, black pepper, ginger root, habanero pepper, and the ingredients in here, if you take a look at them, all of them are designed to assist the cells in your lungs, right?
Hey,
now we know that's a lie.
I'm gonna send you to the ISUP camp. ISUPK.
Yeah, that says extra. What did that say? Extra strength?
Yeah, you ain't see that on the website. They got the extra strength.
Oh my God. Clear lung, extra strength. That means you really about to get some work done.
I just want to know how the ingredients are designed to. I thought he was listing like regular plants and fruits and shit. So they've been designed to support.
Yeah, I don't get that.
You can't, man. Get some discipline, brother.
Yeah. Now, I want to go back to some of the reviews because I want to see somebody that says 2 weeks. Okay, let me see. It works. Now look at this. I wake up every morning with congestion. I take one capsule, and within 20 minutes, my lungs are freer and my breathing is perfect. It's a lifesaver. Damn, 20 minutes. God damn. So
they just taking one capsule. They ain't taking it according to the directions. They're supposed to take 2 capsules. Oh,
they say, okay. So they must be getting paid. Now I think what's going on because when you on Craigslist, like they be hiring for anything. Like people who get in the mask and just wave something down. There's people who hold signs all day. So I wonder if they found people online and paid them. Because we always hear about online jobs, right? We got an online job. It's paying online job. I wonder if this was an online job. Let's see. I take it year round. Yeah, my man said I had no bronchitis since using this. God damn.
I guess I'm lost. If you no longer have bronchitis, if you have no bronchitis since using it, then at what point do you decide I don't need this anymore?
Right. God damn. It works. Oh, there we go. Wrong shit. It works and works fast. That's the problem. It's not supposed to work fast.
The best out there. How many have you tried?
Hey, right. They are desperate. Okay.
Somebody said good, but pricey.
Pricey? $30 to save your life? Allegedly? Damn, she said my entire family uses this when feeling a cough or come on or congestion. It helps clear your breathing. God, your whole family uses it?
I mean, to be perfectly honest, it's not a clear lung, but I use something similar. I call it fucking mucus relief. I use mucus relief when I get congested, or my son is asthmatic. When he gets congested, I'll tell him to take some mucus relief just to clear up his nasal, but it has shit to do with his lungs. I mean, that improves his breathing. Shit.
Well, I already said, like, they got things you put in your nose, when your nose is stuffy, but it's temporal. It goes away in like 10 minutes. Your nose back stuffy again. So it says, this guy gave 2 stars. He says, I really did not see any difference in my breathing, nor did my wife. Will not buy again. Maybe I expected too much from all the great reviews. I told you, look at that. He said, maybe I expected too much from all the great reviews. See, it worked.
That was back in 2014?
Let me see. Oh, if it was now, look. Notice they got the letter in 2015. Remember? So the FDA wrote them in 2015. Yep, this is 14. Okay, so all these people saying this is great.
It's amazing that I don't see anybody from outside of the U.S.
I take 1 a day, but it says take 3 times. What did it say, Amber? It says to take three times daily.
2 capsules 3 times daily.
Damn, that's 6 capsules, right? He said I take.
They ain't even using the medicine. Just imagine if they used it the way.
Right.
I ain't gonna say medicine. They ain't even using the supplement the way they're supposed to.
Right. That's the second person said 1. Okay.
I am so skeptical of taking herbs, but this works for me.
God. It says, oh, now look, he just like, okay, I got them. Now we know they're lying. I was waiting for them to say what they're using it for, because that was on the list. God damn, no complaints. Yeah, I want one person to tell me like the time frame. I ordered this on Friday and received it Sunday. Very fast delivery. So far, the product is working. Very happy. Wait, so how to get 4 stars? Service was great, and I'm sure it is a good product, but Doc says I cannot use it. Not the company's fault, though. Wait. Why are your doctor? Wait. Why would your doctor say something you can't use that you put 4 stars on?
All right.
That shit crazy. Look, 1 star. This product came to me unsealed and open. I tried to return it, but their policy is no returns. It came to me unsealed and open. It's crazy. Oh my God. All right, 1 more page and that's it. I think I did enough on this one. Damn, I was trying to get a time frame. Trying to get somebody to say it worked in a couple of days. Uh-oh. Wait, so he says garbage. I don't get that. Why are they putting 4 stars for something that doesn't work?
They're probably not doing it.
Oh.
But you know what? It's crazy because I've actually received products. Now, no, it wasn't Amazon. I'm not sure. You have to look at the time frame. You never know how Amazon was set up back then. But I have ordered products and I wasn't allowed to give like a lower rating. Like I would literally be trying to press a lower rating and it would like default to like 3 or 4 stars.
Oh, okay. So it says 1 star. It says did not work for what it reportedly says it will. My brother was DX with valley fever, and I sent this to him in hopes that whatever she says would improve his lung function as well as reduce the intense cough. He took rigorously. He took it 3 weeks. Damn. No improvement whatsoever. Should I save my money and pay his copay for the inhaler? 1 star for fast shopping. Oh, fast shipping. So it gets there fast, Amber.
Wait a minute. So instead of paying the copay for his inhaler prescribed by a doctor,
that's crazy.
She purchased some fucking pills off of.
But it gets there fast. Does not work. 1 star. Look, good product. I haven't had to use my inhaler since I started taking Clear Lungs. Oh my God. I've been taking them for several weeks now, and they really seem to have helped my breathing. And now look, I got them several weeks. Come on, bro. All right, so that's it on that. So I think I made my point there. Okay, now if we start hearing those guys talk about this in the next live video, we know where they got it from. All right. We know where they got it from. If this come on there live and I don't get credit, I'm gonna put them on blast. Because this will be timestamped. All right, so what else do we have here? I guess we could touch another claim. See, but now, if I was Barney Rubble, I would just so now I would want to talk to him again. You know, I said, okay, yeah, let's talk, let's debate, and I will only talk about this only, right, Amber? Nothing else. And I would make the debate win a loss on this thing only, just on this. No other topic. Clear lungs. Does it work? Can we trust it? And that's what they should do. They should say, all right, let's have a debate. Let's talk about clear lungs only. And what I just produced is like, yo, what you got after this? Like, I don't know what you can say. All right, so let me go here.
So you'll see what I'm involved in. It's that simple. And what's called SDL, software life cycle development and maintenance, right? So you read the white papers of the actual technology that's going to be deployed, and you follow the developers all the way to the engineers and to when the final product is released. And then there's testing that's being done for 5G. You have your
5G.
I said Ankh. I said Ankh is not provided.
Right. Well,
book as well. It's a great book that you guys can look at as well. That's going to help you in regards to that. Now, I want to show you guys this. This is what I want to show you. This book here is called Coronaviruses, right? And the purpose of this book is a collection or a gathering of various papers that is written on, I would say, the academic knowledge that we have in regards to coronaviruses and everything you need to know about them, right? So everybody should have this book right here and read all of these papers that have been contributed by experts in the field so you can understand.
Hey, Amber, remember you had an article for norovirus? Remember the norovirus, Amber? Yeah, so so from what I was reading, it's definitely a virus. You remember I had some question on that? Well, that's out. It's definitely a virus, and it's a dangerous ass virus. Like this thing causes havoc in third world countries, man, and with children 5 years and down. Yo, man, damn, and it's highly contagious. Man, crazy. Okay, so now, Amber, let's pause this. So let's go back to viruses. So we went over the video. They explained what a virus was and what it wasn't. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna go over a video. I'm gonna play just like maybe 10 seconds of the video where he gave the standards as to what is a virus, what biologists look at as to whether a virus fits the criteria to be alive or non-alive, or whatever you want to call it. So I was gonna say this. I was gonna say, so I learned from all those videos, Amber, I learned that vaccines are, we can say, almost exclusively for viruses. I learned that when you have a virus, that's it. Like there's nothing they can do for you. Like
that's actually, I was gonna ask, because it was based off the video that you played earlier.
Yeah.
And it may be a reach. I may be misinterpreting what he said, but pretty much what I got is, he was going through how they discovered it, and how they were looking at different plant life back in the 1900s. And he was saying that at first they thought it was a bacteria, and so they kind of went through their process, but they weren't able to see it. So then they like, okay, it got to be something smaller than a bacteria. So then they went through that process. And then they were saying that even though it was smaller, they were still trying to see if it was maybe a smaller bacteria.
Right.
But then he said they couldn't cultivate it in a petri dish.
Right.
So my question was, can viruses not be cultivated, period?
Well, you know what? I've been reading just that. Like, I think that might be what it is. Because after reading this book and listening to that, and then the article you had, I'm like, I came to the same conclusion. That's, same conclusion. I don't know for a fact like you, but I came to the same conclusion. Like this is something that they just don't do.
Right. So if that's the case, then nobody can manufacture a virus. Am I tripping? Or
I mean, I would come to that same understanding because you can't put it in one of those dishes. Now I don't know if all viruses, so of course I would Google, can a virus be put in a, what was that thing called? Culture? What's that thing called?
A petri dish. He was pretty much like, they was trying to get it to grow, and like how they can kind of manipulate bacteria.
Yeah.
They weren't able to do that. Now, like you said, I wasn't sure if it was maybe because it was maybe one of the first things, like it was the first virus that they really discovered, and with that particular thing, and it just kind of like the perfect storm of all these different circumstances that led to the discovery. Not necessarily that it holds true with every virus, like you're pretty much saying, but I was trying to see if you knew a definitive answer, because if they cannot be cultured in a petri, if they cannot be cultivated in a petri dish, or if they cannot be cultivated, period, then it would stand to reason that nobody can create a virus, to destroy people, because it's not something that they can really create and cultivate. It's just kind of there and exists.
All right, let's see what this says right here.
Is Melvin out here? Melvin not out here either?
I don't. Let me see. Oh, what's up, King Sosa? Yeah, it's supposed to do a little bell when people get on. I guess I don't get that anymore.
Nah, it's creeping like a burglar.
Okay. Yeah, they don't even have noise. Let me see. Usually it's better to go on Google. Sosa, did you catch the part where I was explaining the clear lung thing might be straight BS?
Yeah, I was listening the whole time. I was listening.
So Indigenous asks, why are there patents on certain viruses then? Do you all exclusively believe that patents are there just to brand a virus? Do you not think that it's also used for recordation? Like if there's a new, how would they distinguish one virus from another?
Right.
And the patent may tie to, like, you can have the patent for the virus, and which corresponds with a patent for the
yeah, I don't think you can patent anything natural. So you can't patent a bacteria or virus. And also, Indigenous, I think you guys don't understand what a patent actually is. You can patent anything that you invented. That's proprietary. So that's all. So basically, if it's a virus and you made modifications and you produce something else, you put a patent on that. You can't put a patent on the virus. And watch this. I got something for you, dude. Watch this. Biological patents. Look. I got you, my brother. I already went over this. It's a regular utility patent. That's it. It's nothing spooky about this. So when people hear this, when people say the word patent, just like population, just like birth control, like it makes it seem like it's more there than what it is. So let's read it. A biological patent is a patent on an invention. You see, an invention, that means something you did. You see, not something you discovered. In the field of biology, that by law allows the patent holder to exclude others from making, using, selling, or importing the protection invention for a limited period of time. So it's a limited period of time. This is a utility patent, dude. So a lot of us don't even know about patents or utility patent. If you watch Shark Tank, they say it all the time on there. The scope and reach of biological patents vary among jurisdictions and may include biological technology and products, genetically modified organisms. You see, you're modifying something. It's not the same thing. And genetic material. The applicability of patents to substances and processes wholly or partially natural in or origin is a subject of debate. Watch this. United States. In the United States, up until 2013, natural biological substances themselves could have been patented, apart from any associated process or usage, if they were sufficiently isolated. You see, isolated, different from their naturally. So you can't patent anything natural, dude. So y'all got to stop saying it's a patent for HIV.
I do want to say, because I think that's not really getting at the gist of it. So this one defines it as biological patent means a patent issue for an invention or discovery in biology. Right. So if you discover a new strain of a virus that never existed before, yes, that can be patented because it's something separate and complete. It doesn't mean somebody is necessarily cooking it up in the lab. Right. Just breaking down the I don't know the specific term for it, but when they break up the kind of the genetic composition of the virus and discover that this is a new thing, separate and distinct from all the other things before it, similar but still separate and distinct. Yes, a patent is created for that. It's a way of cataloging this thing.
So it says ethics. The patenting of genes is a controversial issue in terms of bioethics. Some believe it is unethical to patent genetic material because it treats life as a commodity, or that it undermines the dignity of people and animals by allowing ownership of genes. Some say that living materials occur naturally and therefore cannot be patented. So let's find out. The American Medical Association's stance is that gene patents inhibit access to genetic testing for patients and hinder research on genetic disease. While some feel that a patent on living material is unethical, others who believe that not allowing patents on biotechnological inventions would also be unethical. Supporters of this idea suggest that patents allow the public as well as policymakers to hold the owner of the patent accountable. They favor biological patents because they require disclosure of information to the public. So let's see, agreements such as the Agreement on Trade-Related Aspects of Intellectual Property Rights, TRIPS, require members of the World Trade Organization to have intellectual property protection laws in place for most biological innovation, making it unlikely that many countries will prohibit patents on genes altogether. Some who say that patenting genes only commodifies life if a patent applies to an entire human being, arguing that who patents on a single body parts do not violate human dignity. Okay, another controversy in genetic patenting is how gene samples are obtained. Prior consent is required to collect genetic samples, and collection of samples from people requires consent at the national and community levels as well as the individual level. Conflicts have resulted when consent is not obtained at all three levels. That happens sometimes. The question of benefit sharing also arises when obtaining genetic samples, so specifically the potential responsibility of the collector to share any benefits or profits of the discoveries with the population of person from whom the sample came from. So anyway, I'm not reading all this. A patent, it gives you the right to have that thing exclusively for you. And again, it's a limited time. I think it's 10 years. After that, the patent is up and people can go ahead and if they're licensed and if they're given, permission, because that's the FDA stuff. That's like Tylenol. Tylenol has a patent or something for 10 years. I worked at a pharmaceutical company, I know. And then after 10 years, it's up. They can reapply, whatever. But our company have rights to it if everything works out with the FDA, and we can manufacture that same Tylenol pill, but call it something different and sell it for a third or a quarter, whatever, a fourth. That's all that means. It's nothing spooky.
But I mean,
but he's trying to hint at the fact that because it has a patent, it must have been invented. Like somebody is in the lab cooking up this coronavirus.
That's not how it works.
First of all, I haven't seen the patent, but what sense does it make for them to create a virus in secret to destroy the population and then publish the patent? What sense does that make? What would be the point in that? For y'all to discover.
Yeah, that's why it makes it idiotic, because those people in the Middle East, they wouldn't even, if they can do that, they wouldn't crash planes into the World Trade Center. They would just create a virus and just put visas to people and send them over here.
Right.
They take out the whole nation. You know what I'm saying? That's just, if you really think about it, you would really see it's just improbable. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so scientists can even combine DNA code from different organisms to artificially create materials such as human proteins or to give crop plants new characteristics. They can also compare different versions of the same gene to see exactly where disease-causing variations occur. This is called genetic engineering. Because the DNA from all cells is essentially the same, scientists can even combine DNA from very different sources. For example, human DNA can be combined with bacterial DNA. The Human Genome Project, HGP, was a hugely ambitious task to determine the nucleotide sequence of all the DNA in a human cell. Drugs designed to best treat an individual person with minimal side effects and early detection in disease. So these are some of the things they'll put a patent on. put a patent on. You dig? But it's really just genetic engineering or biological engineering. Like they're allowed to do that, and you are too. The dude Neil Armstrong, when he matter of fact, not just him, the other space guy that went to the moon, where like he's doing classes right now. I forgot his name, but he put patents on things that he came back from, like discoveries and inventions he did from outer space. This astronaut who went out there to outer space, he came back with things and put patents on it and everything. Inventions from that. So you're right. It can be a discovery, but you discovered it, and for whatever you used it for, you know. But yeah, so a patent, bro, it's just to say it's yours. To say this is exclusive for me.
Yeah, you get credit for it. It's like,
right.
Let's say a virus hits, right? And me and your team is looking out, Amber's team, we're trying to find out what's causing this. It's a race. We break the code. It's blah, 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 boom. We patent it because we're the one that discovered it. You understand?
Yeah.
But I don't understand, like, whoever will hold the patent, right? They're taking ownership of it. So what would be the big fucking secret about it's not a conspiracy if they take an ownership for man making this goddamn virus? Like where is the conspiracy in all of that? They're literally saying if we're gonna assume that these theories are correct, they created a virus to control the population, and then they filed for a patent on said virus and took ownership of the shit. So there is no secret. There will be no big reveal. This is just what it is. We created this shit for population control, and that's what it is. So I'm just trying to figure out if that's the case, what are y'all confused about? Like
they see patent and they think like from patent is ownership, but you can put a patent on things that you don't even own. You see what I'm saying?
Mean, you can actually patent. You can patent ideas. You can patent diagrams. You can patent all types, and that's what I'm saying. Like
so you can make a shirt with a symbol on it, and I can patent that shit before you do.
Yeah, exactly. So let me apologize to Indigenous Black man. I didn't mean to be so aggressive and sound like I know it all. Indigenous, I just heard the argument before, and I already pulled it up. And usually when people say things, and I'm not saying you, but when they say like it's a patent on something, or I heard somebody earlier. I was on God Body Sean's platform earlier. Somebody said 666, that's carbon and it's melanin. And so Indigenous, sometimes I really believe people don't even know what they're actually saying. So I would ask somebody, I said, okay, dude, what is a patent? And then I asked my man, bro, you said 666. I said, what is that? He said, that's carbon. He said, that's neutrons, protons, and electrons. I said, okay, cool. I said, dude, where you get it from? He named the book. I said, cool. I said, dude, what is a proton? And he couldn't answer it. I said, what is the atomic mass of carbon? What is the atomic number of carbon? So basically, like you're saying words, but you have no idea what they are and what they mean. But it sounds cool. It sounds like we know something. I'm not saying you, my brother. I'm saying people do that. And I asked them, when they say it, I asked them, what is that? So that's how I just come. Like I come like that. I want to know if you know what you're talking about. Not you, but the person who I'm talking to.
Who the hell's God Body Sean?
No. So it wasn't him. He had me on the show talking to, like, I guess conspirators.
Oh.
But like they were extreme. Like really, they was too extreme. Like he was so extreme that I was not allowed to challenge anything he says. Like he says it. That's his opinion, and we just got to move on. I was like, damn.
I went and look at the Jordan making the depopulation thing.
Oh my! I watched some of that, bro. Oh my God! I had to cut it off because they was talking so matter of fact. I'm like,
oh man! You see Solomon was on there?
Oh my God!
Oh Lord! I was like, and you see, like they master it though. You know, it'll be like, you know, it was Rockefeller. It was his niece, and then his cousin.
Yeah,
like
they
you know what I'm saying?
They have a huge organized lie, right?
Y'all notice it's always a conspiracy to depopulate when this shit that niggas ain't got nothing to do with.
Right.
Like abortion.
Right.
Abortion. They'll say that's depopulation. Niggas ain't got nothing to do with that shit.
Right.
The virus,
saying,
that's depopulation. But when it
Right.
comes down to black men killing another black man,
Right.
is that depopulation?
Yeah.
I'm
Like,
just
yeah,
saying, bring it
that's
up.
a good point.
Look, if you bring it up, right, when like mostly black people are dying and white people ain't, then you got me.
Right.
But don't bring it up when this when
Well,
a
they
lot of
are
black
dying,
people are,
yeah.
you know what I'm saying? Like, cause I'm thinking like maybe the black person did it this time.
Right.
That's a better argument.
And I wasn't bringing that up like that's the issue in the black community. We got a lot of fucking issues, so I wasn't bringing it up for that point. I was just bringing that up to highlight how these people always had these conspiracies when the black man ain't nowhere to be around and they ain't nowhere involved, but the shit the black man is involved with, they never tie that to being like a part of the grand scheme to depopulate the black community.
Yeah, but when you said all these conspiracies and indigenous, like some real talk, like not throwing shots or not being sarcastic or, you know, being a troublemaker. Now, real talk, like how is everything a conspiracy except for black on black crime? Like we're really killing each other. Like this is a conspiracy that we can look at and say, yeah, this is actually happening.
Hey, I'm only gonna say it one time. You just say it twice, he'll pop up. Did you not hear Lynn's explanation for black on black crime in Chicago?
Nah.
Oh, I haven't heard it.
The white supremacists got like a shit they put on their face. It looks so real.
Oh yeah, I did hear that. That they was putting on fake arms and shit and fake faces and killing other black people.
Yeah,
and it wasn't really black people killing black people.
Yeah.
Get the entire
right. Okay. So what I would do is I wouldn't even entertain it. I said, okay, you got it, my brother. I said, but what about my community? I know these guys. Big, like he said, I'm gonna kill you, and he did it. Like, what about that guy?
He was white all along, but you didn't know because I'm telling you, that skin is so real, my nigga. Like,
now what I will say, because I always kind of noticed this. I just haven't gone through the data, but I noticed it like where I came up at, and you know, different hoods that I've lived in. But I've always noticed that in the black community, especially like, you know, the big man go to jail, you know, shit get tight in the streets, niggas start getting violent. But I always notice that when they increase the police presence, that crime does not go down, it actually goes up. So to me, police officers are agitators in the black community. They don't improve anything. If anything, they make things worse because the crime rates never go down. Like when they say, you know, we need to increase the police presence, those stats never go down. Crime rates never go down. They stay the same, or they actually going up. So I never understood the need for a higher police presence when they don't really have any effect.
Well, I'm going to differ on that because whatever the crime rate is now, without police officers or with a lack of police presence, it'll shoot up because I've seen guys hustle with a cop car over there and he still took the chance. So imagine if the cop car is not even there, you know, but no. And look at Newark. Like I know you guys heard about Newark on the news. Yeah, but now like Newark is high. You know, listen, Newark, first of all, like they would know if you're not from Newark. It doesn't matter what place you got because the cops ride around with their lights on all day long, right? So if you're out of towner and a cop car pull behind you, you're going to pull over. And then everybody gonna know you're not from Newark. You can just keep driving. So that's how bad Newark is. But now the cop presence in Newark, the chicken shacks, no fights, nobody's dying. It's like the hood's right there. So the presence in Newark, the cop presence in Newark is very, very good, and it makes you feel comfortable getting out and shit. Because downtown Newark is crazy. Ain't nothing happening downtown Newark, and the cop presence is huge down there. You know, there's no crime. Well, there's no violent crime like that downtown Newark. But all over the city of Newark, it's cop cars galore. And as a result, you don't hear much about Newark anymore as far as the crime.
Well, I had the displeasure of living in Houston. And it was real hood too. Haverstock Homes, they actually had, and it wasn't even like a large it wasn't like a large apartment complex. It wasn't. It was pretty regular. They had a precinct on the goddamn in the complex. And it did not, literally every other day somebody was getting shot in that small complex. It was some shit popping off. And even with the police there, they never managed to get a hold on it. Same thing in the Gardens in Chicago. They had it wasn't in the community, but it was literally right outside of it, like at the entrance. And again, they never managed to really get a handle on the crime in that area. So from my experience, it just don't do much. Now, maybe in certain areas where they just really aggressive and just locking niggas up. But I mean, even in Gary, and although the police in Gary didn't like harass people, because like I said, they were more community, they never seemed to be able to kind of stop crimes from happening or thwart the amount of murders that was going on. They always seemed to kind of just be too late, you know, after the murder has already, I mean, I always call them the cleanup crew, because they never actually avoided any crimes or stopped things during the commission of a crime. It was always kind of like, oh shit, we lost somebody else, you know, we were too late. And I'm literally, and this is literally, police station, big as hell on 5th Avenue, very busy street. It was a big case. So pretty much this guy went to jail. I ain't gonna mention his name. The guy went to jail for like fraud with his business or whatever. Huh?
Tyrone, okay, I know him.
You said you know him.
His name Tyrone.
No, oh, you said Tyrone. So dude went to jail or whatever. Big scandal behind his business or whatever. And then it comes out later on, you know, when he was looking at some real time, because there were other crimes involved, like murders and stuff. And one of the dudes that actually drove for his company, because he had a tow truck company, one of the dudes that actually drove for his company, a white guy in Portage, he was gonna, you know, testify against them. So his wife set him up to be murdered or whatever. So she had a little female friend that she, you know, messed with or whatever, and she pretty much used the female friend to hire a young dude to kill him. So they end up kind of putting the pressure on the girl who was the stylist or whatever at the time. They put the pressure on her to kind of snitch on old girl. So she snitched on her. She evaded being able to, you know, being prosecuted. But she was telling them to kind of like relocate her or keep her identity secret because she didn't feel safe. They didn't. Literally, her salon was right across the street from the police station. Literally right across the street from the police station. Broad daylight, nigga walk in there, blow her brains out in her salon with people standing right there. Wasn't wearing a mask, none of that. He's still at large to this day.
Yeah, well, I mean black folks look alike. Now, yeah, they by law, they cannot hide your identity unless you go into witness protection. That's the only way they can do it. Okay. So if you say, no, I'm good, that's it. They can't do anything for you. We even see that in the movies. Now, a guy that blows your head off without a mask, that doesn't mean that there's pure evidence that he did it, because that happens a lot. Like there needs to be some type of video surveillance, DNA, something to put him on the scene. If he has an alibi, or if people can vouch for him, or if there's no witnesses, like nobody knows, and there's like, you know, you can't lock someone up for speculation. Well, he didn't like her, and he was tied with this, so I'm pretty sure he was, you know, being monitored, followed, or whatever. You know, so
she wasn't the only one in the shop. That's the whole thing. She wasn't, but the police do so much of nothing that nobody is gonna say.
Yeah, but But Amber, black folks don't snitch. Remember the snitch rule. So if he shot her no mask, and the police came in there, I'm sure they didn't tell because remember she was shot because she told. So they're gonna be like, nah, I don't know what happened. Nah, hell no, that nigga had a mask on and everything. I ain't sure who he was. That's how that happened.
Well, she was shot because she told and she didn't relocate herself. Now, regardless, because these people didn't have like the kind of they not the mafia. They wouldn't have been able to find her anywhere she went. You know, like that's it. It just wasn't that kind of case. They didn't offer her protection when she asked, and she like, oh well, fuck it, I ain't going nowhere. So she stuck around, and it ain't like they did it right after. It was damn near a year. I think, as a matter of fact, it was coming up on the time when it was due for her to testify against old girl. So she kind of got a little comfortable, you know. She lasted that long. I guess she must have felt like, oh, they must not be after me if, you know, I'm still here. And then they I ain't gonna even say they caught her slipping. I mean, you would have to know how frequently the police are in and out, turning in and out, and how close it is for you to say it's damn near no way they could have not known who the fuck they.
So in other words, in your conspiracy theory, the cops seen it and they said, "Nah, I don't lock them up. This black on black crime shit. We gotta keep this thing going." Population control, baby.
The only reason why the girl was locked up, as far as contracting to kill, it was a white man that lived in Portage. That's the only reason why she was in jail, because they made the mistake of killing a white man and not a black one. And that's just what it is.
The police can't offer you protection, especially something like that. You're talking about a year later, they had a protector for like a whole year.
No. What I'm saying is initially for her to give them she made the mistake of kind of telling them everything. And I ain't gonna say made the mistake, because they had her hemmed up, because it was her cell phone records that was bouncing off the towers. So pretty much it was kind of fucked up, because she was the one that drove the guy out there to make the hit. The girl who actually ended up getting killed, she was the one that pretty much orchestrated everything. But her story was I contacted her, and she contacted me. I put her in contact with him, and I just took him to do it, but I'm not the person that originated this idea. So they end up getting the wife on it and not her, even though she was the one that was pretty much there during the commission of the crime. Her cell phone was pinging off the towers near the man's house. So they had enough evidence to really, and truth be told, as far as I'm concerned, they all should have been charged. But
slam dunk case, first person talk, get the deal, and they make it a slam dunk. That way, you got one person on the other one, it's a done deal. And no need, you know what I'm saying? It's over with.
I mean, but at best, they really didn't even have anything on the wife, though. All they had was the girl's testimony that the wife was involved. They didn't have any proof that the wife was involved. All they had was old girl testimony. Now, I'm not going to speculate off of whether or not the wife was involved, but they didn't have any real link between the wife and the guy. She was the link.
Yeah, but I feel you. But like I said, they can't offer that protection, because you got to figure out the time she testified versus when they're supposed to be in court. Protection for that long, I'm saying, is like it ain't worth it. You know what I'm saying?
But that's the whole thing. If they would have just gave her money to relocate, they wouldn't have had to protect her that long, because these people would not have been running her down, chasing her down. It would kind of just been like a wash. If they would have relocated her to Indianapolis, she might have been straight, or
the state police, local police can't do that. That's something the FBI be doing.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, it got to be a big enough. It got to be fair, and it got to be big enough for it to be worth it. You know what I'm saying?
All right. Yeah, it got to be a huge, large case, right?
That's why people don't normally even snitch on something on that level.
It ain't worth it, right?
Yeah,
it worth it. No, it worth it.
Yeah, unless they relocate themselves, because then they ain't gonna show up on that paperwork.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Just because they got to be able to confront the accuser. So if you ain't willing to go ahead and dip out, like either you gangster or you just crazy. If that person,
a majority of the time, they do have a lot more evidence than we do think. Right? Yeah, we don't be knowing how much evidence they give so much to the public.
Yeah, they're looking for that slam dunk. Looking for that slam dunk. And
I've been the subject of the case. I know the evidence was thin against me.
And they always
very,
figure like,
very thin. None.
But they always figure like if I get one to turn, then you gonna automatically take a plea.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like I got this person here, they gonna be like, you know what, boom. You know what I'm saying? So they always figure that's the bargaining chip. Listen, man, your friends already told us what happened. Now you can take it to trial. You're looking at 90 years, or you can take 30.
He's at 90.
You know what I'm saying? You know they go jack it up. They jack it up out the sky.
They
try
to get you.
Yeah, I give you 90.
They gonna make sure you do every bit of that if they gotta take it to trial.
Yeah, exactly. Dr. York is a prime example, right? She looking at 18, something like that, right? And then I'm getting 100, whatever it was. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, shit.
And they don't like nobody though. When you have to spend their resources, they try to say, "Hey, we got so much evidence on your ass. Take it to trial if you want to. We gonna take this shit up."
Yeah, spend all that money too.
Too much evidence on you.
Right. Yeah. Definitely. And like you said, the girl, the girl was tied into it. I think Amber said even drove the person there, whatever. Yeah, that was slam dunk right there. Like, but they didn't want her. They wanted the guy who actually did the shooting, but they needed her to tie her into the other, right, to get the guy. So they're gonna put everything on her ass. Listen, you were connected. Cause you know they got a law where if you're connected in a crime and somebody get killed, you get charged with the murder.
Well, yes, see, truth be told, what I really believe happened was because note the husband is in jail, right? So this hit occurred while he was in jail, so they can't put it on him. Now the wife is the one that's supposed to, but no, they're going through a divorce now. So now they're technically divorced, but now the witness is dead that was going to testify against him for these more egregious crimes. You know, they trying to really stack on the shit on him. So what I think it was, and not saying that the wife wasn't involved, I think they really wanted the wife because they wanted some leverage over her in order for her to test, because y'all no longer married. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that analogy.
Yeah, they play everybody. They go take the girl.
Yeah, I agree with that analogy.
Then they're gonna go get the shooter and say, listen, the girl done get you up, man.
Cause she know a lot of information, right? She may not snitch, and she should snitch, right? But they go get her if she don't snitch. They go get her.
Yeah, I mean, it's walking back. Whoever they want the most, if they want the husband, they're gonna get the girl. The girl gonna tell on the shooter. They're gonna get a shooter plea. Listen, take this 80, give us, or take this 40, tell us who put you in on it. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna run it back to the wife. You know what I'm saying? And then take it back. You know what I'm saying? They try to get everybody a little piece of something. And the first person taught you get the sweetest deal.
They play chess. They play chess. They play chess like a motherfucker. They 4 moves ahead. Yeah,
chess all day.
This is the video that somebody wants to debunk. Was it you? No, you Sosa. This is the video they want to use to debunk you about the murders in Chicago. White folks wearing black faces and black skin. So they said, unbiased, play this video. And then they cussed me out. All right, here you go.
We show you.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Person in the video, but your eyes can deceive you even about your own child.
Yeah, that's really true. And tonight we actually show you a stunning local case that will make you scratch your head a little bit and wonder if what you just saw was indeed real.
And it also illuminates what prosecutors say is a real problem. Eyewitness accounts. They say they're so unreliable and may just be the worst kind of evidence.
You say he looked like Jeezy?
In 2010, he held up
never lied.
And the survey
cracked out version.
Every newscast in Cincinnati.
It's something you would see in a Hollywood movie.
think any of us have seen anybody do anything like this.
Talks about killing cops.
This is the bank robber.
We believe to be an African-American male.
Hamilton County Prosecutor Joe Dieter says people were convinced they knew this guy.
We had it on video.
They pointed at the same guy, the same house. They were sure it was this man.
Put out a Crime Stoppers tip, and we got about 5 or 6, 7 phone calls. I know that guy. He lives on this street. He lives in this particular house. And when the detectives went to that house, they knocked on the door. His mom answered it. She said, "I know why you're here. I just saw on television my son robbing a bank."
This is that woman's son. Take a look. He looks incredibly like the guy in the surveillance video. Police took the son, whose identity we were not given, into custody. Then they got a call from another woman who said they had the wrong guy, that it was her boyfriend who robbed the bank. And this is her boyfriend, Conrad Zerdiak.
Actual perpetrator was white as could be. He had bought a theatrical mask from Beverly Hills, which cost a few $1,000s. And it's very lifelike, and he had it on, and it looks like the guy they called Crime Stoppers about.
I mean, his mom said.
His mother said it.
He did it.
He did it. It looked just like her.
Sunglasses covered Zerdiak's blue eyes. Gloves covered his hands.
That just tells you don't believe what you see all the time, because you could be dead wrong.
There you go. So they got you.
No, that is not a white supremacist with fake arms running around the neighborhood shooting niggas in Chicago. That is nothing like that. I could go for that. I could go for that story.
And I rather with Sosa on this, right? Because even if your mom, that's why you have trials, right? Your mom could be wrong in the motherfucker. That's why they have trial. They don't just say your mom had.
I know his bum ass moved out that month. Like, Mom, I'm good with you.
First of all, I ain't gonna hold you. I'm not finna be, oh yeah, I know because I just seen my son robbing a bank. What?
Right. Come on. Like, yeah, I don't believe that. I know why you're here. You're here for my boy.
Now the gag is that's the conspiracy right there. Them putting all them. Now see, I'm not gonna say that the mask don't look like old boy. Okay, it does, but they putting 20 on 10 with all the evidence that they had against him. This is them making up for not doing any real police work. So many people called in. Even his mom said it. This that they putting 20 on motherfucking 10. No, he looked like the nigga in the damn thing. Y'all like, oh, we got his ass. And y'all arrested him. That's it. Nigga probably already had a record. Y'all went through y'all little fucking mug shots of people that didn't, been arrested for, some petty ass crimes, seen somebody look like the mask, and you arrested them. You ain't get no 6 calls. First off, 6 is not a substantial amount of calls to begin with. And you talking about people that just didn't see the crime happen. Since when do you say, I haven't seen the crime committed, but a nigga that look like that live in my neighborhood? Come arrest them.
Yeah. Then they said they spent a couple of $1,000 on the mask.
Yeah.
Hey, who spent a couple of $1,000 on a mask?
Yeah.
But here's the thing. See, it makes sense if a nigga robbing a bank to invest a couple racks for, to double your money. That makes sense. But for a nigga to invest a couple racks to start just killing black people, nah.
Nah, but I said, why would the girlfriend of the guy that got away, why would she tell on the boyfriend? He already got away.
Right. Yeah, they got their guy. Like, why?
Money. Yeah, he's scot free.
Probably she was disgusted. Like, damn, nigga, you. And maybe not even so much that he robbed the bank, but that you perpetrated a fraud like you was a black man to do it. You know what I'm saying? And now you've seen all over the news that he's been arrested.
Look, you got the money.
I'm white American right now. I'm saying
you got the money, right? Your girlfriend cursed you out because you done robbed the bank. You got the money.
Right.
The nigga take the charge. You scot free. It's over with.
Yeah.
Now you know what I'm saying. You can go shopping. Oh, you good. She's like, nah, nigga, you can't get away with this shit. Hold on. Let me call. That don't make no sense to me.
Yeah.
Oh no, I mean, nah, I ain't gonna lie. If a nigga I'm fucking with do some bum ass shit like that, I don't know you. Now I might not call the authorities on you, but
you gonna do that when you mad. You gonna do that when you mad at him. It might be true or not true, right?
You might be mad with that money, but once, because you gonna get caught, and you get caught. But once somebody else get arrested, you gonna be like, nigga, who?
She found out he was cheating, and he spent the money on another bitch.
Yeah. That what happened.
He found out he was cheating, and he was blowing the bag on another motherfucker.
Yeah, that what happened. They went through their black people shit. They went through their black people shit with it.
Nigga, crazy. That shit crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, hell, it's just her boyfriend. Ain't like it's her baby daddy or her husband or nothing. Shit, it's just the nigga she fucking right now.
Yep.
I guess.
And she probably was the side chick. She probably wasn't even the main chick.
Yeah, he didn't spend the bread on her, like he blew the money doing something else.
All right. Nigga getting high and shit and doing all types of shit. Ain't bought her nothing. Ain't paid a bill.
He had this guap. You know people exaggerated, right? He probably got like 10,000. They gonna say he got 100,000.
Right. No, that don't make sense though. If you could spend thousands for a mask, what the fuck you need to rob a bank for?
Yeah, that's crazy. I don't know.
You know what I'm saying? Spend thousands. Man, I'm fucked up. You know what I'm saying? Like, I gotta take my last little few thousands and buy me a mask and try to hit a lick.
If he white supremacy, they supposed to paint it better than that, right? On the newscast. They supposed to say he came from a wealthy family and blah, blah, blah. Blah, 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 blah.
He might have stole a couple thousand that he had to buy the mask shit. He probably stole that shit too.
What'd you put it up on? What news thing? How'd you find it?
Nah, somebody at Link sent that.
Yeah, Indigenous sent that link.
No. He didn't send his link. Somebody else did.
Oh, okay.
And he won't send his link. He keeps saying he has something. I'm like, dude, send it.
Yeah, they want to say that all the crimes in Chicago is white people. Masquerade as black people.
Right.
Basically.
Yep.
Somebody said she was scared, probably.
Yeah, I guess. Man. It's already so she's scared. She gonna turn that nigga in. God damn.
Right.
That was the whole purpose. And you know that there's a person that never got out the porch, right? Because I got out the porch. And I know what black people do to black people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
How we don't love each other like we should. You know what I'm saying? And I know that.
Yeah, I know all the shit that happened in my hood when no motherfuckers dressing up in masks. Shit, riding into Gary to perpetrate as a black man. That shit just wasn't happening like that. I watched the beef escalate from Facebook to the streets to the Shit, this nigga
like police brutality there. That's the police brutality. They right there. Police brutality don't even happen in Memphis like that. So
yeah, don't trust
campus. I know we all work enemies. You know what I'm saying? And this is my own family though. This ain't even just the people of the hood.
I'm just reading the goddamn comments on under the video. It's crazy.
Yeah, they said play the video, Sosa. They getting on you.
Play what video? Play what video?
Yeah, Sosa's not like right now.
The video of the to prove you wrong.
Oh yeah, man. Nah, I wanted to see something with the what. Lynn put his whole spin on it. They got these white supremacists, and they was talking. They took the mask off and showed the police. He said they exposed their face. I said, Lynn, why would they? If they doing it, why would they show their face? They want to show that they can do it. They can get away with it.
Yeah.
Fake arms on.
He ain't say that, bro. He ain't say that weak ass shit, bro.
Hey man, why don't you play the video on, guys?
There it is. There he is.
Wait. Well, hold on.
Exactly, BC.
Wait 1 second.
She said Chicago just filled with a bunch of young, reckless shooters and gang members.
All right, now, dude, Lynn, you can't see your video. You have
what?
Hold on, you have the voice.
I told you the name of it, man. I got it in the chat right there for you. I wrote it 3 times.
Why don't you just do it? Why I gotta do your work?
African Diaspora Channel.
I ain't doing it.
Yeah. See, that's what I'm saying. You don't want to see, but you sitting here debating on something you don't even know what the hell you're talking about, man. What the hell is wrong with y'all?
They scared of the truth, man.
You got a ranch, bro. You can put a link in there, so you can go right to it.
Man, I'm just saying, every time I come on here, y'all won't put nothing on here. You don't want nobody to see it, obviously.
They scared of the truth. They work for the government, man.
You won't sit here and joke about it, put it up on the screen, and then joke about it. Because it's real, and it's happening. And there's white guys showing themselves in the mask. It ain't just this video of this guy in a mask in the damn bank. It's white guys showing that they got him. And there's, I don't have my makeup on under here so you can still see my white skin, and you can really get away with it. Get away with what, motherfucker?
Man, we just watched the video. We just watched that video, Lynn.
The fuck are they talking about getting away with?
Lynn, we just
putting on a black mask and black forearm, going out in a hoodie and pretending they black. What the hell are they getting away with?
Lynn, you talk about what we just saw?
You need to start doing some research, nigga. Pandemic right now is going. They talking about boosting and all this shit. Doing boosting and all that shit. There's 2 scientists talking about it. Y'all need to come out from up under asshole. Come up out from under the motherfucking Dagger Squad and get y'all shit right.
There you go.
Cause y'all need to update y'all shit. Y'all fucked up in the head. That's what y'all's problem is. Still stuck on fucking stupid following men around and shit, nigga. Do your own fucking research.
Yeah.
Period, poo.
What man said?
Period, poo.
Get it off your chest, brother. Get it off your chest, goddamn.
There you go, supposed to get off your chest. Get off your chest, bro.
Hey, Lynn.
Hey, no, show the video, man. I don't want to hear shit else out of your mouth, man. I don't want to hear no more fucking jokes. If you ain't gonna play it, then I just get off and leave y'all the fuck alone. But play the goddamn video then. If you want it, 60, look, like I said, the African Diaspora Channel, 66 shots, 12 dead over the weekend in Chicago. Play the goddamn video.
With the white boys and with the black man.
And you will see the white boys in the fucking mask, man. Keep on asking me a whole bunch of goddamn questions. When I tell you something, that's what I mean, nigga. Y'all always acting like y'all know better. Y'all can argue any fucking topic in the world, man. Y'all some smart motherfuckers. You better watch out for that Nobel Peace Prize coming at your ass.
Yeah.
Nobel Peace Prize.
Bunch of fucking retards. And just like with Margaret Singer, you sitting here talking about she wasn't racist. Man, you full of shit. You heard damn well when the woman said that she wanted to get some preachers to exterminate us, and she didn't want us to know that she was trying to exterminate us. She said it out of her own goddamn mouth, in her own writings. Would you like me to give you a motherfucking source?
Yes.
Hey, don't talk
source up, nigga. You source the fuck up. Why ain't you read this? Since you know so goddamn much about Margaret Singer and the Negro Project and all that, Darwinism and all that, and how all that shit connects, why ain't you did your research?
I did my research.
No, you ain't. Obviously, you ain't did enough. Obviously, you ain't did enough.
My research said it was a lot.
Yeah, you talking about them privatized companies they got overseas making all that money, fucking around.
Look, I'm looking at it, bro. Like, what are you talking? Which one? I see 6 12.
The Trilateral Commission.
When I look it up, I just tried to look it up and find it. I don't see the Diaspora channel.
I can't find it.
And by the way, Divine whipped Ump's ass. He whipped Chef Rob's ass. He whipped all them niggas on the panel's ass except for Rob on. He only came on to give, to give some advice. He whipped all them niggas' ass on that motherfucking panel. How about that? They got their ass handed to them, all of them.
Hold on, Len. Hold on.
What the? And that Sambo Caesar evolution nonsense.
I gotta meet you, Len. I agree that Divine beat up on Unc. Now I'm going to unmute you. I just want to say that. I agree. Devon beat up on Unc. I agree.
Yeah, and that Sambo Caesar evolution bullshit didn't fly for nobody today.
The religion-minded people always think that.
Are y'all gonna put the video up, man?
I just looked for the video that you were talking about. I see the story, but I don't see the source that you're talking about. So I don't.
Okay, thank you, Amber. Could you go down the video a little bit? At first, it started off telling about a young lady who was been standing out on the corner for. There's a couple of stories right before that, but then once you see a guy in a mask and forearm standing there and showing it off, that's right about where you want to start at. They also show the police in Chicago looking in the 17-year-old girl's bathroom. And them harassing the young boys, talking about they come out to kill niggers today. But yeah, it's all fun and games. It's all fun and games. They putting on life. They putting on lifelike masks. Just imagine this. You guys,
like the building that worth $350 a gram.
Yeah, man, if you could just learn to put the link in the chat, bro, we could just click to it. I don't see the video. I don't see the video you talking about.
Lord have mercy.
Hey,
it's on YouTube, man. It's on YouTube. It's on YouTube on the African Diaspora channel. Phil Scott, or anybody else know about that channel? Obviously not.
I do.
Obviously, motherfucking not, because y'all niggas ain't talking about shit. You're talking about the same shit, telling you to argue shit, same old shit, and you debating. Having mock debates when the person ain't even here to defend itself, talking about people and shit. I hear y'all talking about me, land this, land that. Man, to hell with all y'all niggas. Y'all the ones that's lost in the sauce. Y'all the ones that's lost in the motherfucking sauce.
That's right.
Y'all got answers for everything.
You think that shit gonna work?
I'm tired of these motherfucking snakes on this motherfucking plane. The plane is spelled PLAIN, nigga, on this plane. I'm tired of them motherfuckers. All of them. And y'all come up. I'm wondering.
I ain't gonna lie, the mock debate shit is hilarious.
Lynn, how you can find out all this top secret information and can't put a goddamn YouTube link in a goddamn chat?
I just posted the link in the Zoom chat.
Because it's above my limitations at this moment, you know. If I learned how to do it, somebody showed me how to do it, you know. But if not, then like I said, just remain ignorant. Look, just remain ignorant, Sleep Sheep. Stay stuck up on ass, believing the bullshit that comes out of his mouth, and you know, and when you end up in front of God, debate him, nigga. That's what you do. Debate him on this bullshit, okay? That's how I feel about it. I'm tired of trying to help people. I'm tired of trying to show people stuff. I'm tired of all this. I'm tired of all this.
Clear long shit. Debate gonna kill her. He gonna kill her because we know that Divine got a stock in it some type of way. He got some type of affiliation with it. That Clear Love. He did that too good.
Okay, Lynn.
I dare to about that motherfucker.
Hold on, Craig. So, Lynn, you saying that it's gonna show on this video that they're doing it on the Phil Advise show? Is that what you saying, bro?
Lens of listen, hold up. Don't cut me off. In the lens of the second person that they show, you're gonna see the white boy that's sitting there with his phone taping him. All right? Now, roll that beautiful beam footage.
I'm looking on my phone. I don't know if I shared them. I'm just looking. I'm watching right now.
I watched it too. I watched it.
Hey, bro. Hey, Lynn.
Like a regular. Because I'm familiar with the Phil Advise show.
Hey, Lynn, you know I can't play.
You lying. You ain't familiar with it. You lying. Put that shit on there. Show. Yeah, keep on going down to where you see the guy. That's the young lady right there. Okay.
Give us a time mark, then. Give us at least a time mark.
Well, she was damn near at it when she was scrolling down the motherfucking timeline right there, but she jumped off of it. It's probably right about where Phil's tie is. Let's put it right about where Phil's tie is at right there.
People wearing masks.
Oh, hold on, whoa, wait a minute, hold up, whoa, stop, back up. That's it. That's a mask right there. That's one of them right there too. Keep going back. And let Phil talk about it for a second. Let's hear what Phil got to say about that.
Derek mask.
That look fake as hell.
And it fits great.
Yeah, it looks okay.
I don't have any makeup on under my eyes right now, but I am wearing my contacts and have a nice shiny bald head. The other things that are really new are these. And this is a smaller version of the normal gloves from
You look like Montel Griffin.
And skin match the color of the mask to the gloves. I've had SPFX gloves before, and while they fit pretty well, they were very poorly made.
Wait, but okay, what am I watching right now?
You were watching. You can pause it for a second.
Yeah.
Please.
I did.
Just for a second. I want y'all to see the other guy too.
Now, Lynn,
but what we're watching, like I said, hold on. Like I said and just like Phil said, I'm not saying that the gangs, or let's just say like Phil said, Pookie and Ray Ray. We ain't saying Pookie and Ray Ray ain't out there beefing and shooting each other, right? But why is it that on the weekends and holidays is it that the most shootings occur like this, when the mass shootings occur like this? And this could be one.
Lynn, you changed
Here's
the
another
story,
one right
bro.
here.
You told me that the 66 shot dead was because some white supremacists dressed up in black masks and costumes, and they was running around shooting a bunch of black people.
The one dude is paramilitary. The first guy said he was paramilitary. Well, hold on, and then also you also seen the video where the mask looked like there's another mask right there, and you can see the white guy taping him in right there in his glasses. And like I said, they could easily slide these on, go out on the weekend, shoot a nigga or two, and then go on back home. That's over the weekend. Then that shit's happening every day. It ain't just happening on the weekend.
Drew your own conclusion.
It's happening every day. It's not happening on the weekend if you beefing like that.
All the killings happen by white people dressed as black.
That's correct.
What's up?
All right, hold up. Wait. Hey, Craig, I muted you, and I muted Lynn. All right. Hey, Lynn, you tricked me, bro. I thought I was going to watch a white dude dressed up like that shooting at black people on camera. That's what I thought you were saying. Dude, that shit is for movies. That's for movies. Like, they got a whole movie of a white boy. What's that in the army? What's that thing called again?
With that old shit with Robert Lowe.
He's a black guy in
Tropic Thunder.
Yeah, they got a whole damn brother. Hey, Len, that's for movies. That's for movies, man. So they ain't got to pay a nigga an extra person. Now I'm going to unmute you and Craig. I just want to. I felt tricked just now. Like you guys.
He just took that, made his own conclusion up, and then put his shit together. Like that's what they're doing. And that's why niggas is being killed. Like he just came with his own little thing.
I didn't say that was the exact.
Reverse, does that mean we can put on a white mask? Does it work in reverse?
Do they have
white mask and white hands to? I mean, if they're making black ones, I assume they're making white ones.
Yeah, the movie White Girls, they were white girls. So yes.
Well, let's not assume.
Yeah, like he just said, the movie White Girls, bro, they make it white ones.
You said let's not assume, but you're assuming that.
But if the average citizen can go by these things, if the average citizen can go by these things, and you can't see how they can be used.
Lynn energy changed up now. Like we know watch the whole video.
But you're assuming, you're making assumptions that if they can buy the mask, that they can use it.
Well, no, I was just going along with what Phil said after he played those two. After he played those two people in those masks.
Wait a minute.
And I was going along with what he was saying. What it could easily happen for them to slide them on, go out on the weekend, because like I said, if Pookie and Ray Ray's fighting and arguing and doing all this beefing that much, it's going to happen every day. It's not like just going to be on the weekend that this is going to happen.
Wait a minute.
They go. I mean, it's not like.
You just chastised the entire panel for being up Onk's ass and not doing their own research, and then you turn around and tell us that you were just going by what Phil said.
Well, I mean, who do you go by? Do you have better sources?
I go by me.
No, point me in the direction where the best sources, where you find your sources. So I you know, like I said,
none
because
of these things is my source. You ain't heard.
What I
None
take
of these
it as a
things is
source
my source.
might be
You ain't
something
heard.
different with you. You know,
ain't heard.
I'm not saying that I wasn't saying that all the white people are going out shooting people and all this, but I said that there's a video of these people in these masks, and I said that there was a boy who got in trouble wearing this mask. His girlfriend, I don't know if they said it in the video, but his girlfriend took the money in and the mask and told them that it was a white guy, or the white guy did it, her boyfriend, and they let the black guy out of jail and then put the white guy in jail.
No, Lynn,
so
you told
if
me
it's that realistic to where a mother would sit here and say, yeah, that was my son on TV. Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
That's not what you told me, Lynn. That's not what you told me, Lynn. You told me that.
Okay, so now I'm wrong.
White boy
that could never happen because they're just using it in movies, right? They're just using it in movies. So that could never happen. So I'm just a dumbass, you know, showing people things.
Yeah, there's a difference between what can
and wasting
happen and
y'all's
what
time,
you told
right?
me happened. You told me this shit happened, man.
Rare though, it did. You gotta say they're very rare though, bro. They don't happen like all the fucking time. It's very, very rare.
They finna pull up in Chicago, the south side of Chicago. You think them niggas don't know niggas in their own hood? They just finna let a nigga walk up with a goofy ass mask on, just start shooting niggas on the south side, man.
Okay.
And them niggas out there, young niggas out there banging with guns. Man, you know, I called us all type of coons and stupid ass niggas. Type of shit, Lynn.
I'm a baby, bro. I still stay in the hood, right?
Well, I mean, when somebody tells you that the woman's she said she was trying to kill you, and you sit up here and call Margaret Singer, y'all sit up here and call C.J. Walker a coon, said she invented the high code and all this other stuff, and didn't even know what you was talking about. And if I don't sit here and act like you don't know what I'm talking about, you know exactly what the hell I'm talking about. That night, y'all sit here and said C.J. Walker was a coon, and she created a hot cone, and she was trying to make the woman's hair, trying to compare her to Margaret Singer.
Who said that? Who said that, bro?
I forget who was on the panel and said it, but y'all was backing him up.
Nigga, I don't remember anybody saying that. What you talking about?
Okay. When well, you get amnesia.
Wait.
I can show you on the video that it was on.
That was on Sinetta, bro.
The one guy got all heated about Madam C.J. Walker. Oh, she was a coon. She invented a high clothes. She was straightening people's hair to trying to make her look like white women and trying to compare her to Margaret Singer. You said you're sitting here talking about Margaret Singer and you're not talking about Madam C.J. Walker. That was the argument. If you like.
Calm down, bro. Nobody.
I mean with you, bro. You talking too much. Hey, yo, Len. First of all, look what time it is. It's 2:30. I'm normally asleep right now. So if you was on here getting it in, I'm never around, dude. I'm always asleep. So there's no way in hell I was there. So stop it, bro. I'm gonna unmute you. But wait,
hold on. Like, why would we talk about Madam C.J. Walker, Lord? Like, we talk about viruses and goddamn lung therapy and shit. Like,
right, yeah. Come on, bro.
He talk about some shit he watched on Sinetta with Nepal and goddamn Dr. Mayat.
Hey, yeah, next he gonna say that he wearing his mask right here next.
Man, Lee crazy as shit. Lee crazy as hell, man.
Yeah, that's the next mask right here. This nigga, man. Hey, look. Wait,
it's crazy. Talking about calling Madam C.J. Walker cool. Like, what the hell? And that I know he wanted Sardella because that's what the girl said. You know what I'm saying? I forgot.
Who said that?
It was on Sardella. They was talking about Dr. Mayat said, I disagree with Madam C.J. Walker's story. I felt like some of it, some of it was changed a little bit, but I don't agree with the brothers out here calling her a coon and all.
Okay.
That's exactly that's verbatim. You know what I'm saying?
Look at this. Here's another mask for you. And what about this mask right here? Yeah, Chikata. What's his name? Chikaka from Black Panther.
Chikala.
Yeah. So I guess if you wear that mask too, what happens?
That Margaret Sanger mask. Shit. Talk about Bay like that.
Word.
That's the Margaret Sanger mask in Chicago.
Yeah. He hate Margaret Sanger, goddamn.
Now look, hey.
Yeah, he hate Margaret Sanger. I don't know what she did, but did birth control, right? Birth control.
Birth control and shit. Yeah.
Now look, I was on a panel today, somebody's channel, and it's always a Margaret Sanger or somebody, right? This dude said Bill Gates. He said Bill Gates. Well, he didn't vaccinate his children. He doing so and so. Why every time I look up these names, they give them props? I'm watching Bill Gates. He's doing all this philanthropy shit. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, you making me look at him like a great man now. Like, yo, give me somebody who's actually doing some bullshit, something illegal, something criminal. Stop giving me names of people who are actually doing good.
Yeah, and he got billions. That man left his company to do. And he like, I'm not even finna leave all of my money to these damn kids. Like, they finna get a certain amount, and I'm finna get the rest of this shit away.
They like, fuck you, the bastard. Y'all ain't got no hustle, but y'all still fuck y'all.
Hell yeah.
They just don't need that much money. I mean, he probably like, you don't need no goddamn $40 billion a piece.
Hell yeah. You got.
I'm gonna give you some startup money. I'm gonna give you some startup money to see how good you is.
I mean, they probably got
more
the
than
best.
startup money.
Yeah, they probably got. Yeah, they got the best. They probably got shares in Microsoft. Here's a few billion. You good? You got residual income.
Yep.
So it'll accrue again all over. Goddamn, as long as you don't get buck wild crazy shit. And it's still with that wealth. It's hard to fuck wealth up. Man.
All right, here we go. Let me play this.
Of the country where vaccines aren't happening because of those, the anti-vaxxers or whatever you want to call them, who have made significant headway in trying to convince parents they shouldn't vaccinate children. I was just looking at new data today from Orange, California, with more than a few schools showing between 40 and 60% children not vaccinated.
You could say we're a victim of success. In the countries where you have measles all the time, nobody gets confused about this.
Do you get mad about it?
I get more mad about the deaths we're not avoiding. I spend my time on the countries where you still have, in the case of measles, over 300,000 kids dying a year. In the case of diarrheal diseases, over 1 million a year. There's 6 million kids a year still dying. Why aren't we getting vaccines out in Africa for diarrhea, for respiratory disease? Why don't we yet have a vaccine for malaria? Those are the things that I push forward. I wouldn't say I get angry, but I'm really impatient that we're not moving as fast as I'd like.
So when he says diarrhea, there's many other things, but norovirus, Amber, is one of those things that cause crazy diarrhea over there, and a lot of children are dying because of it. And there's currently no vaccine or cure for norovirus. You get it, you just gonna be screwed if you're a little child.
Yeah.
Fuck around with Bill Gates, we're gonna have 15 billion people on this earth. We're gonna be too overpopulated.
Yeah, you let goddamn Lynn is fucking exploding right now.
Fuck him.
Lynn want to kill Bill Gates, bro. I'm telling you, Lynn wants to kill Bill Gates.
All right, I got one more video. This is not. Now look what Bill Gates is doing with his time. He could be doing anything else. Look what he's doing.
Vaccines are a miracle. They've saved millions of lives.
Now, so what's the big deal? He's saying they're a miracle.
But exactly how do they work? Well, they connect to the human immune system, which is itself really really phenomenal. So when a germ gets inside and attacks your body, the immune system sees unusual foreign things on the surface. And then special cells in your body called white blood cells create antibodies that connect up. Then your immune system knows to go and kill this object. The idea of the vaccine is...
I believe those, I believe, I got to fact check myself. I believe those antibodies put antigens on the pathogen, and those antigens are the markers for that alerts your whatever T cells, blood cells, whoever responds to say, go get this person. So I believe antibodies places antigens on top of the marked pathogen and say, this is it right here. I'm gonna fact check myself. What happened? Oh, okay.
To develop this immunity, we take something that looks like a foreign bug, teach the immune system the shape of this foreign object, so it's ready to attack with antibodies very, very quickly when the real bug shows up, so you can avoid lots of diseases if you've been properly vaccinated. And that's why Gavi was created. Gavi came up with the money and a plan to get vaccines out to all the kids of the world. If you go back to 1990, about 9% of all children died before the age of 5. Now, that number is about 4%. And these vaccines that Gavi got out have been critical to that. So it really is a miracle. You can read more about vaccines and the investments we've made at gatesletter.com.
There you go.
Population control.
That's crazy.
Population control is sustaining. They're sustaining the population.
They'll make it 15 billion years in 20 more years from now. So I don't like them.
Okay.
I'm just saying, I wanted to be there. I want to agree with Blackology. I wanted there to be people.
Amber, what were you saying? I didn't even hear you.
I said it's population control that assists in sustaining the population.
Correct.
That's what we're trying to tell that solar. That's what it's about. You know what I'm saying? It ain't just about eliminating the population sometimes. It's about creating an environment where the damn population can flourish. You know what I'm saying?
Like now in America, we're in a pandemic. We're on lockdown. This is population control.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So contain the shit, like vaccinations, so you can contain it and shit. So you ain't just eradicating, you know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers just ain't dying off for crazy shit. You know what I'm saying? Condoms, right. And then condoms whenever necessary for like, so if you're in a place where STDs is spreading. The only way to combat that shit is condoms.
But right. that's what I wanted to really ask Glenn, as far as the whole Planned Parenthood and his issue with Margaret Sanger. Does he have an issue with condoms and contraception, period? Or like, is abortion the only thing? Because if people weren't getting pregnant from unplanned pregnancies, there would be no need for abortion.
Lynn don't care about nothing about that shit. That Margaret Sanger is an evil bitch.
Oh yeah.
Racist. That's it. He hate that. He don't give a damn.
Hey, she didn't even know nothing about abortion either. They can't wait after she died.
Yeah, he don't care nothing about them facts you talk about, Amber. You don't give a damn about none of that old facts and research you talk about sources and shit. They don't give a damn about none of that.
So Bill Gates speaks on population growth. Well, what is this?
Let's go to a couple questions that we've actually received since we started the webcast. The first is on population growth. And the question is, one of our most pressing issues is population growth. How do you expect this to be addressed?
Well, the population growth issue at the global level is not that daunting. That is, the population percentage-wise is growing slower today than in the past. And so it will actually peak out. The problem is that the population is growing the fastest where people are less able to deal with it. So it's in the very poorest places that you're going to have a tripling in population by 2050. And so their ability to feed, educate, provide jobs, stability, protect the environment in those locations mean, they're faced with an almost impossible problem. Northern Nigeria, Yemen, Chad. And so what we need to do is take this aid generosity and this innovation and go into those places, offer the women better tools where they want to space birthing or have a smaller family size, and improve health, because it's amazingly, as children survive, parents feel like they'll have enough kids to support them in their old age, and so they choose to have less children. Niger right now, it's still 7 children per family, where
look at that shit, 7 children per family, and they poor as hell.
God damn.
The richer countries, you're often at a stable point of which is 2.1 or even less.
So richer families, I'm guessing to my black folks, 2 children.
And so
it did talk about the whole American population.
A certain number of places, and we've got to make sure that we help out with the tools now so that they don't have an impossible situation later.
Now that makes absolutely sense. That makes absolute sense.
Let me speak real quick. He basically saying that right now that the country that poor, they can peak out too, right? He basically said that we already done peaked out in America. We done peaked out already. So
Nah.
they
I don't think that's what it.
Nah,
that's not what he's saying.
No, that's not what he's saying. He's saying that, well, first of all, he's saying only in poor countries that can't really take care of themselves, that's begging for help from the richer countries, those people are having too many damn children and they can't.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Right, and they can't. So now he's saying is based off the data, right? The numbers.
There are more.
Right, in 2050, they're going to be overpopulated and be like another Ethiopia situation where they're just starving and poor. And check this out, 6 feet, right? Where they're going to be elbow to elbow. And anytime a population is elbow to elbow, you're going to have diseases like crazy. That's just a fact all across the board, all across the country.
Yeah, and I agree with that, Paul. I agree with everything you're saying right now.
On top of the fact that they're not getting any vaccines. So once the virus comes through that mug, it's finna rip through that whole thing and then slaughter off 10, 20 million people.
Hey, guess what? So Saru, Amber already knows. Did you know Ebola had a 90% kill rate?
Yeah, I saw that shit. I was like,
and look, the only reason why all of Africa ain't dead right now, because the disease didn't spread that fast. Luckily, they don't know how it didn't get out. But that's the only reason why all of Africa ain't damn near dead by now.
Yeah, Ebola was fucking crazy.
What I was saying right quick, right? I was saying that basically he was saying that we the peak, right? We ain't gonna get no further than this AIDS we have right now. The poor country could benefit from this, right? Vaccination and stuff. So they could peak. They've been peaking already. They've been gradually getting there already. That's what I'm saying. That's what he said in the beginning.
No, I thought he's saying basically, goddamn, that he's saying in general the population is going at a normal pace. It's slower than before. But in this small area,
that's what you saying with us though.
Yeah, in a small area.
He was saying that with us though.
Huh?
He was saying that with us though. The first world
If
country.
he said that, I missed
He said the
it.
poor country compete.
I'm gonna go back.
Are you saying compete or peak?
Peak. Like they can get up there to the same level as us. They ain't gonna be able to fit.
No, I think what he's saying. I thought what he was saying peak. He's mean they're reaching their peak capacity as far as the resources.
Population growth. The question is, one of our most.
I think he said that we already peaked it already, right? Like we didn't get up to the average age that you could think, right?
Well, the population.
He said that the poor country could benefit.
Not that daunting. That is, the population percentage-wise is growing slower today than in the past, and so it will actually peak out. The problem is that the population is growing the fastest where people are less able to deal with it. So it's in the very poorest places that you're going to have a tripling in population by 2050. And so their ability to feed, educate, provide jobs, stability, protect the environment in those locations mean they're faced with an almost impossible problem.
There you go.
Yeah. So what he's saying is, in the past, just in general, in the past, we've had more children than we're having today. So we'll eventually peak out. The issue is in the places where the population is still growing at an exponential rate, it's in the poorest countries, the countries that can't really support larger families. So he's saying that pretty much they need to try to find creative ways like spacing out children, using contraception, different methods to slow the rate so that they're not continuing to climb at the rate that's of projection. These are projections. But if they don't put stuff in place, then these projections will come to fruition.
Yeah, I agree. That's what he said. He said that you had an opportunity, right? Based off if you have less children than the women. He said something about women too. Like they get more educated.
Yeah. But that's the whole point. That's the whole thing. That's the whole Margaret Sanger thing.
Right.
And the reason why you don't see women, white women and black women with 5 or 6 babies,
right there.
Yeah, with 5 or 6 babies now, because you know what I'm saying, women are now, they're educating themselves, they're in the workforce. They're not just breeding out, just pumping out babies. They're involved in the goings on. And you see a country flourishes like that. You know what I'm saying? Versus a country where 7 children to a family, that's insane, bro.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's insane. You know what I'm saying? So you used to look at
we should do a show on Margaret Sanger about it.
Yeah, I am.
We should do a show on Margaret Sanger.
I used to watch, I remember watching a little Ethiopia stuff. And I used to always, even as a kid, I used to always be baffled by that. I'd be thinking like I used to look at the mom, she's like malnutrition. And I used to always be thinking like, why y'all just still making babies like that?
Yeah.
I could never wrap
Same
my
thing
mind.
With me, yeah. Same thing with me.
But what would be the alternative if they like just refrain from sex altogether? I mean, that would be the alternative because they don't have access to contraception.
What would you do, Amber? You don't have enough food to feed yourself.
Well,
you finna make a baby and then watch your baby suffer?
But that's the whole thing. I don't have a problem with refraining from sex, but it's a large part of people's lives. And when you don't have contraception, it's easier said than that's the same thing with the situation now while there are so many single parent households. Like you can make the argument, why y'all keep having babies if you don't want to support a baby or if you don't have this or you don't have that. But the reality is people take that chance in the heat of the fucking moment.
Yeah,
they take that chance.
Amber, I understand.
Do you think the third world country think about sex like how we think about it?
I think it is a normal part of life. I don't think they're as over sexualized, and I think it's.
But that's different from, okay, and I'm not totally
about
disagreeing
areas
with you,
where they don't have food, so you know they don't have no contraception. So anytime they engage in the act,
they don't usually those people that are overly sexual like American either.
I'm just saying, like, I'm not necessarily disagreeing with what you're saying. I'm just saying, like, that's different from a single, a young woman, black woman in America getting pregnant and becoming a single mother versus like you are living in dire poverty. And I know they don't have contraceptives. So that would be even more of a case to make Bill Gates look like, yeah, that's definitely the route. Because they definitely need contraceptives. Because I don't think a mother would, it's hard to believe that a mother would put her child through that.
But my thing is, if that's the case, then there shouldn't even be a population because these aren't countries that became poor overnight. You're essentially saying these populations of people should have died out a while ago. because in order for them to sustain, they have to be having sex and having babies, knowing that they can't support them. This ain't a new phenomenon. Whether you have one child, you can't support the one. There's no food, there's no resources. You damn sure can't support two. So if that's the case, then what we're saying is they really shouldn't be reproducing at all. Is really the gist of it. It don't matter how many kids they have.
I get you where you going with that. I get you.
I ain't saying reproducing at all. I just always, like I said, as a kid, it just always baffled me. You know what I'm saying? Because I was just to see that when you start a condition of the babies, and then as a mother, I just, like I said, I'm seeing just that aspect of it. Maybe I'm not, and I don't see the other probably 10, 20,000 that don't do it just for that. But on TV, all you see is that. You know what I'm saying? That's why it's always bad for me. As a child.
This is unfair though, because third world countries don't think like us, bro.
But that's what I was saying. Like, we're thinking from our perspective. This is their normal way of life. They came up barely not. You understand? This is their normal way of life.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying. I just saying as a child, it is always baffled.
Yeah, he said as a child.
Yeah, looking as a kid, I used to watch it, and it's just always like
the same. Don't forget, Amber, we're little kids looking at this, so like we always wonder, like, damn, just not having children, you know?
Yeah, because as a teenager, I even did the little $30 something a month. I even signed up for. I did it for about a few months. They sent me like a little picture of who I was supposed to sporting and all.
So you got scammed.
Yeah, because I was like,
this in the first world country mind frame, though, right? If I was in the alley somewhere that ain't been contacted,
yeah, you got scammed early, Sosa.
Huh?
You got scammed early, bro.
Yeah, because it just be like, for $1.35, you can feed an entire family. No, I'd be like, man, I could give up $1.35. You know what I'm saying? Come on.
We was in a third world country on the island somewhere, and that's all they got. And we don't know what that food supply they have. They gonna just reproduce. Like they gonna fuck and nut. It ain't no thinking in this shit. Like how we think.
Them babies, it'd be hard to look at babies.
Diseases and shit. We think about diseases and which motherfucker we want to romance and like and all this extra shit. They don't think like that.
I don't know how to think, bro. I don't know how to think.
Yeah, Amber, China has a rule for how many children they can have.
Yeah, I know. China has a lot of restrictions on their population, but again, they have a completely different culture too. Like,
but listen, remember, like about maybe 10 years ago, China was at that point.
Yeah,
that's why they made them restrictions, because they was like, shit was getting crazy, and they was like, yo, we're getting too big too fast, like, and they had to make laws for real, or shit wouldn't be, China wouldn't be what it is today.
Yeah, that was illiterate. They had a very high literate rate too.
I don't know what they literate. Too many of them.
They didn't grow to the size that they are now, not having babies.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, but I think maybe probably longer than that is when they cut. When it was like the motion have is 2. They put the limit on at like 2.
But truth be told, a lot of countries, scrutinize them for that. Like, how far is too far? You know what I'm saying? As far as government intervention.
Yeah, I mean, they're communists. You can't. That's the shit. You can't. You can get mad all you want. That's a communist country. It ain't a democracy over there.
But that's what I'm saying. See, we have an opinion on it, but for them, it's a normal way of life. For them, that's well within their government's right to. You know what I'm saying? Like, they don't have no issue with it because they already know how the cookie crumble.
Yeah, I was cool with that.
It's beneficial to them. It's beneficial to them.
Yeah, I was cool with them making that little rule. That's their country, like that. You know what I mean? That's how they roll over there.
Saru said women in Italy are barely having kids.
I really think America should.
Yeah, you be screaming, goddamn.
I actually wanted to check something that they were saying earlier. I think it was on Sanetta channel. it might have been Dr. Nepal. I know I've heard it recently over the past few days. That our birth rates are lower amongst our children. I wanted to check into that because I know when it comes to like the in vitro
African
process.
Americans? Talking about African Americans?
Yeah.
It is because black women are the most educated, so the birth rate became low.
I'm saying,
No,
is she saying
they talking about like live births, live births. The birth rate are lower, and they were saying miscarriages are higher.
Well, I mean, I think she was saying now that part I agree with. Like, you know, as far as I think she said like we're more likely to die in childbirth, something like that. Those things are true. Those things are true. You know what I'm saying? And I was just looking at something on that. You know, they were saying that you could contribute that to you know, the poor areas, not getting the type of medical care that richer areas get. You know what I'm saying? But I thought you talk about like the birth rate, like how it is in Europe. Like we're not producing enough children to sustain itself. Like in other words, you know what I'm saying? I thought that's what you meant.
Now the study be like since black women are the most educated, right? It be beneficial to them because black women are taking care of themselves at an all-time high, and they have less babies now than the 60s and the 70s. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, of course. I thought you talking about birth to life ratio. That's what I thought you were talking about. They were saying that. I want to see that.
Modern medicine killed that. That means modern medicine killed them. Steroids.
Yeah, I want to see that one. I watched some of that. I can't watch the whole thing.
Let me see. So far, we're not at the top, but we're outclassing white still. We're Hispanics and Hawaiian Pacific Islanders got us beat.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure the Hawaiian Pacific Islanders is only small goddamn sample size, because I'm sure I ain't seen a bunch of goddamn Hawaiian Pacific Islanders running, but them Hispanics, might be on it.
When you become generational over here in America, you gonna have less children. Because this believe it or not, it's very beneficial to women over here.
Yeah, too. That same dynamic. Yeah, that same dynamic is hitting the Spanish. As soon as their women are able to, you know, they're not illegal immigrants and more of them are in the workforce and going to college and getting degrees, and they're naturally their birth rate drop too.
Yeah. Yeah. That's with the Arab women, it don't matter. When you become generation over here, like your first generation might have a lot of babies. Even your second one. When you come third generation, it's over with.
Yeah, because we don't. I remember like when teenage pregnancy was like a major issue. That shit was a major conversation like every day. Like now it's kind of under control. Because I remember when I was in like middle school, there was girls pregnant in middle school back. You know what I'm saying? Back in the day. Like now that's pretty much been brought under control. So you know, black females ain't having babies as young as they used to on average. You know what I'm saying?
Is it brought under control, or has it just become so normalized that we don't even make a fuss about it anymore?
I think it's gotten better though. I think it's gotten better.
Yeah,
like you still see single mothers, but I don't think you've seen the teenage pregnancy rate like you did 20 years ago. I think
it's a little bit both though. Because I got a 16-year-old daughter that I got custody of, right? I'm a single father. And she be looking at that shit like it's crazy, right? And I'm looking at it like it's normal.
What's crazy? What's crazy? What's crazy?
I think as like young girls getting pregnant.
Yeah.
At the age, I'm like, that's normal to me. It's not happening as much.
Because you grew up, I was saying, that's what I'm saying, because you grew up in a different time frame. Back when that was normal. That was normal. In her time,
it was even normal when it was even normal about 16, 17 years ago when I was in high school. I got pregnant at 17. But what I will say is shortly now, of course, they were doing like the early trials of like the intrauterine contraception. It was still kind of in the earlier phases. It wasn't as popular. But once that came out, I think that's one of the reasons why we've seen a decline, because a lot of people, like when we was coming up, we was on pills, a lot of people that, even though the depot shot was offered, they didn't want to get the depot shot because, you gain weight and, women are self-conscious about their weight. Yeah. So a lot of people wasn't taking that route. But as they came out with, different alternatives like the intrauterine device where you can be protected for 5 years, 7 years,
Yeah, get in your arm and shit. Yeah.
right. You don't have to worry about, remembering to take it. You just automatically protected, and you can really, which I honestly feel like is maybe dangerous because people have the false idea that they can be as reckless as they want to and they don't need protection. Then you open up yourself up for those STDs and different things like that. But also another thing that I know has been a problem, because I do have a close friend that actually was on depot for years, starting in high school. Once she was ready to have a child, she had a very difficult time getting pregnant, several miscarriages. Because again, when you go without a period for years, because for some it takes away their ability to, have a cycle. When you take that away, you're throwing the body off in some kind of way. Even like I had the intrauterine device at a point, but I could like literally feel it, like and turn on and just gotta go. So it causes issues, but I mean,
Yeah, I had a girlfriend that had it. And when she got off shortly when we started dating, and we tried to have kids for 3 years.
And I agree with you, Al.
She never had kids. Never had kids now to
if
this
you
day.
take that route, it do cause when you finally want to have children, it ain't gonna work out like you want to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she never had a child again. Like
I
she never
agree with that.
had a kid. But yeah, but like that's right about that thing. Right about that time frame, right about your time, it started slowing down. They started having little programs for you if you did get pregnant in high school. Because remember back in the day when you got pregnant in high school, it was just over with. There was no way for you to go. Like that was it. Those girls dropped out.
Hey, it's a good thing too though. When the girl got pregnant young, right? Her body snapped back too. Niggas don't ever talk about that.
Yeah, but then I
like
knew
this girl.
But I knew this girl that was I knew some girls that was getting pregnant at 14, bro. I knew some girls back in the day that was getting pregnant at 14.
Yeah,
like,
the girl got pregnant in 7th grade. I think it was
man.
my 8th grade year. She was 7th grade, and the guy was grown. I was just like, oh.
That's what I'm saying. I know quite a few stories like that when I was young, bro. That shit was like you ask a 16-year-old about that now, they don't really have them type of story like that. That's a few places here and there, little anomaly, but back in the day, that shit was like, nigga, I could tell you a story every day about somebody like that. Like that shit was normal.
Yeah, that social media kind of slowed that down. Like the niggas who like 30 years old get a 7th grader. It kind of slowed it down. Social media, that's a wonder thing you need. Because you don't know when a motherfucking female gonna talk now. Or anybody. You don't know. They gonna just say some shit, and next thing you know, we gonna catch on to it. Oh, they trying to say something. We gonna question them, and they gonna open up.
Yeah, I mean, with sexual education, like people start talking about that shit, and it became a big issue. Like sexual education was a thing for a minute. Like people didn't even talk about that shit back in the day. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like you could, as a young black kid, you can go to your mom and be like, "Oh, your pop, like I need some condoms." Like that shit was taboo.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and with the family, it be uncles and shit.
Yeah, then it changed to where
be the mom boyfriend. You be like,
yeah. Then it changed to where
I got a bachelor's degree in psychology, right? When I was in school, right? I was in one class. I was the only guy there, right? And it was like 17 girls. Don't you know that all 17 been molested some type of way? It fucked me up.
But that's the thing, crazy thing. Most women have suffered some type of trauma, whether it be date rape, whether it be molestation, whether it be almost raped. Most women have suffered some type of sexual trauma, been in a situation where.
But listen though, on the real though, back then though, rape was like what we consider rape now was commonplace, like 20 years ago. Like you go get a girl drunk at the club, like that was fair game. Like that's just how it was back then. Like that shit was fair game. Like you go out, she drunk.
That ain't rape.
Yeah, that wasn't rape back then. I mean, it's crazy to think like that. But
no, and a lot of women don't, they be mad at me because it's certain instances where I don't really agree that it's rape. I mean, yeah, you can say, well, they're not supposed to take advantage of you, they're not supposed to do this. And that is wonderful in like a hypothetical world where you can get as sloppy drunk as you want to, and the people around you are just going to protect you and they should do the right thing. That's just like saying pedestrians by law legally have the right of way, right? But you're not going to walk across a busy highway and say, hey, I'm a pedestrian, I have the right of way. Like, you're going to take measures to protect yourself and use a little common sense, so for me, I'm not gonna get sloppy drunk and expect for the people around me to protect me, because there's a lead up. You understand what I'm saying? Like, you take one drink, you buzz. You take two drinks, you buzz. You take three, I'm tipsy. I'm getting there, so it's your choice whether you can.
That person knew what it was about too.
Yeah, it's different.
They were gonna get drunk, and I wasn't.
Yeah, and my thing is, it's a difference between completely passed out, where I'm not even awake to consent, and it's a difference between we're both, and that's another thing that I don't like, because guys can both be drunk and intoxicated, but only one of them has the excuse that I was inebriated and I didn't know. You know what I'm saying? That's that problem for me, because women are now using it as the morning after regret. Like, oh damn, I cheated on my boyfriend, I fucked this nigga, you know what I'm saying? I was raped. Oh man, this nigga gonna think I'm a hoe, or he went back and told people that he smashed, I was raped, versus.
Are you black out? Are you black out? Because I know been in a situation where you drink, you black out, and then you wake up, you got to be like, did we have sex? You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So
but my thing is, if a woman can use "I don't remember," like how can you hold a guy accountable if they black? Like if they were both drunk, then this is just really a fucked up situation. I feel like you took advantage of me too. Shit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like that, I agree with that. I'm saying, because I know a lot of women probably did that, blacked out, don't remember consenting or even having sex. They wake up like, hold on, we had sex. Like, what the fuck? You raped me. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I had sex with girls I didn't know I had sex with, bro.
Yeah, that shit happened.
Yeah.
I've done it a bunch of times.
I
got drunk with my girlfriend. Wake up like, hey, we had sex with that. Like, yeah. Oh shit.
But the crazy thing is, I've known of guys who said that, like, because I know guys that are heavy drinkers. Yeah. I've known the guys that just have homegirls that they kick it with, drink with, with a group of people, that they're like, man, I know this bitch like got me drunk and like fuck me, like knowing damn well I wouldn't have fucked her like if I was sober, but like dead ass.
Caught a couple of just how it is.
Yeah. So, but then of course the argument is like, but if I go out and say that she raped me, I look goofy as hell. Like, what you talking about? She raped you? You know what I'm saying? But my thing is like, I'm more. Some of them things I'll be like, nah, bitch, this ain't rape.
You more liberal toward the information.
Yeah, it changed. I mean, it changed a lot. Like it's always like that. They just make it's going one way, they make a very big overcorrection. But back in the day, like it's damn near embarrassing though to think about how it was, say 20 years ago. That shit was like crazy, like this, but it was so normal. It was just normal, bro.
And Amber, check this out, Amber. When I was in the room with the 17 girls, right, and I was the only dude, the girls that got looked at crazy in a molestation way, they was more fucked up than the girls that actually got physically raped too. And I'm like, God, that was kind of
Wait,
crazy
so
to
what?
me, right?
So what do you mean?
Yeah, I was confused by that.
Like the girls that got, about the mama boyfriend, everybody looked at them in a sexual way or said some sexual things to them, but they never penetrated or actually came on to them per se.
Mm-hmm.
They were more messed up than the girls that actually got penetrated, right? By uncle, boyfriend, whatever, right? And I was like, that was kind of strange to me. Like,
yeah, that sounds weird.
Well, see, 9 out of 10, it's something else that they're not sharing. So typically, when people are molested at an early age, see, they may have been molested as well. They just not comfortable sharing that. You know what I'm saying? Because most people that molest you are somebody that's close to you. So in order for me to expose this, I'm exposing, some other shit. It's different than somebody looking at me or maybe, huh?
Yeah,
Hello?
the family structure. I agree with you. I'm just
Right.
saying, I agree
It's
with you.
different than
Like,
somebody
yeah,
looking
they
at
want
me
to
or
share
maybe
something.
rubbing my leg versus a guy that I may have dated or that I may have been alone with that raped me. I could tell on him. You know what I'm saying? I could share that story, but that other story, and then once people are typically molested and they like, I was I can't even remember who I was talking to in the chat, but they was like, oh, they call rape victims or people that have been molested whores. And I was like, well, I don't know if they said that, but they do tend to be more promiscuous. They either extremely promiscuous or they go to the opposite end of the spectrum where they're extremely guarded. They kind of cringe at male interaction, or really it kind of depends on who the attacker was, because it's not, the assumption doesn't have to be that it was a male. They could be molested by someone female as well, and you'll see it play out in their relationships with women.
Dr. Umar calls it thoughtish personality disorder.
Yeah, it was Dr. Umar that they were saying, but
yeah,
but that's a fact. People that are typically raped, and I'm talking like forcefully raped or molested, they feel like they don't have any power anymore, and they're gonna take it anyway. So I might as well give it to them. It's kind of like
I think you may see that with maybe, I guess it's still rape, but I would be thinking like child molestation, child molestation rape, but not like adult rape.
No, adult rape, no. Normally that's when it happens like in your early formative years.
Before
you have before you have a sexual identity really on, or you know anything about your sexuality. When this is like one of your first experiences, then it shapes the rest of your, experiences moving forward.
Yeah, because everything was based on sex.
Now, typically, if you're older and you have that type of experience, you kind of you don't even want to engage in sex.
Yeah,
even
you
like
totally drawn. Yeah.
Traumatized.
But that was always a big taboo though. That was a big taboo. Big taboo in the Black community though. That was like big. Like that shit
It still is.
That's like the elephant in the room. But when I studied like slavery, that shit started like on the plantation to like those say the house Negro who had sway with the master would have control when the master's gone, and they would use their power to have sex with the Black female slave, because they say, well, if you don't do what I want you to do, then I'm gonna tell master. You see what I'm saying? And you get
right. But this is the crazy thing that really kind of blows me, because that is one kind of area of history that I kind of have gotten into, slavery. And what always bothers me is this house Negro versus this field Negro ridiculous argument, and then people don't people downplay. They always act as if the master was the most, brutal and trifling person during that time period, when it was really the white woman, the mistress. They were the ones that were literally abusing the house slaves, the females, because the master wanted the ones in the house that were beautiful. He wanted them close to him because he was raping them on a regular. So, and the wives were getting jealous, abusing them. When they would get pregnant, they expelling the babies from their wombs, by beating them and all these different things, literally stealing their own things so that they could blame them for it and have a reason to beat them because they're just so jealous of them. So it just really always boggles my mind that people still believe in this whole like y'all just really don't understand. Most field slaves, they were beat when they were
we get
extremely
the white woman
rebellious.
too much passes. We get that white woman too much passes. She the one who will fuck a black dude, a mandingo, then turn around and say she got raped. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, and that was the crazy thing. How about the white woman was raping women and men? You know what I'm saying? Like, again, for the most part, the master wasn't even on the plantation. They are out and about, moving around, politicking, doing their business. They were gone for weeks at a time. They wasn't even on the plantation most of the time. It was the overseer, and a lot of the times, the overseer was there, but they wasn't even the one that was like really kind of handling the business. But people think like field slaves had it like so bad, and not that they didn't have it bad, but why would I beat my producers? Like, they wasn't getting beat every day in fields. Who would be producing and who would be picking this shit if everybody crippled and fucked up from getting beat?
They didn't beat.
Amber, that'll be a good show too, Amber. Amber, that'll be a good show. Us talking about this right here, right? Like a solo thing. This will be a good show.
Yeah, they was raping the women. They wouldn't beat them like that. They wouldn't even hang. Like even for studying like that, even the hanging and then lynching, that comes after slavery.
Right.
Yeah, they're not hanging them like that. And even when you look at the runaways, most of those runaways are mulattoes.
Mm-hmm.
Abused, and they have the better opportunity to get away because they're not chained and they got the freedom to move about. And a lot of times, the people that are trying to get away is them house, the females that live in the house trying to run away and get the hell away from them.
Yeah. Because they would get the first hand. Right? They were hearing all the politicking. They was sneaking in here and shit. Oh, he playing to do this. Oh, fuck it.
Yeah, and they mixing.
I mean, and the mistress, like, literally, it's stories. Because I had a whole book of like different narratives from slaves and the mistress perspective. It's called Out of the House of Bondage. But they would so let's say master then screwed the house slave, got her pregnant. They literally, against the master's wishes, when he out of town, they selling the baby off. You know what I'm saying? And this is something they had to repeatedly go through. Their kids being targeted to be sold off because she don't want to look at her husband's love child. Which ain't even made in love, but you understand what I'm saying though.
Here's trying to play it like they didn't know, right? The white man didn't know that he was fucking the black slaves. But I think that the white woman knew.
Yeah, she knew. All in their slave narratives, they admit that they know. They talk about it today in letters to their homegirls.
And you got to understand that women didn't have the kind of sway and power to even.
Right, that was the only place they had power, was in the household when he was gone.
It's like, look, I'm sleeping with her, move her. She knows she's sleeping with him, move her in, and she still knows. You know what I'm saying? Like, the man didn't really
right
care.
In the bedroom next door. What you gonna say? And who you gonna tell? Because all your homegirls, they husbands doing the same thing.
Yeah, and you're not finna leave. That's your security blanket. You ain't finna leave him and then go do what? They didn't really have the freedom. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, shit, they couldn't say too much about that shit. But yeah, slavery is a very weird dynamic. Very weird dynamic.
And we don't give, we play it very blanket. We don't study is psychology wise when it comes to our people?
Shit, I do. That's the science I study the most. Like, I'm just getting to this virus, messing around with unbiased. But you know, I do like I'm not gonna lie eventually, but I do like I like neuroscience to study the brain and social behaviors, why people act the way they do. Like that's my type of shit.
Yeah. Because you gotta understand, a lot of it been passed down, and we had a generation too. Like we was the most skillful, but we was the most like didn't know how to operate without the slave master too.
Yeah, I remember like you think about it, cause I remember when getting young, you getting the whippings, right? And then you always got the story right of the grandma, right? And the grandma, she would go get the whip, she would go get the branch and peel the leaves off and make a switch. You know, all that is that epigenetic, that trauma, that, and he used to make a little, and it give you whelps just like a whip. Now, all that was that passed down trauma because they was taught like that's how you discipline them.
But not even that though, because I mean the deeper thing is white people when you literally say in the streets, you better get that nigger in check for I do. If they deemed a Negro child to be sassy towards them or disrespectful. So it became a line of defense for them to whip their own children into submission. You have to respect these white people. You have to. Your life depends on it. I'd rather I whip your ass than you say the wrong thing to one of them and you be strung up on the tree. So it served a purpose, but over time it just stayed in our culture as a form of discipline because again, we're still and that's the same thing. Like
it served a purpose, but they did not know they did not know any other way. That's how they always seen it done. You know what I'm saying?
We say that right now, like nigga, I would you can have sex in my house. I'd rather you have sex in my house, or I'd rather you get high in my house than go out here and get high in the streets. We say the same thing today.
Yeah, but listen now, but say, what about now though?
But that's the whole thing. The same excuse is used now. I'd rather beat your ass so you get out there and the police or the jail don't have to. People say
come on now, Amber, but that's a whole different extreme versus what they was going through.
I'm not saying it's right. I'm saying that's the excuse. the same excuse is still used now. I'm gonna discipline you in here.
There's some niggas.
We don't become like we don't share discipline with our kids.
Listen,
like discipline is something you should share with your kids, not
some of it is just nigga, that's how my daddy did it to me, and that's how I'm doing it to you. That's how you know what I'm saying? They don't make the next step of adjustment to evolving. You know what I'm saying? Because I still have people like that where I have to tell like, I know girls who done got arrested for doing the same shit. I'm like, look, man, it's 2020. Like, you can't do that shit no more. You know what I'm saying? Like, I gotta have sit down talk. Like, nigga, you can't do that shit no more, nigga. Like, you're gonna go to jail. You know what I'm saying? Like,
but I mean, now I would venture to say that the reason why people need to get away from it, especially when you're not seeing a result from it. So, like, I'm not gonna say I'm against whoopings because I whoop my children, but my youngest son is 9, going on 10 years old. My oldest is 16. I can't remember the last time I've had to whoop my 16-year-old, or for that matter, my 9-year-old. Like, to me, if
you do it right though, you do it when they're young.
I got a 16
exactly. You do it when they're young, and you do it with a purpose. Like I never just whoop my kids out of just being mad and frustrated to where they couldn't get the message I was trying to portray. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I can't just whoop your ass and don't really give you no explanation because I said so, because you did this, and that's the thing. Like, if you find yourself consistently having to keep disciplining your kids for the wrong thing, it's something wrong with your discipline. It's not working. You have to adjust.
And if you're whipping or you're punishing you're punishing a 3-year-old, the type of beating you have to give a 3-year-old ain't the same type of beating you have to give a 10-year-old. You see what I'm saying? Because now
and that's the thing. I wouldn't even put beating and 3-year-old in the same sentence.
I'm just saying, like, what I'm saying, what I mean, I'm talking about discipline. Because all you gotta do is pop them on the butt. Pop on the butt a couple times.
I understand what you mean, but I'm just for the extremists out there.
Yeah, because I remember like when my grandma started beating me, I was like about 12. You know what I'm saying? When she started beating me. You know what I'm saying? Because she got to when she hit me with a belt, and I was just like, I'm just gonna take this shit. I'm not finna cry. You know what I'm saying? And she was doing it for a while to where she realized like, you know what, this shit's crazy. Like I ain't finna do this shit no more. You know what I'm saying? Because she saw like it wasn't a matter like I got the point, but it wasn't a matter like, you know what, now she felt bad because it's like, you know what, it ain't, I could do it better now. I think you understand enough for me to communicate with you. You know what I'm saying? Right. And I got further with my children by I can give my daughter a look and we good. I ain't gotta put no hands on her. I gotta do is stop talking. Hey, hold on.
Your kids develop finesse skills, nigga. Your
You know what
kids
I'm saying?
develop finesse skills. They learn how to finesse you.
One thing I will say too is parents also diminish the purpose of a whooping by whooping over things that, like, I was talking about it earlier in the chat with Napa and Dr. Ma'at. When they were talking about misogyny and I'm not even talking about misogyny, just kind of how society disadvantages genders from an early role. So you can have literally a 1-year-old baby boy, maybe he closer to 2, but if he cries too long, he's gonna get popped for acting like a little girl, even though he's just a 1-year-old baby that is doing what babies do. I've seen babies disciplined because they're a male baby and they're crying versus being a female baby and crying, because crying is feminine. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So now
these girls will whoop these mamas will whoop them goddamn girls like they boys too.
They will, but I will say for women early on, especially Black women, for some reason they have kind of this competition with their little girl. And I don't know if you noticed, but they'll she bad, or she's smart, or she's sassy, or she, like they really project the behaviors that they want them to be. You know what I'm saying? Because they want to see themselves and their kids, and they'll even though they're not being bad, they're not being sassy, they're not being jazzy, they're being your normal. And that's what I'm saying. People assign behaviors to normal. This is normal behavior for this age. It ain't that they bad. It ain't that they sassy. It ain't that they're discovering. They're learning. But when it's a girl, you'll say she bad, she jazzy, she this, she that. But then you'll see the transition as she gets older, especially if she have older brothers. You'll see the transition where the little girl is allowed to get away with a lot of shit, hitting them with shit, cussing them out. And don't hit her, she a girl. That's a girl. Don't hit her. You know what I'm saying? So you starting to train her up early that she can be disrespectful towards men with no consequence. And again, you're breeding resentment in the boy. Women, they can't do no wrong. You know what I'm saying? You're breeding that resentment versus the guy. In other ways, you have these different situations where, younger boys, they're not expected to know how to do certain things for themselves.
But don't you think that's a balance, though? Don't you think that's a balance, though, Amber? Because I know girls that got all boys, right? And they be telling they boys, don't take shit off these bitches. These bitches fast. Don't do nothing. They go break your heart. They go to the street the other way, too, though.
Well, I'm not going to even say that. I'm not going to say that I'm not going to say that. Let me clarify. So,
I like how you put that one.
Yeah. There are some, because I'm going to just give a quick scenario. I was over with one of my boys, one of my brother's female friend's house, and she had a son around the same age as my son, 13. He was 13 at the time. And she was like, yeah, for his birthday, I'm gonna get a stripper and this, that, and the third. I said, a stripper? She was like, yeah, girl, I'm gonna get him a stripper. I might pay for him to get some little ass too. So I'm tripping. I was like, wait, you say you're gonna pay for him to get some ass? She was like, yeah, I don't want my son being gay. And I was like, wait a minute, what are we? He 13. That's right around the time where he need to be getting him some. So I'm tripping like, huh?
I've seen that also.
Yeah, I'm tripping like I can't believe this shit because whole time my son is a virgin, and I'm proud that he's a virgin. But she's training him up to disregard females and just look out to get some ass in an attempt to prove that he's masculine, you know, to prove that he ain't gay. But this is the behavior. But then she's the same one that'll cry about a nigga being doggish. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I just couldn't understand the whole time. My son is a virgin, and I'm proud that he a virgin, and I wish a bitch would. Like, whole time in my mind, I'm thinking, girl, you better not never say my son handsome or nothing, because what you finna catch these hands, bitch? Fuck is you talking about?
Yeah,
You a whole pedophile out here.
That's the problem I have with females right there. When you just see they want their man to be perfect, but they sons, they let them do all this flow ass shit. And you my son, just because you my son, I gave birth to you, you can do all this shit.
Oh no, baby, I don't play those kind of games.
That was the majority of women to do, though.
Yeah, but yeah, absolutely. They're raising the men that they hate so much, and to me, that's crazy shit. See, like me, how I feel is, I'm not gonna date a man that I wouldn't want my son to be the exact copy of. And not necessarily in the sense of he got to do everything that he do, but in character. If I wouldn't want my son to model his character after you, I can't fuck with you. You're not to be around my kid.
Yeah.
Because you're gonna be the example. So at the end of the day, like, and my son, his dad, he's a little, you know, whorish, you know, or he was back in his day, had a lot of kids. So my son has always been turned off by the whole having a whole lot of women, because he got a whole lot of siblings, and it's a whole lot of mamas. So even though he's the oldest, I've always been the cool baby mama, because once, you know, I had my child, I was done with the situation. So whoever came behind me, I didn't care. We could be cool. Our kids could be cool. I don't got no smoke. You know, it's good. You respect me, I respect you. So he's always been turned off by that. It's literally been birthday parties of his siblings where he meeting a whole nother sibling that he ain't even know he had. So he's always been kind of thrown off by that reckless shit. You know what I'm saying? And then for him being raised in my household and never seeing me having different men in and out, he's more reserved in his views on relationships and the purpose of them. So
yeah, you remind me of my sister. My sister went to the exact same story that you did. That's why I always was like, went to the exact same story, like that exact one. She got they closer to age, a son and older son and a sister, right? You know what I'm saying? So they close to the same age. That's why I like, yeah, I kind of understand where you come from. I know you been real authoritative. And
he got a brother 6 weeks younger than him. Then he got one that's like 6 months younger than him. Then he got one. Then he got two sisters that's like a month apart. So it's like Jaden is in like June, then Sean is in like July, and then Mariah is in like August. But total is 13 of them in total. And his dad has been in jail since 2012.
Yeah, the same story. And I said, my sister is one of the people I can say they raised the boy to be a man, right? I can say that, like, it's very rare, though. That's very rare. Don't get me wrong. Because she put him around other men, though. She cheated. She go with it. She put him around other men in the family, though.
You know, parenting.
Other men keep him in, you know, like my son has always been in sports, you know what I'm saying? So he always has had coaches that's been heavily involved. He's always had, you know, other men, because I got a lot of men. The majority of my family is married. And so that's when people be talking about the Black household is fucked up. That ain't my reality, because the majority of my family are married couples, and young and old. I'm one of the few younger generation children that, you know, younger generation family members that aren't married. You know, I'm one of the few. Most of my family is married. So it's a lot of men in our family. So I don't be seeing that narrative. And that's why I be telling people, like, well, you just got to really kind of expand your horizons and be around a different group of people, because
if you're not seeing positive Black family examples, then maybe you just not in the right circle. Maybe you need to kind of branch out and see some different things, because that's pretty much all I'm used to.
Yep, in the Black men in my family that's no longer married, right? I'm one of the ones that never got married. The ones that not got married, they was the fuck ups. Yeah, they was the fuck ups. So I'm not used to that neither like that. You know what I'm saying?
I'm just saying, like, there's no like parenting, just from a psychological aspect of it, it's like it's not really talked about prior to. So, because I'll come into, like, I grew up around kids from being, because I was raised with my grandma, and my grandma was a babysitter for everybody else. So you know what I mean. So I had the experience of growing up around kids, and then coming with other people who become parents young, and they don't have that experience. And there's things to me that are simple, to them are frustrating, because they don't know how to handle it. And you know what I mean? So I think that type of education needs to be taught. Like, because I got this friend where they got two daughters, two girls, and they don't understand the repercussions of having one that was firstborn that you kind of favor, and the other one acting up a little bit, and you constantly keep talking about, man, she bad, you hear? Oh man, this one here bad. I got to tell them, like, yo, don't do that. Like, because eventually she's going to live up to what you're telling her she is.
Yep.
Like, you're telling her she's bad. So she's going to start believing that, and then she's going to actually become, you know what I'm saying? But they're not having that experience or understand that they don't even understand that part of it. You know what I'm saying? So it took me talking to them for them to really get that. You know what I mean?
Now people did on the crazy. Would they say people crazy? They were trying to get their kids on drugs. And they would say they were crazy to the point that the kids thought they were crazy, and they end up on drugs.
But see, the reality is people are not even taking the time to instill anything in their kids. They're literally limiting it to feeding them, clothing them, dropping them off at school, but there's no real dialogue going on. There's no real education going on. There's no real engagement going on between parent and child. Now, see, I consider myself lucky because I feel like your experiences shape you. So because I didn't have my mother growing up. She was strung out on drugs. So I was raised by my aunt, then shipped to this foster care home. Then, eventually I got back with my mom. But by that time I was already who I was going to be. She wasn't there in my formative years. So for me, it was always a thought. Nobody ever told me don't condone abortion. Nobody ever told me abortion is wrong. It was just in me from when I was young that if I ever have a baby, I'm gonna be this kind of mom. I'm gonna be this kind of mom. I'm gonna be this kind of mom. And then once I discovered that people actually got pregnant and didn't have their kids, they aborted them. That was like crazy to me. Like, oh wow, so these are just different things. So in my mind, when I had kids, I'm gonna be a mom, and I'm gonna give them what I didn't have. So that's always been my thing. What did I want when I was a kid that I didn't have? So that's always been my kind of parenting plan, to be to my kids what I wanted as a kid but didn't have.
Yeah, but see, everybody's not like. See, you're doing it off of, I didn't have this, so I'm gonna shape myself to be the opposite of what I didn't get, right? Versus somebody who may have had it mildly, and that's not their driving factor. You see what I'm saying?
Women think that
I understand what you're saying, but
old school women thought that though. Like I would be this type of mom. Most of the dads, we were just fucking, and we sorted out Royal Oaks, have babies, but we ain't have none of that type of narration on how to be certain type of fathers. You know what I'm saying?
No. And I completely that's one thing that I don't really agree with. So again, like I said, we don't really get into the discussions about the female psychology and different. We never really get a chance. We so stuck on this religious debate. So I don't really. I ain't gonna even say really. I don't buy into the narrative that oh, you a father, be a father, you know, this your baby, you laid down and had this baby, be a father, but whole time I'm gonna hold your child at ransom away from you until you pay this money.
Right. I love
I'm not with that. So for me, I've always felt like we have kind of like a head start as the mothers because we are incubating this child for 9 months. We are developing a bond, and you will have those instances where women will carry a child and still not have a bond with it. So you have to think naturally that men aren't going to have an automatic attachment just because this is like if the child was kidnapped and they never got a chance to see that child, they would not be able to walk past that child on the street and say, oh, this is my child, I can feel it, there's this magical bond. No, that is developed, that is established over time. So don't get me wrong, when I got pregnant, oh, my baby daddy did the fool, even though we had been dealing with each other for a while, but he did the fool. It ain't my baby, it ain't this, it ain't that. I wasn't making no waves. I'm not finna cuss you out. I'm not finna do all that shit. I'm not the ride down stalker. I don't do that shit. I keep it fucking moving. What I did do was when this baby born, we're gonna take that DNA test and whatever we can fit. If you want to do something on your own, do that. If not, then we can get the state involved and you can pay your child support and that'll be that. He paid his child support, but he wanted to have a relationship. But I never made that hard for him. Even when he wasn't making his payments, I never brought it up. Because guess what? I did my due diligence. I went to court. I established this. So my child knows if he ever come up short in life, it ain't because mama didn't try to get what was due to you. I'm not going to hound you down about it. I'm not going to bring it up. I'm not going to remind you when your child support payment due. I don't have time for all of that. Because at the end of the day, when I made the decision to have this baby, I made the decision to have it despite who was going to help out, whether it be my mama, my sister, my baby daddy, whoever. I made the choice that I'm going to be responsible for this human being. Now, you should be responsible, but I'm not going to try to force you to be responsible. I'm not doing that. So that allowed him to grow into wanting to be a father. It allowed him to grow into, you know what? I'm paying this child support and the baby over here seeing my mama every weekend. Let me go ahead and put in some effort. He did that on his own. I didn't have to pressure him to do that. He did it on his own.
I got some damn I keep saying when I settle down, I'm gonna do some damn live because there's a bunch of stuff I want to talk about. It's kind of outside where everybody else do, but because I got like 7 PowerPoints done and shit on some on some different things and shit like that. But
we need it though.
There's a lot of dynamics.
Talking about we need
there's a lot of dynamics, man, when it goes in the children and psychology, man, and just human behavior in general. You know what I'm saying? I think like people don't hear it enough. Like I come across a lot of people who with children and they don't really understand the psychological it's like the psychological responsibility it takes into being a parent. And not because they're bad people, they just get caught up into like you said, they're not bad parents.
The reality is they're underdeveloped.
They put clothes on them.
They're underdeveloped themselves. That's the problem.
I'm saying, like, you know what I mean? Like they put clothes, like they treat them good, put clothes on them, taking them to school, feed them. But there's not, they don't build the bond. Like they don't hug them and love them, and you know what I'm saying? They're not. Hey, listen, look, when you go out there with these girls, they're not giving them jewels,
right?
Life jewels. Hey, look, son, I understand you're trying to be out there, but listen, look, don't be no follower, be a leader.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
And I want to,
Go ahead.
And I wanted to circle back around because I never got to what I actually tell my son, the current one, the oldest one who it really applies to. So for him, he's never been like girl crazy. He's never been that way anyway. Like I said, he was thrown off by his dad, you know, kind of his misogyny. He's never really been into that. So
maybe he became anti, like
you should have nigga treated my mama right, nigga. My mama the truth.
You have a bunch of
my
babies.
mama the
I'm
truth,
not gonna
nigga. Fuck you. Yeah,
right.
He's like, fuck you, nigga. My mama the truth, nigga.
So over time, you know, as he did start to, because actually when he started kind of really trying to have a girlfriend, I was locked up. I was in jail. So he on one of our calls, he asked me, he like, would you be upset if I had a girlfriend? I was like, well, no, tell me a little bit about her. So he was telling me about her. I said, well, what kind of grades she made? So he was telling me, I said, well, this, that, and the third. So I was like, well, it sounds like, she got a decent head on her shoulders. I approve, if you know what my standard is for you. Don't get nobody that can't match you. You know what I'm saying? Don't fuck with no riffraff. So he's like, okay, he dated.
No guy bagger.
He said, huh? So it was another girl that ended up being interested. And when he was afraid to tell me about it. So when he finally showed me a picture, now this is a different girl. I'm out now. He finally showed me a picture. I'm like, boy. So he like, Ma, she Puerto Rican. I'm like, boy, she white. And he was like, she Puerto Rican, Ma. I said, boy, that girl is white. I said, but hey, that's your choice. I ain't gonna tell you. He was like, oh, you think so? So I was going through his phone and I seen some messages. The girl was off the chain, okay? Off the chain. And whole time he curving her like, hey, you ain't gotta say stuff like that. You ain't got I like you for you. You don't gotta do. She offering to suck a dick. She going ham. You know what I'm saying? So when I seen the messages, I seen them and I was talking to him. I said, listen, I was like, you a teenage boy. I ain't gonna tell you, what you can't do and first of all, you already know you should be using protection. And he like, Ma, I know. I was like, I understand all that. He's like, I ain't did nothing. I said, I'm not saying you have. I'm just giving you the, letting you know whenever you decide, come let me know and I can make sure you got what you need. And he like, all right. I said, but I also want to let you know that have you heard about the little boy who is facing charges because the little girl sending photos of herself? He's being charged with child pornography.
Yeah, I seen that shit's crazy. Yeah.
And he like, yeah. I was like, so I just want to let you know she's sending these types of messages. If her parents go through her phone and see these messages the way I seen them, what you think they gonna think? Even though you're not engaging, even though you're telling her she don't have to say stuff like this, what do you think their response is gonna be? Do you think they're gonna hold their daughter responsible, or do you think they're gonna hold you responsible? So he looked. I said, I'm gonna just leave you with that. Next day he broke up with her. So then he like, Ma, she's sending me these texts. She talking about she don't want to live. I said, and see that right there is why I wasn't fooling with it, because she's doing too much. I said, those kind of girls, you don't need them in your space. Now she's trying to guilt you into being with her. She's trying to manipulate you. She's gonna kill herself if you don't want to be with her. Stay away from those kind of girls.
I remember my mom. I remember I went through that with a girlfriend, right? So I tell my grandma that shit. She was like, "Look, baby, that's on her." I was like, "God damn." She was like, "Look, that ain't got nothing to do with you. That's on her." I was like, "Shit."
Yeah, check this out, Amber, and I got custody of my daughter, like sole custody of my daughter when she 1.5 years old from the state, right?
Yeah.
And that's what I kind of went through. Like I understand what women go through. I never understood, never in my life, what women went through raising a child. Because I kind of had children at an older age. When they much old, it was like 25. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, damn. Like, did what women go through? I never understood that until then. So it become a struggle. Then you gotta meet the perfect mate. Then you gotta put them around people who gonna teach you something.
Yeah, everything be different. Everything different. Cause when I had my cause I didn't have my child, my son till late, and but when I had my son, then me and my baby mama split up. I went through that phase where it's like, listen, couldn't no girl spend a night. You know what I'm saying? I got my son. Like, I don't know where it's gonna go. So you can't stay the night. If you got a problem with that, that's cool. You know what I'm saying? I'll holler at you. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because I didn't want to, you know what I mean? I ain't want to be introduced having different females introduced into his life that I didn't know was gonna be there, because I didn't want to have him build that bond and have to break that up. So shit.
Yep.
You know what I mean? But
Cause I would do a lot of girls that that even my daughter that I got custody of her, she had like 3 kids already, and I met her, and when we broke up, that was like one of the harshest things I ever went through in life. To this day, and it hurted me. They had to say, "Quit calling me daddy," basically. I ain't your dad. You know what I mean? But to this day, like 16 years later, they call me still daddy. It's crazy.
But
She
that shit,
passed though. She passed
shit.
when my daughter was 4 years old. She was going through something too. You know what I'm
See,
saying? It's a deep story though.
Yeah, cause see that shaped me though. Same type. Because the reason I was that way because I dated a girl who had a child. She had when I was dating her, her baby was maybe 8 months at the time, 9 months, and then we split up some 4 years later. And then that shit was hard for me to have to leave that, break up that whole thing, bro. Would I really have been daddy for that and shit, man? That's why I left Charleston and moved to Atlanta. I was like, man, I can't do it. Like I can't.
Yeah, that shit fucker. Well, do you get a bond with a child that ain't your child? That hurt.
Yeah, I had to leave. I said, man, I got to get out of here, man. I called my sister. I'm like, shit. I told her to go. She's like, man, come to Atlanta. And I've been in Atlanta ever since. That's how I got it.
Yeah. Especially if it's your first child too. I mean, if you ain't got no children, right?
Yeah.
You get a bond with a child, you ain't got no children.
I had no
you
kids.
treating them, you treat them like it's your child, man. That hurt. That is the most hurting thing ever.
Yeah, that shit go.
It is, and you know what? And I will say, I do feel like men, for the most part, get the short end of the stick on that deal because there are a lot of women who aren't mature enough to still nurture that relationship, even though the relationship didn't go bad. Because the expectation is we a package deal. So the expectation is as long as we together, treat my child like your child, because I know that's my expectation for anybody I end up with. Ain't no your kids. Nah, nigga, these are kids. And not like you gotta be their daddy, but you have to be willing to fulfill that role. You're not gonna be around and it's my kids and then you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But at the same time, though, I know I'm mature enough to not try to sever that relationship because I'm just different in a lot. Any nigga that I fell out with after we quit messing around, it ain't been because I can't handle it. I don't mind us being friends. I don't mind us being cool. I don't, like that ain't never been no problem for me. I don't feel like you the best I could do where I'm gonna be so fucked up and broken up about it. Nigga saying, well, I got you, I can get another one better than you. So I don't ever be fucked up about nothing like that. But a lot of women don't have the maturity level to still allow them to have that relationship. Because after 4 years, hell, I am the daddy, especially if there was not a daddy around. Like I am that child's father.
That shit did. Like I know guys that go through that, like in that situation right now where they feel like they're not even happy about a relationship.
But they don't want to be the kid.
But that is that baby. And they stress the hell out because they like, man, you know what I'm saying? Do it because of that little baby, like ripping them up, bro. Like,
yep, and I already know if I break up with her, I'm definitely not gonna be able to be around.
Yeah.
You gonna seal? You gonna get sealed no more? It's gonna be extra.
That's leverage right there. Like, okay, it's a wrap. Like, you won't see her face. Forget talk to him. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, like.
And that's one thing I do not respect about women. Then people, oh, this my child, I can do what I want to with it. But my thing is, you're using your child as a pawn. You know what I'm saying? Because you're not even considering and that's always been my perspective. I don't care, and trust me. Now, my first baby daddy, me and him smooth. When we quit fucking with each other, we just quit fucking with each other. It ain't no hard feelings. It ain't no. Now, my second baby daddy, oh, to this day, he flashes out at random just because oh, I love you, I want to be with you. It's always a random flash out of he just ain't never been good enough for me, and just weird emotional shit. So
yeah, studies say that men want to be more married and more stable married than women nowadays, right?
That may very well be true. Also, but
I think that's true too, because I be looking at how men operate. I be like,
but for me, I've always looked at people's character and them how they their personality and what drives them. He don't like feeling rejected. See, he's always been able to get what he wants. You know, he's a conqueror. So the fact that he can't conquer me is really what drives his pursuit. You know, if I was able to give in and give him what he want, he wouldn't even want it no more. You know,
like she hard to conquer, Sosa.
You said, huh?
I said, Sosa. I'm asking Sosa. Don't Amber look like she hard to conquer. You think you got to be very good. You gotta be very good. I'm talking about on top of yours.
But that's the whole thing. First of all, you ain't conquering shit.
No, I'm just saying, you know what I mean by that. It ain't just like, yeah.
But that's the thing.
Right guy comes along, Amber. Yeah, it be swooped up.
Yeah,
I've already met a couple of right guys, and that's another thing that I don't. And that's another thing that I don't like that women do. You know, when a relationship don't work out, then he a dog. He used me. He like, why it just couldn't work out? Why just y'all incompatible? Like I done had decent guys. Like first off, I've never dated a deadbeat dad, so all the deadbeat dads is out here. I've never managed to get with somebody that did not claim their kids or did not want to be a parent. Not since my first son's father, and even then, during the course of us dealing with each other or not dealing with each other, he adapted so any guy after that, I never had that problem. Most of the guys that I dated either had full custody of their kids or they had partial custody of their kids. So that's never been like a thing. So the whole deadbeat dad, I know it exists because I've seen, friends in my circle that have had that issue. But at the same time, I also see where they play a part in that, them not having a relationship with their father, trying to use their kids as pawns, trying to use them, for child support payments. And don't get me wrong, I don't feel like men should have an issue with supporting their kids, but at the same time, I don't feel like that should hinder you. It's their job to fuck that relationship up. The door always gonna be open. Now, if you don't have a relationship with your child, it ain't never because I interfered with that. It's because you just didn't want one.
That's how I feel. And I always say to people too, like, all right, I don't have a problem with take issue with a girl putting a dude on child support. That's cool. Let him see his babies though. Mm-hmm. You see what I'm saying? Like they ain't like, okay, you want him to give you money, he ain't give you the money. Okay, that's okay. Put him on child support so you can get the money. But get that man his baby. Because like most of my experience though with men who aren't in their children's lives is not because they look at their baby like, I don't want to be with that baby. Like you rarely see that. It's normally like it's a strain between the parents, and he's either not allowed to see the child because of child support, or she's got with somebody else, and she don't want to bring that dynamic into something she's trying to set up with another guy. You see what I'm saying? You very rarely see a guy to be like, nigga, fuck that baby. I don't give a damn. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't really hear niggas talk like that. You know what I'm saying? That's just unnatural. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like,
I told my youngest daughter, mother, right? Like, ain't damn nigga gonna do nothing to my fucking daughter. I'm talking about, I put that into my youngest daughter's mind. Like, I intentionally did that because she's not a bad child. That's the first time, but I want total control of that. If you got to have a nigga who want to come in there and be daddy, and I'm the daddy, only because I raised the child, you know what I'm saying? It mean that much to me. So I put that in her head. So my youngest daughter, mother, she don't let, like, she be in a relationship, she not letting no nigga even think about discipline or be a father. It's funny to me though.
Yeah, some girls represent now. Some girls don't.
Represent. We just
did. Like it's funny because I got two baby mamas, right? And the one that I thought would be that way ain't. and the one that I thought would be that way is not. You know what I'm saying? Like if I'd have bet money, I'd have lost completely. You know what I'm saying?
You put the house on it, you would have been broke.
Yeah, because what I call it too, because one of my baby mamas Jamaican. She hot tempered like a mother. But my other baby mama's like, we can, no matter what we argued about, argue. All right, look, what time you come to get Jordan? You know what I'm saying? Like that ain't never an issue. You know what I'm saying? Like it ain't never an issue. Like, okay, well, you can't see it today, nothing like that. That ain't never an issue. You know what I'm saying? No matter how much we argue, all right, look, man, I'm have it ready by 8 o'clock. All right, man. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah. And
No, literally,
it crazy because the one my mama liked the most is the worst.
Oh, damn.
I like, Mom, you get cut. You get cut.
But you want to know that's the funny thing though, because like especially it actually happened with both of them. So when I first had my oldest son, because my baby daddy wasn't claiming the baby while I was pregnant, my sister felt some type of way about that. My sister, my mama, so they was like, oh, fuck him. And this, like they was kind of like, forget that nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like, forget him for real. Like, don't tell him when you're having a baby, don't answer no calls. That was, and my sister was already estranged from her daughter's father. So when I was like, no, I'm not gonna do that. So then, second, child come around and he just belligerent. So they like, this girl, you don't need the headache in your life. I mean, because when I say he's tried everything to try to manipulate me. Just has the worst. So they were just kind of like, forget it. But the funny thing is, my sister is now married to her daughter's father, the one that she was estranged from. After 10 years of him not being in her life, not knowing what it was that they reunited. They were just together and they've been together ever since. It's been damn near 10 years since then. So all of this
She cheated. She illegal. She cheated.
You said she was what?
Do that. She's supposed to do that. Talking all that shit.
But the funny thing is though, initially she came back and, she was actually crying and apologized. She's like, I always, because she's several years older than me, like 5 years. She's like, I always, felt like I was, because I look at her as more so my mom, the one that raised me, my oldest sister. But she was like, I've always, tried so hard to kind of teach you stuff. And, I always thought I was like the big sister, the older sister that knew so much. But the whole time you were trying to teach me something and I wasn't even paying attention. Like all them years that he was out of my daughter's life when he could have been there. And I was looking at you like, oh, she crazy for dealing with this nigga. She crazy but I understand now what she was doing. Like I really see it now. But at the end of the day, hell, my baby daddy now, he didn't raise all types of hell. But I mean, from trying to turn my son against me, to calling CPS, to literally trying to hire somebody to kill me, like weird shit. Okay, weird shit.
Yeah, dope boy,
Weird shit. No, just a hurt nigga. Just a hurt nigga can't have his way.
That nigga sound like he was a dope boy. That's a dope boy shit right there.
But that's far from. Well, I ain't gonna. He's a hood nigga, but he ain't no dope.
Yeah, know what I'm saying. He was some bullshit.
Hood nigga.
Like that hood nigga shit. That's the shit I would have did my younger years.
But whole time though, I mean, but all his attempts have failed. Like fell flat. So now it's to the point where he want to apologize and all of this and of course a lot of stuff I already knew that he did. I just never brought it up. I would literally hear some fucked up shit, be it sitting in the driveway at his house where I'm hearing the fucked up shit he done did, said, whatever, still drop my baby off with a smile. And whole time he ain't have a car at the time. So we got a court order. So he's supposed to provide one-way transportation. I'm doing the pick up, the drop off. I was taking him to school because he was getting his associate's degree, taking him to school. If he needs to go to the grocery store, I take him there. And we're not dealing. It's just you, my baby daddy, and I want to see you doing well. And now he starts to now he's just not understanding that, nigga, we're not gonna be together, but I don't want to see you fucked up either. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Why? You fucked up, then that mean our son fucked up.
Yeah. Like a lot of people don't, a lot of folks just don't get that dynamic. For real. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, cause I see people going through it. And I even like with some of my girlfriends that be going through that situation, you know what I mean? Cause I don't talk some of them out of that shit. Like, listen, man, give that man that baby. Let him spend, cause you know, when he spend time, like when a man starts to spend time with that child, especially when he wants to in the beginning, man, give it to him. That he ain't gonna want to be away from him. You know what I'm saying? He gonna miss that time. But if you don't let him get that, then he get to running around, running the streets. Then he get another girl pregnant, and then he can be mad because he got a baby with somebody else. Then he gonna want to try. Then it's gonna be a whole different. It's a different dynamic.
Yeah, she gonna try to force her to be around the child.
Yeah, it's a different dynamic going. You know what I'm saying? It's a different dynamic going on. Let him be in that child life, man, and then get the money through the court if you got to go that route. Get it through the court.
Yeah, but I mean, literally, I had a homegirl, and like I said, I ain't gonna say no name. I had a homegirl that had a fuck ass nigga laying up in her house, you know, eating her food, staying with her goddamn kids, but the own baby daddy couldn't see him. And my thing is, it can't be about the money because this nigga ain't doing shit either. It can't be about that. You still doing it on your own. So what is really the point?
Shit get personal, man. Shit get personal.
Yeah. Sometimes them niggas be having good jobs, right?
No, this nigga ain't had no good job. He was an aspiring rapper. He ain't had shit going on.
No, sometimes it just get personal.
I'm talking about the baby dad. Like I've been in dynamics that women had like 4 baby dads.
And they just go after child support for one.
Yeah, the one that got the good job, he usually be the last baby dad for some fucking reason, or the second to last. He the one on child support. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And the other 3 ain't on child support. I be like, I've seen that too. Yeah, I've seen that too.
You even go down there.
Trying to break that one nigga.
Yeah, she done told the people she don't even know who the daddy is. Shit. You know exactly where that trap ass nigga at, on the street corner, not doing shit.
I think but she'll go there. When she find out he got a raise, she'll go down there and get a raise too.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
she very on his ass.
Yeah, that's cold-blooded. It's cold-blooded.
Yeah, I done seen that too. Now I know. Now see, like my second baby daddy, he used to do petty shit, like, or try to anyway. He tried to do petty shit. So around the time my baby daddy got locked up, my oldest son's father, you know, his mom them, they was paying for, you know, all his court costs. Now, when I say my oldest, he got a phenomenal extended family on his dad's side. Only reason why he ain't been on vacation, I've been kind of out of the loop, but his grandma has always taken as many grandkids as the parents could allow on trips and bought them shit. Like when I was living in Gary, I didn't have to buy school clothes. I certain shit I just didn't have to do, but she was gonna make sure it was done. So around the time he got locked up, they wasn't getting him as much, huh?
That's old school grandma shit right there.
Yeah, and that's really how she rocks. And kids over there every weekend, so he spent a lot of time at his grandma's house, you know. And I've never been one of them parents. Like I hate to hear people complain about doing normal parent shit, or I hate to hear people complain about having their kids. Bitch, they yours. Where else they supposed to be? Like certain stuff I just don't understand. So, but no, she would just voluntarily take him, and he would want to go, so he would go over there. So around that time, you know, she wasn't getting the kids as often because they had a lot going on with his court case. So his dad, you know, called himself trying to step up more and do more, whatever. My youngest son's dad, which of course I don't got no problem with, but because me and him wasn't in a good space, he used to try to do petty stuff like buy a game. Now, no, they're 7 years apart, so our child is like 2-3 years old. Buy a game system, buy a TV, bring it over to the house. Oh, this is his. You know, I'm pause, bro. Anything come in my household for everybody in this motherfucker. Ain't no his over here. You want him to have his personal shit. Keep that shit at your house. He can use it on the weekend when he over there.
So he used to do little petty shit like that to try to, cause division. And it was one year, he bought all this, just ridiculous shit. Like he can't even use this. He's young. Like what he bought like a little mini motorcycle that he had. He wasn't even, it wasn't even age appropriate. This nigga can't use this shit for like 2-3 years from now. Why did you buy this? Why? But it was an attempt to try to like, look what I'm doing. Yeah, your other baby daddy can't do shit because he knew he was going through his shit.
Yeah.
But
Stunting on that nigga real quick.
But whole time though, but the thing is, whole time though really wasn't, because right now currently the nigga behind bars and better situated than he is out here on the street. You know what I'm saying? Like, but that's my thing. Like, I already knew what kind of, and he always had an insecurity because my first baby daddy was well known, been had money. You know what I'm saying? Like he was just that dude. He was that nigga. He had a lot of baby mamas. You know what I'm saying? He had a lot of hoes, had a lot of money.
His family had a great name, so
yeah.
And
he had one on his own too.
I know homeboys like that.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, so he come up and felt inadequate, and ever since he been trying to prove himself. Like he always compares himself to him, and I'm like, why are you comparing yourself to this nigga? Like, why? Y'all two different people. Y'all kids are siblings. Like, and that's a crazy thing. Like, so even it was one year when our school schedules conflicted because he was still in school, I was still in school. And then the daycare closed at a certain time, but because my courses was getting more into my major, I had to take night classes. So guess who was keeping both our kids?
Who?
My oldest son, grandmama. She was keeping both the kids. So then he started to ease up because at first he's like, I don't want my son over there. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, nigga, what's your option then? What family member yours?
What's your option? Damn right.
What family member yours is willing to keep him? He ain't have one.
You got to make me always make decisions on that shit, and I make the decision what I think gonna be beneficial.
Yeah, I mean, I ain't the jealous type. Like I be on once it's over for me, I'm kind of like how you all am, but like I'm dipped in reality. Like this shit's over. Like I ain't tripping on. My only thing is, listen, don't have no fuck nigga around my kids, bro. Make sure he a good dude. You know what I'm saying?
And my thing is, with certain people, you ain't even got to say that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
With certain people, you ain't even got to even. I already know your character. I already know what you about. I already know you're not gonna have nobody ridiculous around mine, so that ain't even got to be said. Now, other people, you may have to tell them, listen, I know you with all that bullshit. Just don't be with that bullshit.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I ain't had to tell them, but that's the main message. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And when I pull up, you know what I'm saying, I come see my child. It's all respectful. I ain't finna just show up and just crazy. You know what I'm saying? I ain't finna make it look crazy. Everything finna be respectful. And long we keep it on respect level, shit, we good. I ain't tripping on nothing else.
Most people are willing to go that route. It's just all in how you present it. You know what I'm saying? But you can't cuss a motherfucker out. And then a lot of contentions start with shit like.
Amber, you cheat though, Amber. You cheat. I'm gonna tell you how you cheat. You're a professional woman. I ain't got no choice but to do that with you. Yeah. I ain't got to respect the guy with you. Hello. I can't be a fuck dude around you. You ain't gonna allow that to happen at all.
No, I mean, but that's my whole thing. So now, don't get me wrong. I didn't have to cuss both of them out. We didn't went in. We didn't have, but knockdown dragouts because my mouth is tough. Okay, my mouth is extremely tough. But it's just
you got a baby by them though, so you go. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but my thing is, I can handle the cuss out. You know what I'm saying? I can handle the cuss out. I ain't finna be in my feelings after this. I'm gonna hang up and I ain't gonna give a fuck about the shit you said in 2 minutes. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna move on with my goddamn day. So I don't care about that. Now you're more inclined, and that's now my oldest son's dad. He hang on to stuff, but not in the same. He a Scorpio too, so he'll hang on to it. He ain't gonna really forget what you said, but he's not gonna let you know that it bothered him. You know what I'm saying? Versus my youngest son's dad, he a tourist. He wears his heart on his sleeve. You know, anything you didn't ever said that he feel like it's fucked up, it's all like y'all know how y'all say women always bringing up old shit. Like he gonna bring up everything you ever said, every argument. I remember you said back in 2013. Remember you said this. And I'm like,
2017.
For
I'm
real.
a Leo, but I be like, I'm like, oh boy, like I'm gonna try to act unfazed by it. You feel? I'm finna take whatever this is and be like, look, I'm out. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying
right.
Hey, but check this though way out though, I kind of in life right now. I get to the point that I enjoy life, so I'm not letting nobody else determine my character. You know what I'm saying? No more. I got over it. Like fuck this shit.
Yeah.
Even if a woman get to the extreme that she wanna, because I do have a middle son. I have a son too. He's middle, and you know how much shit I tried to get custody of, and how much of a battle it was. I put so much into that shit that I'm wore out right now. It got to the point that was stressing me out, but it got to the point I like fuck this shit.
Yeah.
Got a son out here, whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't give it my energy no more. Like if it come around to it, go come around to it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
but
funny though.
not
It's funny though,
determine the rest of
cause
my life.
it's funny though. Look, it's funny like you don't really, as children, you don't really understand like adult life, right? And there's a lot of children who don't know the dynamics of their mother and their father. So they may see the father around, or the mother ain't around, or the strained relationship, and they don't really get it. You know what I'm saying? Like a child might be like, "Nigga, my daddy wasn't there for me," blah 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 blah. But they don't know the dynamics that went to the reason why daddy did. You know what I'm saying? Or it could be the daddy is a fuck nigga, but the daughter don't know, and she like, shit, my daddy be trying to see me, but my mom don't let me see my dad. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
And then as you get older, you be like, you know what? I was kind of tripping on my daddy, but now I'm seeing how my mama is like, oh man, now I'm seeing how my daddy is. You see what I'm saying? And you be like, yeah, I gotta re-examine my whole shit now. You know?
And I'm betting on that one though. I'm betting on that, Sosa, right? But if it don't work out like that, I don't give a fuck. Because I never had a bondage with my child based off our relationship, right? Like that. But I was trying to get custody of him.
Because you went all, you went all in to try to get him.
Yeah, I tried to get custody because my son never stayed with the mother.
Yeah.
He stayed with the grandma, her grandma, not even his grandma. It was
and
her
to me,
grandma.
that should go without question. And normally,
I'm trying to get custody of her.
Yeah.
That should go without question.
And when she
I
found
can't get
out
my
I
child,
tried
but
to
he
get
can stay with
custody of
somebody
her,
else that ain't even their parents.
Well, it depends. Where you live? What state you in?
I'm in Memphis, Tennessee.
See, in Georgia, they just changed the laws, right? Because I just had to do this with my daughter. You know, even though I pay child support, everything's good, and I'm on the birth certificate, all that whole nine. They got what's called legitimization, right? And since I didn't get her legitimized when something happened to my baby mama, they tried to put my daughter in foster care. She couldn't come to me. Even though I paid child support, even though on the birth certificate, I got to go through a process called legitimization.
Yeah.
They just changed that law like 2 years ago and made it unconstitutional. But since I had my child before that law came into play, I was still beholden to the old law, and I had to go pay the little $250, go to court, do the sheriff, get it to be served, do the whole nine. To now I have legal rights. And I didn't have it before. I thought I did.
See,
now I got legal rights.
With my son mother, I don't know where she stayed. Since I don't know where she stayed, she get child support. Listen, I'm on child support, but I don't know where she stayed, so I can get visitation rights. I can't do nothing. What I had to do, I had to pay a lawyer. And them lawyers, they like fucking $2,000, $3,000.
I know. Hey, and know what's crazy? Your lawyer be 2,000. Hey, her lawyer be free, buddy.
Yep.
Yeah.
For real, I promise you. That's why they ain't worried about it. Cause you're like, look, my lawyer free. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it'll cost me a dime to fight you.
Yep. If nothing else, the state will represent her ass.
Yeah, what I'm saying. Yeah, you go broke trying to fight me.
Now that's only in certain instances though, because so one year my baby daddy, so for my first son, they did not order any tax obligation or they didn't order anything where he was entitled to a tax refund any year, no matter if he was paid up or not. So now note, this is the same state, two different counties, right? Because I was living in Porter County when I filed for my first one, and then I had moved to Lake County. So Lake County, they did stuff a little different. As long as he was paid up for the year, he could file on the odd tax year. So it was one year, it was his tax filing year. So he had I had received a loan from my mom in order to pay my property tax. So you know, she gave me the loan or whatever. So I was gonna pay her back at tax time. So he like, oh well, you know, since I know you gotta pay your mom back, I'm gonna go ahead and let you file Cam this year. You know what I'm saying? So go ahead and file him this year, and that's gonna be my little gift to you. And I'm like, okay, cool, legit. So all year we cool. End of the year we cool. He told me this probably in like August. So you know what I'm saying? January come around, I'm an early filer every year. You know what I'm saying? I file my taxes immediately. I get my little refund back. We get into it. He go down there, tell him I filed my taxes and filed him without his consent. So because it was verbal and I didn't have it in writing, they ordered me to pay him back, right? So now we're going through the process of me having to pay him back. But instead of him just going with that, he's pressing his attorney to try to go for full custody. His attorney like, go for full custody for what? Y'all have a custody agreement already. Y'all both, you know, it ain't like she's not holding up to her end of the bargain, you know. So why do you want this? So he was getting upset, increasingly upset. He went up to her. So they kept continuing it at first. So for like 6 months, it kept getting continued. Now, no, I was ready with my tax documentation. It was for him to prove what he was out. Now, see, he assumed he was gonna get my whatever what I got for him based off my income, which ain't the same. Your income is your income, and whatever your credit would have been based off your income is what your credit would have been. So anyhow,
y'all had joint custody.
We had joint custody, but it was just joint. It wasn't joint legal custody. So anyhow, it comes around. So now we had our court date like that Monday, right? We had our court date like that Monday. That Friday, he gets drunk, goes up there, and telling her like, "Are you ready to file the motion for joint for full custody?" Because whole time she ain't filed no motions yet, and she like, "You still haven't explained to me like." You don't understand, you're gonna mess yourself up. The judge gonna see that you're just being vindictive. Like, it's one thing, you barely got the tax return thing out because truth be told, she had a pretty good case, she just couldn't prove it. You know, I'm inclined to believe that she was telling the truth. You told her she could file, and then you turn around and try to make it look like she was in contempt. You know what I'm saying? She was like, so just leave it alone. He got belligerent, cussed her out. So do you know she came that Monday? And when I say they was looking at her like, ma'am, you about to lose your license, because she was damn near arguing against him. He didn't show up. She made it very clear. I told him he was supposed to be here. He came to my office very belligerent. I'm gonna I do plan to remove myself from the case, but I would like to finish up this order of business first. I've completed the tax return. Based off his income, he wasn't entitled to anything. So she doesn't, like, literally, she set him completely up. Like, he don't get shit. And afterwards, she was like, girl, she was like, I don't know how you deal with him. She was like, he is crazy. I said, yeah, I know. She was like, I'm so sorry. If I'd have known, I would have never represented him. I was like, it's cool. Don't even worry about it, sis. I'm used to it. I called him afterward, like, hey, you lost, you don't get nothing. And you got a bench warrant out for not showing up.
And check this out, Amber. When you have joint custody and the man, right, he make the most money and he paid the insurance, right? Like recently, right? In the last couple of years.
They don't even have to make the most though.
Yeah,
Normally they ordered
the insurance law would just kill it.
But that's the thing. Normally he don't have to make the most, but they do typically order for the father to set up a secondary insurance, some type of secondary insurance. It don't have to be the primary, but they supposed to set up and that's like initially when I filed, neither one of my baby daddies had employment. Like I said, my oldest son, dad, he was a straight doughboy hood nigga. He ain't had no job on record, but they still require him to provide some type of health insurance for his son, regardless.
Yeah, if he pay child support and he got insurance, he could claim on taxes.
Yeah.
And
well,
see, joint custody too.
See, in Indiana, Indiana, it was up to the discretion of the judge. It wasn't like a law that automatically you're entitled to this. It was really at their discretion what they ordered, which is why the first judge in the different county, he didn't order it. He like, fuck, he pretty much, he was like, fuck this nigga. I'm not giving him that. You know, you're not going to file no tax year. Another judge in another county allow him to have that. Now he hasn't utilized it to date, and we went to court probably in like 2013, 2012. He hasn't used it to date, but they allow him to be entitled to it as long as he was paid up. So even if he didn't pay his support on time all year round, let's say he didn't make no payments all year, but by December 31st, he settled up 99% of his child support debt for the year, he could file.
Yeah, that's what I said. That's what that joint custody become tricky.
But see, that's the whole thing. So in Indiana, it's joint custody regardless. Like you just have joint legal and physical custody. So me and him had joint physical custody, meaning the child spends, some time with him. That don't even mean that it's split down the middle. It just means it's joint. So he had
it's a holiday trick.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that don't work like that.
Now see, as far as the whole, he was ordered to do every other weekend, but we did every weekend because he wanted to get his son every weekend. I didn't have no problem with that. And then he got like 4 hours a night on Wednesday, and then every other holiday, and every other year for birthdays. Our child birthday, his birthday. Now, for me, like I said, I've always been flexible. So if neither one of my kids will be one, I never celebrated holidays like that. So my oldest will be with his family because they did celebrate. So he would celebrate with his family. And then my youngest will be with his dad because his family said so they would be with him. So for most holidays, they weren't with me. Now birthdays, we would stagger. And then even during the week, like let's say it's Monday and I got to be at school, he got to be at school, but our son is in daycare. So if he say, oh, well, it's Sunday night, can he just stay Monday to can he just stay to Wednesday? I will be cool with that. As long as you just make sure he get to daycare, or at least he go to daycare most of that time because he got to do a certain amount of hours a week. So I wouldn't trip off that. You know what I'm saying? Now I just go pick him up on Wednesday. Huh?
That's real shit.
I wouldn't trip off shit like that. Now, see, my oldest, the only way I could get him off child support, they wouldn't allow me to take him off child support. In Indiana, it's a right. You don't have the option to not be on child support once you're on. So once they determine paternity, I don't have the right to say, well, I don't want to enforce child support anymore. I don't have that right. They don't even allow
me. Like that too.
So what I had to do for my oldest, and it was really because I living out of state at the time. I was living in Texas, but the county that we was in, they were so meticulous about making sure that he was on top of his payments. They had us coming to court every 6 months, and it just began to be a little annoying and a little financially draining. So what I ended up doing was I ended up modifying it down to 0 payment by doing joint legal and physical custody, which was a gamble, but I wasn't really tripping because I knew my oldest baby daddy was chill. He wasn't finna be fighting me off of every little decision I made, because with the joint legal and physical custody, all our decisions had to be made by consensus. You know, like we both had to agree. But it was never enforced. I would make the decisions, he wouldn't trip. Now, see, I knew I couldn't do that with my youngest son, that because of how contentious our relationship is and how problematic he is without having that much power, it would be a recipe for disaster. So that's not nothing I would even entertain. But for him, I didn't mind because I knew he wasn't going to be interfering too much. He went to jail shortly after anyway, but even if he hadn't, to this day, it wouldn't have been a problem.
Yeah,
Like
case
even now,
by case study. This is a case by case study.
yeah.
Cause I can't put all my baby mamas in one ideology. I can't do that.
Yeah, no, everybody different. Everybody got their little, ticks or
Way
whatever.
we done got food bound. We got food bound. We done food them too. And we got food bound. You know what I mean? So we don't know how that relationship go turn out once y'all ain't together. You know what I mean?
That's the whole thing. People just overall, when it comes to having the hard feelings and allowing that to spill into the child parent relationship, people just don't know how to deal with rejection. They don't have no real resilience, relationship in, and they just take it like it's the end of the world. They don't want to, and a lot of it is they don't want to see them, and they don't, but then I have to wonder, if your child looks just like them, then how does that play out? You got so much hatred, you don't want to see this nigga, but then you see him every day in your child.
Yeah.
Like, how that work?
Yeah. Because check this out, Amber. Even with my youngest daughter, right? It was hard for me to break up with her. That was the one, right? I really wanted to marry her. Because you gotta understand, I had 2 kids before her, out of wedlock, never got married, all that crazy shit, right? But this was the one I wanted to marry. So I ended up me and her broke up. It was kind of hard for me to get over that one. But right now, me and her are like the best of friends, like extra. And we both probably want to get back together, right? We just ain't got back together yet.
Y'all sneaking geeking?
Nah, but she had another. Other reason why I don't want to get back with her like that is because she had another baby after me, right? It kind of hindered me.
Don't let that stop you.
It don't stop me because she loved how I treat her. She got a son. She loved how I treat her son. And then she know I don't have a relationship with my son, so she understands the dynamic. She know I don't show no favoritism. Like just say if I have nieces, I would not treat nieces or nephews, right? I would not treat my child no different than I treat my niece and nephew.
Yeah, I don't believe in it. I've seen it happen, and I just can't understand like why people are like that. And again, like I said, my youngest son's that he's always been kind of insecure in regards to my oldest son's dad. So he kind of tries to superimpose his insecurities into, oh, you treat him better than you. I'm like, boy, is you crazy? And I have to, like, literally, we've had knockdown drag out arguments where I had to tell him like, nigga, you giving yourself too much credit if you think I would ever hate or mistreat something that came out of me off the strength of you. Like, are you fucking retarded? They both mine. They royalty just because of who they came from. What are you talking about? They both mine. If you think you could ever offset the majesty of my children, nigga, you got life fucked up. You're not that important.
And we gotta understand my youngest daughter, mother, she a psychologist. And you know, well, she a counselor psychologist. She ain't like those psychiatrists. She a counselor psychologist. And she very authoritative like you. Like it kind of tripped me out. My sister like you, and my baby mama like you. So I kind of be like, I understand where you coming from with it. Like, so I be like, I be tripping off you. Even when I first met you, I like, yeah, she very authoritative, and there ain't no games with her. She a nip it in the bud type of person. I can't stay in the motherfucker though. You know, when you first meet them, you say something, they go nip it in the bud. I can't stand you, motherfucker. Cause I ain't mean it like that. Now you might not be mean it like that, but I'm nipping it in the bud. I'm like,
Yeah.
I can't be creative.
I'm trying to get a clear understanding. That's all. I just be trying to get a clear understanding. Because I don't, like I say, I don't mind smoke. I don't mind problems. I just, if we're gonna have a problem, I just want us to be on the same page why we having this problem. I just want us to be on the same page.
That's a nip it in the bud type person. Let me put it. Like, I don't even made it, right? You know, I try to be cute and shit. I try to be cute and show you my charismatic skills and nip it in the bud, I say the wrong thing. I'm like, oh man, you get the whole vibe.
Hey, yeah, I'm gonna holler at y'all. I'm slipping out. I'm gonna catch up with y'all next show. All right.
Okay, brother. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You a nipping in the bud type, and I be chilling. I say, she that nipping in the bud type person.
Yeah, I try to be. I'm pretty straightforward. I'm cutting dry.
Yeah, cut dry.
I don't got time too much for the in between.
I look. Just say me and you date, right? Just hypothetically speaking, right? And I be think I'm being cute and creative and charismatic and nipping in the bud. You'll kill me. You might love me at the same time, don't get me wrong, but you kill me. Like, God damn, I can't even be myself around like I want to be.
Nah, but whole time that's one of the things my youngest son dad say. He can't be himself. I'm like, see, that's weird shit. I mean, like, I mean, not saying like, well, no, I don't understand how you can't be yourself around somebody. Like, just be yourself. Like, if we bump heads, we bump heads. Like, it ain't gonna stop me from being myself. It's just a natural part of life. You know, some people.
Hey, but that's not good. That's not good though. But that's not reality when y'all first meet, right? Right now, me and my baby mama are talking about this like you nipping in the bud type person. Me and her right now, I'm gonna get her to work on myself, right? And when you first meet a person, you're a dude, you got so many flaws. Dudes be having so many flaws that we'll hide. Y'all women kind of, if y'all do have flaws, y'all let us know off top. Or if y'all let us know what y'all ain't gonna tolerate with. With us men, we just be on some, damn, she cute, and she seem like she smart. You know what I'm saying? It be just some bull crap.
But even with that, like, so now I'm gonna tell you like my perspective on certain shit, but I'm not like when dudes come out like, so what you like to do, or so what are you looking for in a man? Those are the types of questions that I don't fucking answer. I don't even answer questions like that, because like a lot of women, they be trying to figure out how niggas fucked over them so well. Like how did he just know right where? Because you gave him the fucking roadmap to fuck over you. You told him everything that your ex did to you, how he fucked over you, what you looking for in a nigga. So you gave him exactly what to pretend to be. Oh damn, she wants somebody that's understood. So if I
Yeah,
so
it is a loaded question. You right. That's a loaded question.
you gave him the roadmap. So my thing is
loaded
either we gonna mesh or we ain't. I don't need to tell you what I'm looking for so you can pretend to be that. Either you what I'm looking for, or you ain't. Shit, like it ain't nothing to talk about. You know, like well, what kind of question is that? This ain't a fucking job interview. Like at the end of the day, either you meet the qualifications or you don't meet them. I'm not gonna tell you the job description so you can go and tweak your resume on the spot. Oh yeah, she looking for no. Either you have the qualification. Just tell me about yourself. How about that? Just tell me about you and who you are.
Yeah.
And then we can move.
Yeah, because everybody that I really liked and I'm still cool with, it just became natural. Like I never asked them type of questions like that.
Mm-hmm.
Them loaded questions. Because I wasn't looking for nothing. I wasn't looking for nothing out of them like that.
I mean, and now it's to the point that
snuck up on me. It just snuck up on me. Like, God damn, I really like this person.
Yeah, I mean the relationships that I've been in where I've really been like in them, like the guy that I dated for the longest, and he was in between my oldest and my youngest son's dad. The guy that I dated the longest, which I haven't had many relationships. Like I said, when people say a lot, they done been through these relationships and man after man, all men are dogs. I don't even like that many niggas for me to go through relationships for niggas to dog me out. It ain't even that many that caught my eye and was worth my time for me to be having all these experiences with dog ass niggas. And then I ain't gonna say like my vetting process, but
you too hard. So
no, it ain't even too hard. It's just I'm so much about.
I'm just saying, you too hard. You is a dip it in the bud type person. You too hard. So you ain't going through too many relationships.
I hear certain things that I'll just, oh yeah, this ain't gonna work for me, and it don't got to be no grand announcement that I'm not fucking with you no more. Like I'm just gonna block the number and keep it moving. You know what I'm like? You're probably not even gonna know that you're blocked. You know, like I actually did have a dude pop up to my house one time because I actually did have a dude pop up to my house one time because he was blocked and he didn't know. He came to check on me like, damn, something wrong with your phone. I've been calling you for days. And I was like, nah, ain't nothing wrong with my phone. I blocked your ass. Like, the fuck is you talking about? What are you doing here?
My baby mama be doing. I be hearing her stories because we cool and shit. She was like, she told me about a person that was with her son and she like how he like how he did things. And she was telling me how motherfucker went to her house. That shit be funny as hell.
I wasn't amused. I was annoyed. Like, nigga, what the fuck is you doing here? But so the guy that I was, dating for some, when I say he had pursued me for months, like sending messages to people, and I'm just like, I don't. So then I finally gave him a little opportunity. I gave him a chance. Finally took his number, and he slid down on me one day. We was in this car talking, and his phone just kept ringing, and he just kept putting it down. And first off, he had two phones. He kept putting it down. So I was like, "You're not gonna answer that?" And then he like, "Oh, it ain't nobody." I was like, "Well, they keep calling. Like it seemed like they really want something. Like I feel like you should answer your phone." And he like, "Well, no, I ain't gonna worry about it." So he goes to cut the ringer off. So we finished wrapping up the conversation. I'm getting out the car. And he like, so, can I pick you up tomorrow? And I was like, nah, that ain't going. Yeah. He's like, well, what day can I was like, oh, you can't take me on no date, no day. And he like, well, why not? I was like, if that's how you treat people in your life, I'm not sure. You ignore their calls. I'm not sure I want to be a part of that.
You hardcore, but you illegal.
So he's like, well, that wasn't nobody. I say it don't matter. Like, and then when I expressed to you that I wanted you to answer the phone just for the sake of at least telling them I'm occupied right now, let me call you back. You didn't even do that. So Either you got something to hide or you're just really dismissive. Either way, I'm not really.
It'd be hard. It'd be hard. I got put in predictions like that. Like the phone, they get on the hook. And I'm like, God damn, I'm over here with a new joint. And matter of fact, you been tripping so many fucking days. That's why I got a new joint. You know what I'm saying? Now all of a sudden, now you magically know I'm over here.
So you can smell it.
And you be like, man, you don't call me somebody do the first time. And you know what I mean? Sometimes she just work out like that. Like, God damn. And she might be on, oh, this nigga, I got this nigga. But,
well, come to find out, her in particular, because I did end up dealing with him probably maybe 6 months after that. As a matter of fact, I ran into him when I had went back in town, when I went to court to take that child support off. When I was in town, you know, he hit me up again. So when I went back to Texas and I was still, you know, out there, we would talk every morning on his way to work and while I was getting ready for school and shit. So we just, you know, when I moved back, we kept up the relationship or whatever. So we, you know, started messing around. So I was able to get a chance to meet the one that was calling all the damn time, that was calling that first night. And she was just low-key a stalker. You know, she had then showed up one day I was out with my kids. She showed up to the place where I was out with my kids. I'm like, this girl, like, him going, because he went to jail too. Him going to jail was probably saved her sanity, because she just could not move on with. Even though I ended up cutting him off, I had went on a trip, and while I was on my trip in Cancun, I was like, yeah, I'm kind of done with this relationship. It ain't went to where I feel like it should be. So yeah, I'm done. He was at my house when I got back in town, waiting on me because I wasn't answering his calls while I was out of town. So I talked to him or whatever. And I let him know that day, like, yeah, I'm done with this shit. And I think he thought I was playing because, you know, we had been so on and off. But yeah, I blocked his number and kept it fucking moving. I ain't talked to him no more until a few years after he had been in jail. He inboxed me one day on Facebook.
Yeah, see, with the character, with my baby mom, right? This was she always had with her head, right? We first got into the so-called serious relationship. It's like I didn't let go of all my women. I had plenty of women, but I ain't let them go, right? Like that, right? She ended up beating them up to the point I was like, damn, baby, you the one. But she always had them. She like, we was in a serious relationship, and you still have women. I like, this is the first fucking 3 months of our relationship. You can't hold it, you know. They became my narrative, right? But she took a certain way. So yeah, that shit become crazy.
I mean, at the end of the day, I feel like it don't 3 months in, you kind of know whether or not you taking this relationship seriously or not. So that wouldn't really hold for me. But also 3 months in, I ain't gonna hold you. But the type of person I am, 3 months in, I'm probably talking to somebody else still too. So I wouldn't even be mad at you for that if I found out that was the case.
Yes, it is a crazy
what you don't know is I was still fucking with somebody
right?
too.
You check it up on me, so like in that 3 months, right? This is the crazy part. She had she showed me a picture, right? And she had to apologize to me. She was going through my phone and shit. You know, I was very secure and shit. You know what I'm saying? I was taking her serious, but I still had women that would call me and shit like that. She found a picture, check this out, of when I met her 3 years before we was together. Then she didn't know. And she was like, I found a picture of us together in your phone. And I ain't know it. I about to get on your ass. And then they let me know she was going through my phone all the time. I'm like, damn.
And that,
and I looked at the picture. I didn't even know that. I didn't even know that though. I'm like, damn, it is you.
But the crazy thing is, like, I guess different strokes for different folks, but and I'm not even trying to sound like I'm just like that, but all that shit, I can't do it. I'm not going through your phone. I'm not like people like, oh, I gotta make sure my man ain't around this person or that, or don't have your man around your friends. No, you gonna be around my friends, you're gonna be around my family. Yeah, I'm gonna give you all the freedom to do whatever the fuck you want to do. I'm not gonna be calling you to see where you at, why you ain't home at this. I just don't have time for that shit. Is too much like a job. Like now I'm not keeping tabs on you. You're a grown ass man. You gonna do what the fuck you want to do, regardless as to what the situation is. Because I know when I want to do something, I'm gonna do what the fuck I want to do.
Yeah,
So at
but
the end of the day, I'm not gonna be hounding you down. Like who? I don't. I mean, everybody do what they want to. I just don't have time for that. That's just.
But
I'm not keeping
Amber,
that
she
nigga.
ended up, check this out though, Amber. She ended up growing into this person that I said you kind of familiarize with. She wasn't like that. Like me and her, I went to school for psychology at first, right? I ain't end up getting into career. She ended up getting a career. I influenced her into getting into career because we both was in school. And she ended up being there. That's why we so cool right now.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like,
oh yeah, she understand that psychology was fucked up.
And she understood, like, because she's trying to get her master's right now, right? And she understood that don't nobody else understand she in school. You know what I'm saying? You could be with a person and they don't respect you being in school. Like, they don't respect your studies, how much time you got to put in. They kind of worry about themselves. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yep. And honestly, it's crazy because I've seen a lot of people damage good relationships with, like I said, I've seen, now don't get me wrong, I've seen some fucked up niggas, plenty of them, but I've seen some good quality, well, potentially quality relationships be fucked up behind women's need to be validated and to be just clingy and want, like, I've seen a guy that literally worked damn near 80 hours plus every fucking week, driving on highways, supporting his family. You ain't got to work, you at home with the kids. But for some odd reason, you expect him to do all of that, carry your load, and still come home, sit in your face, take you out to eat, wine and dine you. And like, I just couldn't understand, like, where's the compromise here? What's the medium? Because either you're gonna allow him to grind real hard and get y'all in a position where y'all can be good, or you're gonna get out there and you're gonna meet him halfway and eat and lighten the load where he ain't gotta be out here doing all this extra shit to make ends meet. But you can't think that he gonna do all of that and while you sit at home, and then it ain't even like you're sitting at home and the house is like completely in order. He liable to come off the road and shit is just in an uproar. You know what I'm saying? Like, so.
Yeah, you the greatest housewife. You ain't the greatest housewife. Like, you gotta perfect it. You know what I mean? At least perfect it, bro. And that's why I say I never get two jobs. And I'm in a relationship serious. I never get two jobs.
Yeah. I mean, like I say, I commend guys that want to do all of that because my sister, she works, but she got a husband that like, oh, you ain't got to work, this and the third. I mean, she chooses to, but she don't have to, And now she's just the type of person that where she gonna work. She not gonna, and that's the thing. I in theory, I would love to have a husband that just took care of me and I didn't have to do shit. In theory, it sounds wonderful. Yeah. Yeah, but in practice, I don't trust nobody enough to just get. That's a little too much control and power. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not gonna be able to do it. And that's the thing. Now it's a situation where she feel like he doing wrong, even though she's done her fucked up shit too, a lot of it. But she feel like he doing wrong, and she's not in a position to really do anything about it. But my thing is, hell, it was designed. I mean, I ain't gonna say it's like he intended on that, but after so long, like you say, if you complain so much about certain shit, you're gonna get it to the point where I'm not gonna leave my family. I'm not gonna abandon the situation I got going on, but I'm definitely not gonna be dealing with this shit all the time. I gotta find me an outlet, and the outlet gonna be another woman 9 times out of 10. So at the end of the day, I mean, and then people, oh, you don't love me, you don't love the family, and that's the thing. Like, you can't take it personal. Like, for me, I know I'm not a perfect person. Now, I'm not out here just, fucking over niggas and, being in relationships and doing niggas dirty. But at the same time, I'm not gonna act like I ain't did no dirty shit to a nigga when we was on the break. You know what I'm saying? I'm just like a nigga. Hey, we was on the break. We wasn't together. You can't hold me to that. I don't give a fuck what you talking about, nigga. We wasn't together then. Even though I know we wasn't broke up long enough for me to be on that type of bullshit, but at the same time,
hey, that's what dudes do. We do that now. So you break up, we gonna try to goddamn. She don't want me no more. So I'm gonna have fun. Then soon we get together, we gonna act like we ain't do nothing, right? But we gonna get busted soon later.
Yeah.
We gotta compete.
I ain't gonna hold you. I'm gonna be the motherfucker. Hey, we was on the break.
Yeah. But most people because the dude wasn't honest, right? And you know what a woman is, she gonna be like, "What you did since we broke up?" I ain't did shit. I'm just thinking about you, baby. All the fucking time.
But I don't even. Again, like I said, I'm different in the way. That's not even a question I would ask because we was broke up. It really ain't none of my fucking business. Now, if some shit come across me, my knowledge, you know what I'm saying? If some shit just fall in my lap and somebody tell me something, then yeah, I may ask about it. But I'm not gonna come and ask you.
I'm gonna check this out. The break like that, they had a lot of babies you can see too, though.
Yeah, oh yeah, on the sneak, shit.
Yeah, y'all broke up 3 months. Like 2 years later, you finally got a baby.
You got a whole baby on the way. I mean, shit. That like I said, that shit happened to me in reverse. You know, I got. That's how my youngest got here. Me and him was on the break. I end up getting pregnant by another dude. But at the same time, like he like shit. I can't even be fucking. The crazy thing is, eventually he couldn't even be mad because the whole reason why we broke up is because he was on some fuck nigga shit, still fucking around with the baby mama. And like I told him, and honestly, like I said, I don't fight over niggas. I said, but let that bitch call me one more time with that bullshit. I'm gonna drag your baby mama, drag the fuck out of her. You don't want these kind of problems. So me and him just parted ways because he like, man, I can't control her, and I can't have you fight my baby mama. You're absolutely right. If you ain't gonna put no leash on that dog, then you definitely need to get her the fuck out my yard.
And then how my younger baby mama is, right? My son mama, that's how she did that shit. I can control that bitch. I'm gonna even talk to her. It got to the point like we had the same number. The only way she could talk to me, my son baby mama, is through the phone, right? We kind of go to financial problems, so we had to have one phone. And that shit was so crazy. She was playing on the phone and shit. Man, I was going up when I was got a job and shit. I was trying to get a job and shit. I went up to this place. So happy that my son baby mom was up there. Man, she beat the brakes off. I thought she gonna kill her. I had to break up that shit. This is psychology. This is psychology today, right? We wasn't in that mind frame then. He beat the brakes off her. I was like, God damn, you gonna kill her? Get over her. This shit was so crazy, Elva. I like, damn.
But my thing is, me and her had conversations where she like, oh well, she's trying to tell me shit, and I'm like, girl, what the fuck is you calling me for? She's like, oh well, I just wanted to let you know. I'm like, and all of that is well and good. Like, I ain't even tripping. But all I'm saying is, don't call my phone. Like, whatever y'all got going on between y'all, that's between y'all. Do not call my phone with no fuck shit. you know. And then little stuff getting back to me, and like I would have tried to address it to him, like, listen. And he's like, I ain't got nothing to do with that. You know, she called you and you answered the phone and you sat there and you entertained her. You absolutely right, I fucking did. But let's talk about how she got my number. How she get my number? Oh, I told you now she went through the phone bill, because the phone was on his sister's account. So she went through the phone bill and got the number from got the phone bill from his sister and got the number, whatever. So the sister was on some messy shit, but you know, I don't know the sister. And the sister ain't called me. Your baby mama did. So, you know, me and him had this little thing back and forth, and I said, listen, I don't know who you think I am. Because of course I've always been more mature, because he was like 10 years older than me. So she's like 5 years older than me. So, you know, I'm a little younger. She thought I was a little young girl, you know, little, and he like, I'm mature for my age. So he thinking, you know, I'm just all, you know, refined and shit. And I just had to tell him, nigga, I'm still a whole savage out here. I will beat the brakes off your baby mama at your shit.
You're mature though, but I can tell you a very authoritative voice that when I first met you, you is very authoritative and mature. You know what I mean? I can't deny you that one though.
But I also ain't turned in my ratchet card. And that's what I was trying to get him to understand. Very mature. But when I make a choice that somebody got me fucked up, I'm gonna make a choice that somebody got me fucked up, and I'm gonna swipe my ratchet card and beat the fuck out of them. So I just let you know, get her together. So I end up, you know, getting pregnant when we was on a little break or whatever. So at the end of the day, when he finally found out, because I ain't gonna hold you, I was gonna tell him like, hey, I'm not really, you know, sure. But he assumed, so I let him run with the assumption. Hey, you ran with it. Now come to find out, the same chick ended up being pregnant at the same time, right? Now I never pressed them on, because I had been found out, but I never pressed them on it or whatever. So when he found out that I found out, of course now he wondering like, damn, why she never pressed me on it if she found out? Like, so now he tripping like,
they'll fucking nigga up.
He like, something going on here. So when he finally asked me about it, I told him or whatever. So we got the DNA test and he found out that, you know, it wasn't his baby or whatever, but he was like, I ain't gonna lie. He was like, I'm low key relieved. He was like, you don't know how stressed out. And he was like getting real sick and stuff. And you know how people like, oh, it's because, you know, he getting your symptoms or whatever. But now he was just like really stressed the fuck out. He was like, man, I was so stressed out. He was like, I'm almost like kind of relieved that this happened. He was like, because now I know you're not perfect. I kept thinking like, this like the perfect girl. Like, why am I doing this? And this is like the perfect fucking girl. And I was like, no, I ain't perfect. And I'd be the first motherfucker to tell you, I'm definitely not perfect, but you're not gonna fuck over me. Like, and that's the thing. And I did have to grow out of that, out of the tit for tat. You know, I used to be a tit for tat kind of motherfucker. Now I'm more of a, it ain't working out. I'm just gonna walk away. I don't got time to be tit for tat. But back then I was tit for tat. Okay, you playing with me? Let's play, and let's see who get the last laugh.
Hey, check this out, though, Amber. I had this problem too with people when they came to me. They always want to help me up as being perfect, right? And I never proclaimed that I was perfect, but they was like, stuff you speak and you being real, they always consider me perfect, and I always downplay myself, right? So I won't be perfect. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't want nobody to look at me like when I finally fuck up, that you look like I just disappointed the world.
But I mean, for me, I don't like disappointing myself. So the same way he was sick, I was sick during that time because I it was just really weighing heavy on me. Like, it ain't like me to not say nothing. But then at the same time, you know, the longer you go without saying something, the harder it becomes to say something. So it just kind of, the situation got away from me. So when we finally had the little talk or whatever, and he was so stand up about it, because like I told him, I said, I wouldn't be upset with you for being, like mad. I can't be mad. I understand you have full right to be mad. I could be mad about, oh, you ain't telling me about this bitch, this, that, and the third. But at the end of the day, you feel attached to me, to this child, and it's not your child. So I can understand you being upset at me. But then, I mean, and that, to be perfectly honest, that really sent his baby mama over the ledge, because she thought that was gonna be like the nail in the coffin. Like, oh yeah, I'm done with this bitch. Finally, she's gone. And then when she found out, like, no, she's not gone. Like, no. So even to this day, like me and him, we still communicate. Like I said, he in jail now, but he always go back to, if I never questioned it, we would have got that house, moved in, like what would the course of my life be? Would I be here? Because a lot of the stuff that he was doing, me and him hadn't went to that next step. Because I was like, listen, I love you, but I have a child. I have another child that, we're getting ready to have. You can't be the street nigga that you are. And he wasn't like a street hustler. He was more of a supplier, but either way, the street life is gonna follow you. You can't do that, and we trying to build a family.
And
Like,
it's hard to get out that circle. See, that's why I'm not in the psychology field, right? Because I got the degree. I have the degree. But that street life always follow me and linger on me. Like I always a result to some crazy shit. Every once in a while, even when I got older, even with cussing my daughter, it be like something that linger over me. There's some old stuff get brought up, or some shady stuff I did in the street long time. We could have been teenagers. It get brought up, and I'm kind of like a stand-up guy, and I'm gonna go with it, even when I say I won't go with it. And I grew up, I still don't like nobody testing me like that, bringing out a hole in me, and I get caught up in that. I kind of got better in like the last 2 years, but back then it lingered over me.
yeah, I definitely understand. Like, I mean, like I say, I try to keep it professional, but I still got that ratchet card that I swipe every so once in a while when I need to make a purchase. So
We need to break that card.
Right, it need to be cut up. Cut it up, and then apply for a new one. Okay.
It's so hard though, because that be all we know, and this is the greatest survivor they got us here at the same time.
I mean, but to be perfectly honest, like it's just not in my personality for me to, and it never has been. Like even when I was younger, like before I could really even communicate well, I've always been ready to go when somebody tested me. So that's something that I've been trying to work on my entire life. And really, I'm to the point now where I don't even try to work on it no more. I just try to keep myself out of situations where people are liable to set me off. I just, separate myself, distance myself, mind my business, which I pretty much have always done. But, when I was a lot younger, going out, dating certain individuals that, like, even him,
You
my
hate
first baby
busters.
daddy.
You hate busters, don't you?
I can't hear you.
I said you hate busters, don't you? Busters.
Busters. I mean,
Yeah, like
yeah, I don't do fuck niggas. I don't do
yeah,
them.
like you hate them. Like it irks you to death.
I mean, truth be told, I just don't even like being around them. I mean,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
yeah,
I can tell you,
and
I
when I have to be
can't
around them, then it gets irky. But if I can keep myself from having to be around them, period, then I don't even see them motherfuckers. They ain't even a part of my life on a regular basis. But
say.
when I'm in
But when you
spaces with them, yeah.
yeah, but when you know that I'm gonna put it like this, when you know that like they might fool you up front, like this person, then you find out they're just lame and a buster.
But that's the whole thing. Like, so for the most part, I don't really make like first impression judgments or like, oh, this person real cool. I'm anybody around me will tell you I'm very, very observant and skeptical. Like my, I probably got friends that still feel like they earning their friendship, even though we've been friends for over 20 years. Like I'm not the person that's like, oh, they solid because I done known them this long. I know shit change, situations change, people change,
Yeah.
you know, so I don't ever put it past nobody that they can flip. You know what I'm saying? Because I know it's been relationships where I didn't kind of outgrew and I know people like, damn, she on some funny shit, but nah, I dipped out, you know, I stopped seeing the value in this relationship and I dipped out. You know what I'm saying? Like no explanation. I'm just, I ain't really fucking with you no more. Mentally, I'm over it.
And some things don't have to be a full-fledged letter. It got to be like, I'm gonna elope. You know what
I mean, like the whole thing is like for me, if I make up in my mind I'm done with something, it ain't even no need to talk about it. Like it ain't that because a discussion ain't gonna fix it. So what's the point? To make you aware that I'm not fucking with you no more. I don't see no point in that. I'm just not gonna fuck with you no more.
Yeah.
Like it's now the only time I would really like have a discussion about something like that is if I like feel like I owe you that just based off the relationship we had. Just
Yeah, it
based off
gotta
the
be a
relationship.
real history. It gotta be a real history.
Yeah, it gotta be a real solid history, and then I may give you an explanation. Listen, I'm at this point, I'm parting ways, and this why. And even then, I don't got nothing bad to say about you. It's just this situation has run its course.
It's me. Yeah, it's me. It's not you. It's me. It's not you.
Hit him with that. It's not you, it's me. You know?
It's me. It's not you.
We're growing apart. We've grown apart, you know. We're diverging, but I mean, and that's just how I deal with it. And that goes for family, friends, you know, relationships, like.
Man,
And sometimes, you know, of course, I should be like, damn, is that callous? Because I can cut the shit off. Like people be like, oh, can't nobody just flip like that. No, and if you do, you never loved them. That ain't true. Like literally, I could turn the shit off like a switch. Like just one day the switch go off and it's like, yeah, I'm over this shit. Like, and I don't know where it went left. I don't know when, but I know at this point.
Hey, you being a woman, they'll say that's some prostitute shit.
Prostitute shit. No,
Yeah,
niggas
you can turn the switch off. Like,
yeah, niggas be out here prostituting.
that's what they say. You cold hearted like a prostitute.
But that's the whole thing. Most prostitutes ain't cold hearted though. They're extremely emotional.
Mm.
Most of them aren't.
They
may not. Yeah, they may not be emotional about sex, but they're emotional. But
and I'm disagreeing with that narrative, right? I'm just saying that because
yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But that's another thing too. Like a lot of people, I've always been able to flip that switch off too. I've literally voluntarily just taken a 3-year vow of celibacy just because. Or I mean, well, not celibacy, abstinence, just because I can. A year, like I just do it just off GP, just because I can. I feel like I need to purify, you know, my mind, my spirit. Yeah, just because.
For us, man, we probably have 3 months. We ain't gonna do no year.
And that's cool too. I mean, to each his own. I know. I got some homegirls that probably ain't went more than a month since they done started, since they done became active. So I mean, to each his own. For me, that's not something like if there's nothing there, like some people can do it for sport. I'm not a person that can do it for sport just cause, you know, like the whole, you know, that ain't my thing. It's either a solid attachment, relationship, and connection there, or it's nothing at all.
I think I need it for more.
Yeah, I don't do it for sport. So
I think I need more for sport. Like, let me know my discipline. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I got satisfied with it.
Yeah, people, I don't know. Everybody is, you know, different.
I think a lot of people be still trying to get over their last relationship and their new relationship, you know. They be carrying all that extra shit into it with them, and you ain't giving the relationship a solid chance because you know you stay accusing them of some shit your ex did, or you stay, you know, trying to see how they compare up to your last, and it just be a whole lot of unresolved issues. You take and then you break up with that person, and then you bring the baggage from the unresolved relationship you had before that one, your most recent unresolved relationship, and now you're in a new relationship.
Yeah, that's why. That's why I would tell you it's a sport to me, right? Because with the relationship, kind of like all the other relationships I got into, right? And I had babies even by the women. I never brought that baggage into it, but when I met my younger daughter mother, that hurted me. Like that was the killer. The first one was a killer too with the children, right? But you know, I'm still a young dude, so I ain't give a fuck. But when I thought somebody gonna be my wife and go spend an eternal life with them, and I met plenty of good women, like good women, right? And I was too busy trying to convince her to get back with me, and I ran them out. So I ended up cleansing myself for 3 months. Then I had to realize, you know what? Because she ended up, how we ended up breaking up, I ended up finding out the guy that she did cheat with, right? That made her break up. She was still messing with him. But she kind of cut it up like she wasn't messing with him. She just want to cleanse herself, and we need to break up for a while, blah, 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 blah. And, you know, I feel for her.
She hit you with the she needs some space.
Yeah, she needs some space. We don't get along like we used to. You don't show me attention like you used to. I showed you X, Y, Z, and I'm like, I'm going to school and I work a third shift. So baby, I'm gonna be tired sometimes. I can't give you this, but she going out with her stepsister, and she really seeing dude at the same time. She ended up with her stepsister, but she ended up seeing dude. You know what I mean? You know, yeah, she ended up telling me this shit later, though, right? I ain't know it at the time.
Niggas come clean later on.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. Oh, he knows so much shit now. The one that's in jail, currently, my ex is in jail. He knows so much shit now. He like, man. But he also know a lot more about, because like I said, in a relationship, I'm not gonna tell you what to look for. I'm not gonna tell you what to do to improve. You know, I'm not gonna. And that's part of my issue. I'm a great communicator, but when it comes to a relationship, I shut down. I feel like you do the work. If you're interested, you'll do the work to figure it out. You know what I'm saying? I shouldn't have to verbalize everything to you and tell you everything that I need or want. So he was good in ways like.
Oh, the esoteric relationship, right? When I did recognize, because I found a picture that she was cheating right in her car. I was washing it one day, and I went in the glove department. I ain't looking. I see the picture with the dude, right? Club picture. And it broke my heart. You know what I mean? I'm like, damn. So, you know, after I see that, right, I'm going hard now. Because she was telling me this. Don't get me wrong, she was telling me this before then, right? And I could have did something. I think she was selfish at the same time, but at the same time, I was selfish too. Like I felt like I was a dude, and I'm going to school and work because she wasn't working nothing but a part-time job because we had a baby. You know what I'm saying? So she worked part-time. and I work a third shift, so I had to have baby in the morning while she went to work for like 4 hours. And so, you know, I'm playing out that narrative, right? And I was just showing her like attention like that.
But that's the thing. Like now, oh boy, like I said, he was a busy man. He was making plenty of money, so he was busy a lot.
Yeah, he making money. Making money.
and I mean, for me, that wasn't no problem. Like I said, I'm not the whole we got to spend time. Like he was real good about like our first date. And it's actually it was a little weird, you know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna lie, I was still curving him, right? Now, no, he didn't ask for my number. I was still in Gary at this time because when I linked back up with him, I was out there temporarily for a trip, you know. I had a court date. So I'm like, fuck it, I'm gonna go to my court date, you know, whatever, hang out for a couple of weeks because, you know, that's where I'm from. So I went out there and I was scheduled to be there for 3 weeks. So I ended up running into him like maybe the third night I was there, you know, like the third night I was there. So when he seen me in the club, he like, man, give me your number right now, you know, because you didn't change your number since the last time I talked to you. So I gave him my number again or whatever. And he like, all right, I'm gonna hit you up. I was like, all right, you know. So, but he like, I want to see you every day, you know, that you here. I was like, all right, you know, I'm thinking like, this nigga got some hellified game. He landing on thick. So I goes by my business. So like 2 days after that, you know, I see him calling, I'm curving. You know, see him text it, I'm curving. I'm still not really interested like that. I'm on my own thing. I'm here for a few weeks. I'm trying to get it in, go to the club, see all my friends, you know. So he had called me and I think I was on the other line or something like that. So I ended up answering the phone without looking at the number because I probably would have curved him again. So he like, where you at? I'm like, oh, I'm at the mall with my homegirl. You know, I told her the name. I told him the name or whatever, because he knew her. But I just don't want to say it on this live. So I was like, oh, I'm at the mall with such and such, and he like, oh, all right, well, he was like, well, call me when
you know what you want.
He said, call me. He said, call me when you leave the mall. You know, I want us to go out. I want to take you out. I was like, all right. Now, whole time where I really was at is I was at this baseball field because her kids had a baseball game.
Yeah.
So, and her dude coached the team. So it was her, him, her brother, you know, a couple other parents, you know. We had
So you sleep flexes on. You sleep flexes on, like throwing them out.
Yeah. So we kicking it, you know what I'm saying? We chilling. So I had walked to the car to get something. And she was walking with me. She said, is that Zah? I was like, who? She was like, Zah, I think that's Zah right there. I'm like, where? So I'm looking. Here he come pulling up in the truck. And he like, oh, you at the mall, huh? He's like, you got from the mall real fast. So I'm cracking up.
How he do that? Now you gotta explain how he do use at the baseball field.
He didn't know I was at the baseball field. When he called, well, he did know when he called me. When he called me, he had already seen me. I didn't see him. So his mama actually lived, his mama actually lived 2 blocks over.
Yeah, I like that game right here. I like that one. That was a good one right here. I like that.
His mama actually lived 2 blocks over. I didn't know that. So I'm in, you know, Glen Park, this side of town at Gary. I'm at the baseball field. I didn't know his mom lived 2 blocks over from the field. And he was leaving her house and seeing my homegirl truck. So he seen, you know, 2 girls standing outside, you know, because we outside at the field. He seen us standing outside and he didn't know for sure, but he called me to see where I was at. So when I confirmed,
that was a good one
when I confirmed I was with a girl and he knew that was her truck, he like, oh, she over there because she with her. You know what I'm saying? So I know she over there because she just said she went on her way to the mall. So he rolled up on me.
If I ain't 100% sure, I'm gonna take my chance. Yeah.
Right. So he slid down. So when he pulled up, I was just stuck. And he like, so you busy? I'm like, no, not really. We was just watching the kids game. He like, oh, your son here? Cause I got a son that's her kid's age, but my son wasn't with me. He was at his grandma's house. I'm like, no, my son ain't here. He like, oh, so you can, hop in with me. We can go out. So I'm still looking at my homegirl. She looking at me like, girl, you don't get
it. He took some.
Yeah. So I hopped in, we went out to eat, went to like BW3s or whatever. We had a real good time. It was like real chill. He wasn't like funny about, he made like a joke. He like, oh yeah, you was trying to curve me, I seen what you was doing. I'm like, yeah, but you cool. So after that, we literally spent every day together. Every day together.
Yeah,
But
he did.
at any rate,
He did it good. He did it good. He just had lived up
oh,
to
the next day he was so slick, so that after he dropped me off, he called my homegirl and asked her what size, like what size I wear. So she like,
oh god damn, he was so romantic. Oh, I'm mad at that nigga. I wish I knew shit like that.
Oh yeah.
That was slick. That was
But
slick.
see, but the problem that he ended up running into down the line, because initially it was sweet, you courting me, whatever. But the problem he ended up running into down the line was anytime we would get into it about something or we would have a disagreement, he assumed that it would be fixed with him buying something or, taking me out. And it's like, that's cool or whatever, but nigga, I know you got money. It ain't shit to you. You know what I'm saying? To do that. Like that's not no sacrifice. You know what I'm saying?
You gotta own up to the you
got
gotta
plenty
own
to
up to
do it.
these
So that's like
conversations.
normal shit.
You gotta own up to these conversations.
Right. So he would be upset because I still got the same problem I had before you bought this shit. Like I done returned so much, and that was another thing. Like I don't know, he was just real particular about certain stuff. So me and him would get into it a lot because he'd be like, "Oh, let's go shopping," and then we go shopping and he want to suggest everything. I'm like, nigga.
I know I cheated on you, baby. Let's go shopping.
But that's the thing. It wouldn't even be about that. It wouldn't even be about that.
You know how people just throw like, let's go shopping out there instead of actually deal. I'm just using it symbolic, right?
Yeah, but I'm saying like this would be shit he would just do out the blue, just on a humbug. Like, I'm gonna take you shopping today, and I'm like, okay, cool. But after a couple of times that you gonna take me shopping, and then when I'm out and I was like, oh, I'm looking at this, oh, I really like. Well, if you want to shop for me, then I don't got to be here. You could have just came out, got the shit you wanted me to have, and then brought it to me, and then I'm not gonna wear it because I don't like it. So I'm gonna give it back to you.
It was illegal because I had a problem. My baby mama buying me all my goddamn clothes, but she got good taste, right? Women got good taste when it comes to me. But
yeah, and don't get me wrong, he had good taste. He had good taste, but not for my style. Like, nigga, that ain't my style. I don't wear shit like that. Like I've never been like the Coogee outfit, baby fat dress with it. Like I've never been the hood girl. Like I don't really dress like that. You know what I'm saying?
Do what he's supposed to do to you, right? He's supposed to let you choose like 3 outfits, right? And he picked the way he like. You know what I mean? After 3 that you choose. Yeah. I like that one best on you, baby.
Yeah, I don't know what he was supposed to do. What I do know is, nigga, first off, I don't like shopping with people. I like to shop by myself. Second of all, I don't like input. If I ask you how something look, then you can get your input. But if I don't ask, that means I'm good. And then I don't do like stupid, like I'm too old to be rocking Coogee outfit and this, that. Like he was, and again, I understood his status, so certain shit, he was a label guy because he had to let people know he had it. That ain't me. It's just my job to look good when I'm on your arm. It don't gotta be no cool. I don't rock that weird shit. Now, if you want me to rock some high end shit, then let's go all the way high end. But we ain't finna rock this hood high end shit. I'm not doing none of that.
The hood, Coogee, You right. Coochie is very hood.
Yeah, I'm not doing that. Like, you got the wrong chick.
Yeah, they go Eddie Bowers, nigga.
I'm not doing none of that.
Like you ain't go all way. They go all way.
Exactly. You got it, nigga. Let's go. Shit.
Yeah. And you ain't got to buy me the many outfits.
But I mean, but the whole thing is you ain't gotta buy me shit. I could buy my own goddamn that was the thing that he kept failing to realize. Like, it's good that you got it, you want to do it. Like, that's not even an issue, that's not a problem. But at the same time, like, I'm not every woman that you've been with that, like, oh, he got money, let me get all I can get out of him. Like, that's not my mentality. I fuck with you for fucking with you.
Do you think that was his insecurity though?
You said, huh?
Do you think that was his insecurity?
Yeah, I think a lot of, well, not even an insecurity. He did a lot for everybody in his family. Like, he carried his family on his back. You know, his mama, grandma, aunties, all his kids, his baby mamas. He even took care of baby mama's kids that wasn't his, just because they was in a fucked up situation and he could help out. So when it was kind of his power play, he did it out the kindness of his heart most of the times, but when he wanted a certain outcome, he used his money as leverage. You know what I'm saying? So for me, it didn't work because I don't give a fuck about your money. I don't care.
You know what? Sometimes they become right. They become, this is how I look at it, right? Like, you ain't doing nothing no more special for me than you would do with anybody else, right?
Right.
And that kind of like, that's why I would ask you that question. Like, is that his security? Like, he wanted affection from everybody? Because
And that's
you
the thing.
gotta
Well,
say,
honestly, I think he actually resented it. To be perfectly honest, like, we've had a lot of conversations since he's been in there. Like, currently now, because he actually bought one of my family houses. So he bought a house from my mom or whatever, and he still got it, but it's, in a trust or whatever. But he still got it. So we've had different discussions, and I've talked to him about, like, well, how the house doing or how this doing, and he'll go on a long rant about how, like, you would think as many people I took care of, left them still with money, you know what I'm saying? Like, well, nobody fucked up, but I just can't get people to look out for me. Like, I looked out for them.
Hell no, this
But truth be told, at the time he resented it. Now it's funny because so I told you about the story with the baby and all of that. So during the course of, like, this is after he knows, right? Because like I said, he had kids. I had a son, but we weren't living together. We dated for some years, and he had been around my child, and I had seen, like, met some of his kids in passing, but we've never been like on family outings. We didn't do all of that. We both agreed, like, we're not doing that until we know we're gonna be married and, solid. Like, when we get to that level, then we'll start engaging family like that. But granted, some of his kids knew who I was, some didn't. So he had a grown daughter. So it was one day I was in class in college. I'm in my college class, and I hear this girl talking like, yeah, Cam's mom, yeah, he do so much for her, but he won't even buy me a car, but he be over there with her, and such told me, and I'm like, wait a minute, whoa. So my ears perk up because these names are sounding too familiar. So she stepped into the hallway. I'll act like I was going to the bathroom, and she's still on the phone going in. Yeah, he dropped me off and this and the third. And she looked just like him. So whole time I knew it was his daughter. When I first seen her, I just wasn't gonna say anything to her just because we're not like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, she wasn't one of the kids that I had met. And although I know she know I exist, I'm just not finna impose like that. So on my way from the bathroom, Huh?
I said, yeah. I'm agreeing with you. Yeah.
Yeah. So on my way from the bathroom, I stopped and I told her, I said, well, when you finish your phone call, I would, like to get an opportunity to speak with you. And she was kind of looking confused. I was like, I'm the one you talking about on the phone. So she was like, oh. So she was like, well, this is her. I'm going to call you back. So when we got off the phone, because she was pregnant at the time, she started crying and she was like, yeah, my dad, we just got into it. He just dropped me off at school and we just got into it and I wasn't trying to, like talk about you, but I know he do this and he do that. I said, well, first off, let's clarify some things because I don't really know where you get your information from. But he ain't paying my bills. He ain't doing this. He ain't doing that. We have a relationship, and that's the extent of it. I said, as far as, my son or whatever, he's not taking care of him and he does things for him. Granted, me and him got a related. He does things for my other son, as he always has. But it ain't like we're going on family outings. He's not engaged with my children like that because we made a decision that's not something we're going to do. I said, in response to him getting you a car, I've actually had numerous discussions with your dad about him doing more for his older kids. But his stance is he got so many kids, he don't want to set a standard doing certain things for y'all.
Yeah, you got no
and
choice.
then the expectation is with everybody else, well, you bought this one, you bought that. I said, I can understand that. I said, but what I will say is, if you can, I will present the idea to him that you pay for half and he pay for the other half. So she was like, okay. She's like, well, I appreciate you. And, I never got a chance to talk to you, but, I just heard stuff. I said, yeah. I said, and here's the thing, like, I don't mind nothing you heard. You only get one side of the story. I understand that. I said, but at the end of the day, it is never going to be my goal in life to take anything from any of his kids. Of anybody that he deals with now, currently, baby mama, whoever, I'm probably the one that has taken the least from him, the least. And she was like, yeah, I can get that. So me and him ended up talking later. And he was like, yeah, my daughter came to me and she told me that y'all talked with her. I was like, yeah. I was like, because she was on the phone going in and my name kept coming up and my son name kept coming up. And I'm like, I know she ain't talking about me. Like, I know this. He was like, yeah, I went in on her about that. I said, no, you can't go in on her because she's a child. She's not in our relationship. Guess who's telling her that bullshit? Your baby mama. Your baby mama telling her. And not even her mom. It ain't even her mom that was telling her that. It's the one that me and her don't get along. She's telling the other mom telling the daughter, or telling both of them, a whole bunch of messy shit.
It's chain reaction.
Yeah. So I told him, no, that's it. And this is why I keep telling you got to get some straightening on that. Because
yeah, he a dope boy. And he a D boy. He got strange activity that none of us agree on. I mean, none of us know nothing about, right? You might know because you was in there, right?
Well, that's the whole thing. And this is the one thing that I would say I respect about him. Now, don't get me wrong, I knew what he did just because I'm not stupid. I'm just not dumb. Nigga, you ain't getting up and clocking in no more. Your wealth is growing, but he's never, and he ain't never been that type of person. Actually, what ended up fucking him up and getting him hemmed up, I'm gonna take you back to the very first time when he pulled up on me at that baseball field. Before we pulled off, my friend dude who coached the baseball team came over there and was chopping it up with him. And he said a lot of shit that he shouldn't have really been talking about without knowing who was who or the company he was in. So when we got in the car, and I know this our first date, I was like, yeah, if I was you, I wouldn't deal with old boy. Because just based off of how I see how you maneuver, I feel like y'all handle y'all business different. And he like, I got you, and kept it moving. So now this is literally like a year into our relationship. When I found out that they had actual business dealings, I didn't find out from him. I found out from my homegirl.
Yeah.
So when she told me, I went back to him and I told him, like, I told you that's a sloppy ass nigga. Don't fuck with him. I'm telling you this. So he like, man, you ain't gonna tell me how to run my business. Pretty much like, this ain't got nothing to do with you. I make sure it ain't got nothing to do with you. This street shit, you don't got nothing to do with it. stay out of it. That was pretty much his response for me. So fast forward now, the whole reason why he in there is because that same nigga set him up.
And you know something though, Amber? That is the old dope boy motto, right? They try to have this girl that's not in the street life, and they want to wife up and have babies by like real babies and try to ride them off in the sunset. But and the women know, they realize like, hey, nigga, you ain't no motherfucking X, Y, and Z. I know you doing this. And he'll try to play them dumb, right? He'll try to play them dumb. And then they start recognizing like, hey, this nigga ain't good for you. That nigga ain't the one they gonna come down there and visit you in jail.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes they get confused, right? Because they making money with the nigga. But they ain't the nigga. Making money with the nigga, that's just business. Sometimes you got to have that support. You know what I'm saying?
But my thing is, all money ain't good money. You know, but he will acknowledge now that he's where he's at and I'm where I'm at. He'll acknowledge now that yeah, you was saying some real shit. Now, and my arrogance of I'm the nigga that got it going on. I'm the nigga that do this. I'm the nigga that know what's up with the street.
Hey,
I'ma
that's
do
what I'm
me.
saying.
He was like, you know, in my arrogance, I wasn't taking heed to what you was saying, but you was absolutely right. I ain't had no business fucking with that nigga, like at all. From the gate, from words say go. That very first day when he came at me, he was talking too much, not knowing, you know what I'm saying? And that's the whole thing. Like I told him, I was like, listen, because at the time where he slid down on me at the baseball stadium, he actually was working a job. He had a good job as a pipe fitter at the hospital or whatever. So he actually was working. So to that point, before old boy opened his mouth, I thought that was his, you know, his job.
Yeah, this is
And that was
an
it.
old dope boy model though. That's what I'm telling you. This is an old dope boy model. Like you work in the daytime, you still dope at night, and you don't touch too much shit like that.
Mm-hmm. But then over time, you know, he ended up letting that go. And even when he told me he let that go, I told him, I was like, I don't think that's a good idea. Like, you got to keep up with that. And he like, nah. So then even when he was making money, I was trying to tell him like, okay, well, we got to start, because of course I'm going to school for business, right? I'm like, well, we got to find a way to make this some legit money. You know what I'm saying? Like, so you could transition out of this shit. It don't make no sense for you to keep taking these chances. So that's why he bought my mom's house, starting with the real estate, and we was looking at some other properties in the area. But because property is dirt cheap, I'm like, hell, you could own half the fucking city if you wanted to. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
Making too much money for you to not be putting your money to use. But I mean, it came a little too late because, like I said, I wake up one day and like, you know what? This shit ain't went nowhere. This shit ain't went no motherfucker. We still in the same goddamn spot that we was in a few years
You crazy too. You crazy too.
It ain't even crazy. It's just, you know, you take the rose
Man,
colored
you ain't
glasses
gonna
off.
say, nigga, this ain't went nowhere.
But whole time, you know, I didn't really, it happened in Cancun. You know, I was living life, having fun. And then that was another thing, like he was already a felon when I met him. And I was just like, damn, it's shit like this that I want to do. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want to be able to travel and see the world.
Yeah, he can't go with you.
Yeah, and he can't go. You know what I'm saying? It's certain things that.
Hey, my baby mama used it on me too, cause I was a felon. I was a felon too. I had robbery charges and drug selling problems, right? I had both. And she used it against me too, kind of like, nigga, I want to go places, nigga. You can't go nowhere. You know what I mean? It was like that. That's what I was saying. Sometimes, you know what I'm saying?
But
The
and
women
honestly,
are
it didn't
like,
even have to be it didn't even have to be out the country. But he was just in such a grind mode mindset that he was making all this money, but he wasn't taking no real time to enjoy it.
Yeah,
You know,
he wasn't going to
the
Las
shopping
Vegas.
spree,
He
you
go to
know,
Las
here, but
Vegas.
he wasn't even going to see the shit that he could see stateside. You know what I'm saying? Like, he wasn't even doing that. So now, like I said, the conversations be a lot different here. You know, he's like, man, I can't wait to get out of here. When I get out of here, I'm gonna do this A, B, C, and D. And I mean, and I do respect the fact that he ain't turned into one of them niggas that's like, I want you to wait for me, and you know, he ain't trying to run that game. I think he know better anyway.
Yeah.
I think
Who
he
you
know
been
better anyway.
sleeping with? Who you been sleeping with?
He ain't with none of that. Like, now, one thing I will say about him is he, like me in a lot of ways, he a little Pisces, so he ain't gonna ask no questions he don't really want to know the real answer to, because he know I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah.
You know, so he ain't even gonna bother to ask. Like, it ain't got shit to do with me. Whatever. His whole thing is just like, just let you be single when I get up out of here. Let you still be single when I get up out of here.
Let you, I'm gonna woo your motherfucking ass. You got me fucked up. I'm gonna woo your ass. I know why I fucked up it. I've been thinking a long time. I had a lot of isolation time. I'm gonna woo your ass. You gonna be my motherfucking wife. That's what he said this here.
But the problem is I'm petty. See, the problem is I'm petty. So my petty mind
No,
says,
you ain't gonna be that petty. That nigga got too much isolation time.
no, my petty mind say, if I couldn't have you in your heyday, your high times, where shit was good, shit was sweet, and not to say he gonna come out struggling, because of the nigga he is, I know he ain't gonna come out struggling, but the reality is, when now I feel like an afterthought.
He gotta be perfect.
Now I feel like an afterthought. Now I feel like, oh, because you got locked up and you just want to enjoy the rest of your life, you know, free. Now let me settle down. I ain't with the settling. I ain't with that shit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He got to be perfect. If he wants you, he got to be perfect now. And what I'm saying perfect is, he got to let you know that, hey, I really want you. And it ain't because I'm trying to settle down. And I could do this without making these penitentiary chances no more, right? You gotta show you that shit.
I don't know if that's gonna be enough.
You gonna do. You going there.
I ain't gonna hold you.
You going there.
You don't know how vicious my pride is. When I convince myself of some shit, whole time in my mind I'm thinking, yeah, you got yourself in the jam. You fucked off 8 years of your life.
They want more nigga right before he get out. And you see that nigga flawed as hell and he got it going on. You gonna be like, okay, I kind of mold you into what I like. Baby daddy. You know what I mean? You gonna say that shit.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't see it happening. Like I said, I still love him, but I just don't see it happening. Like I said, he fucked up. Again, I'm a little disappointed, right? You know, because I gave him more credit than maybe I should have, and that might have been on me. I thought he was, you know, a little smarter than that. So the fact that you threw away 8 years of your life, well, you could have been, you know, content, happy, living life, enjoying life, seeing the sights, you know. I just kind of feel some type of way about that. So.
I'm telling you, Amber, my baby mama did me like that. Like I supposed to be a cult leader. How she thinking? And I was like, I didn't never want to be a cult leader. Especially when me and her broke up. You know what I mean? I didn't know how to express myself and tell me like you the one. That's why I kept over the relationship, because I didn't give a fuck about her. I wouldn't put in all the effort I was putting in neither. You know what I mean? So I guarantee you, you just handsome, and she petty, and you petty. And I know I can get her. I just gotta know how to step my game up. And I'm pretty sure when he get out, and he figure out how to step his game up, he gonna get you, and you gonna be struggling with your pettiness, and he gonna be the perfect guy.
I don't think so. Like, like I said,
Yeah,
I don't mind.
you ain't on that nigga that fucked up in the past. That's all. You ain't on that nigga that fucked up in the past, and we molded into the guy.
But I think that's kind of the problem that I have, though. You know, that because men have a tendency to feel like they can fuck up as, you know, and then like that option is going to be there, you know, because I fucked up before. She's accepting me back, and that's the thing. And it ain't even like he done fucked up a whole lot, because like I said, he a good guy. I ain't had no real fucked up ass niggas. I just ain't had that experience. And with the places where he fucked up, I fucked up too. So I wasn't even tripping off that. It was just at the time where I feel like you're 10 years older than me. Well, damn near. You're 10 years older than me. You should just be, and I always date 5 to 10 years older than me, just because the maturity level, in order for them to even meet me there, they typically got to be 5 to 10 years older than me. So you're this much older than me, and he's a great leader in every other way, but the fact that he dropped the ball on that shit, even when I was out the picture, and that's the crazy thing, because when all of this shit happened to him, me and him weren't fucking around anymore. I had changed my number. I had quit fucking with him. You know, I wasn't nowhere around. So when I was hearing little shit about the situation, because no, I was still cool with the dude, not knowing that all this fugazi shit going on in the background. So the dude that my friend was cool with, that my friend was dating, I was still cool with him. And I was still, you know, me and her was cool to a point, but then, so I don't really want to go into all of why he set him up, but he set him up to get off of a major charge that he caught on some other shit. It wasn't no street shit involved, but he caught a major charge. In order to get off of that, he set him up and had him taken down or whatever. So when he initially told me about it, because me and old boy was still cool, when he initially told me about it, like when we made contact, he had hit me up through Facebook. This was like after he was in jail for already for like 3 years. He hit me up on Facebook one day. I was online, and I talked to him or whatever, and he was like, yeah, you know, your boy has something to do with this. And at the time, me and Buddy was still cool. I done moved or whatever, but me and him was still talking. We was cool, like we had like a brother relationship. And he knew I would tell him, like, the way you handle your business is sloppy. I'm just an honest person. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't help it. So I used to tell him, the way you handle your business is sloppy as fuck. You're going to end up getting yourself hemmed up. So he like, nah, I know this, I know that. So he was actually fighting a case that was separate from the streets, which is the same shit that he had set old boy up for. So at this point in time, he telling me like, every time he come back from court, he got an update on old dude.
Yeah.
So I'm like, he like, yeah, they saying this and they saying that, and blah, they skippy woo woo. Now, just to give you the timeline of events. So 2012, my baby daddy, my oldest baby daddy, got locked up off of a murder charge or whatever. He got locked up off that. So he was facing trial. So in the midst of him facing trial, well, before he went to trial, he was fighting this case. The dude that I was dealing with was fighting a case because his crib had got raided or whatever. You know, they found some shit or whatever. He was fighting that case out on bond or whatever. So then my baby daddy get locked up. So they got the same lawyer. My baby daddy and him got the same lawyer. So a lot of times they court dates coincided. So he was giving me abreast on different stuff that was going on.
That's weird right there.
Yeah. Well, he was the former mayor, so he was a high profile attorney in the area. So a lot of people fucked with him when they had like a kind of a high profile case. So
he usually get people of high profile cases, right?
Yeah. So anyhow, the dude, he had him as an attorney too, because so my baby daddy had the murder charge. It was caught on tape, but they didn't see who the actual shooter was. But his vehicle was on tape, and it was a very flamboyant vehicle. So you know, ain't nobody else got this car. Definitely your car. You know, tell us who the shooter is. but he didn't know it was caught on tape because it happened around the gas station. So the gas station happened to catch the footage. They actually didn't catch him initially, but what the gas station did was these ignorant ass niggas, not niggas, Arabs, they burnt DVDs and was selling the DVD of the shooting. So that's how he ended up getting hammed up, because it was caught on tape and they burned DVDs. So when the police found out that it was the DVD of the shooting, they went to the gas station, you know, got the footage, and that's how he ended up getting caught on that charge. So then my ex dude or whatever, you know, he was facing his little charge from the raid. The shit that they had on him was pretty circumstantial, but because he was already a felon and he was there, and you know, it was a lot of technicality. Just like, you gonna do some time just for the fuck of it. So, but he's still fighting that shit. So then, oh boy, the one that snitched on him, he was facing negligent homicide because he was a felon with a handgun, and his daughter got shot by her older sister, a 2 and 3 year old. Accidental shooting, but because he a felon, he facing that charge. So he snitched on my dude in order to get out of that charge. So anyhow, he keep coming back because he was trying to use me as a character witness for his case. But every time I was like, well, why your attorney ain't contacting me yet? He like, oh, well, you know, he gonna contact you, but this happened with such and such case. I know you ain't fucking with him right now, but this happened and blah, 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 rules. The whole time I'm tripping, like, how the fuck you got all these updates on Buddy case, but you ain't got no updates on yours? So I'm tripping or whatever. So when I finally talked to him and he told me about it, I'm like, yep, I knew it. Makes sense. You know what I'm saying? Because it was already a suspicion. So I end up texting old dude, like, you foul as fuck for that bullshit you pulled. And he like, what? And I was like, it ain't even, because my position, and I told my ex this, I said, if it would have happened on some strict street shit, his crib got raided and he flipped on your ass, I wouldn't even cared about that. But the fact that his daughter lost her life and you trying to get out a certain time behind your negligence, I feel like that's fucked up. Like, if one of my kids died from some negligence shit I did, I would feel like I would want to serve time for that. The guilt, if I don't commit suicide behind some shit like that, like, the guilt alone would kill me. So the fact that you
Nah, well, I was saying, so you said since they trying to play like the game was like he didn't recognize the dude did it, right? You already knew it, right? What was going on?
Yeah,
And
he
since
didn't
he didn't
recognize that
recognize,
I was questioning it. I would just ask him questions like, so dang, you had another court date and they don't got no update on your shit? Like, none?
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
He like,
And he wasn't
no.
taking heed to you. He wasn't taking heed to you.
Oh, you talking about my ex?
Yeah.
Nah, anytime I brought it up, he wasn't like, but during while he was actually fighting the case, he wasn't taking heed. Now, so okay,
Yeah.
so what he got taken down on was something completely separate. So what they end up doing. So he was fighting the case, right? So with that case, he had came to me and asked me what he should do with it. He like, man, they talking about 3 years, do 3 years, serve that time, whatever. And I was like, well, me personally, I feel like you should take the 3 years. And he like, oh, you think I should plea out? I'm like, nigga, you guilty. Like, yeah, you should plea out. If you don't plea out, they're gonna fight it and they're gonna go for the max. Like, and you're a felon. Like, if they're offering you 3 years jail time, you know what I'm saying? It ain't a federal case. You only gonna serve half of that. Yeah, take that shit. And he like, I'm not giving them no time. This was his attitude. I'm not giving them no time. I'm like, okay, now this is before me.
I got enough money. I can pay them motherfuckers.
Yeah. So
with the evidence too ugly. You can't.
So that was his attitude. Now, truth be told, I don't think they had that strong of a case that he might would have beat it. So what they did was, in that note, me and him to stop fucking around. So what they did was they came back to him with an offer of 3 years house arrest. So he took the 3 years house arrest, right?
Mm-hmm.
So me, if I was around, I would have told him, nigga, it's a setup. It's a setup. You got to know it's a setup. What makes them go from that to 3 years house arrest? For what?
Yep.
What's the trade-off? So anyhow, he did the 3 years house arrest. So what ended up happening was they allowed him to go to attend school. So he signed up for truck driving school in Illinois, which is right next door, which is also where he was going to get his product. So he was he was going to school, getting his product, coming back, still moving business as usual.
I did that, Amber. I did that. I used to drive a truck when I used to go down to Texas to Memphis, but I was working for somebody though. I used to be a runner for somebody to drive a truck. I just put it out there.
But my whole point was I wouldn't even been taking them kind of chance. First off, I wouldn't do no 3 years house arrest, especially if I know I still intend to run business as usual. The whole reason why I told him to go ahead and take the 3-year plea is because you're not gonna spend that much time in there. You still got a young child, because no, he had his baby around the time I had my baby. You still got young kids. You'll still have a chance to, be around them or whatever. You won't miss too much time out of their life where they just won't really kind of know you. You know what I'm saying? You'll still have a chance to be around, and then you got enough money to sustain you. They ain't really catch you with shit like that. They ain't catch you with no money. They only caught you with like 30 racks. You know what I'm saying? That ain't shit. So you'll be all right. So he like, nah, he wasn't going for it. Nah, he wasn't going for it. So what ended up happening was boy set him up, had him meet him at his restaurant, because he had a restaurant, had him meet him at his restaurant. So from the restaurant, they followed him back to his house, because instead of him going home, because he lived far out, instead of him going all the way home, he dropped his shit off to him before he took, his shit. Now, truth be told, he should have never took shit to his house, period, because he normally didn't do that. So why he did that this particular day, I never bothered to ask him. A lot of times, we'd be talking over the system, and I don't want to get too, much in detail. But they end up following him out to his crib or whatever, and raided the crib. Like a few minutes after he unloaded, raided him, it was a wrap. So fast forward, well, that same day, this is why the raid is still going on. Old boy called me. Now, no, I didn't know the raid was still going on at the time. Old boy called me like, hey, man, such and such house got raided, and blah, 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 was our house got raided. I'm like, his house got raided. And he like, yeah, it's looking bad for him. It's looking real bad for him, man. I'm like, damn. I was like, let me call you back. So I get off the phone with him. So I'm looking online, looking for the newspaper article, right? I'm looking for where the fuck you got this information from. Because he stay far out. He don't stay in Gary. He don't stay where somebody just gonna see that this house is being raided. You know what I'm saying? He stays pretty far out. So I'm looking online like, where the fuck is this nigga getting this shit from? So I call him back like, hey, how you know? And he like, oh man, such and such was out by his crib, by his way. He had something to do out there. And I'm like, what the fuck did this nigga got to do out in no man's land? Like, this nigga literally lived down there in no man's land. What the fuck what he got to do out there? So it didn't sound right.
Yeah.
So when he finally told me, and he was like, and I ain't telling you what I think, I'm telling you what I know. The nigga name all in my paperwork. That nigga is the one. You know what I'm saying? So when I brought it to him and I told him, he like, man, if you gonna believe him, then it's cool. I said, it ain't a matter of if I'm gonna believe him. Lo and behold, you don't remember all the times I kept asking you why you don't know nothing about your case, but you know everything about his case. I've been suspecting this shit the whole time. He just confirmed what I already suspected. From day one, I told him not to fuck with you, and you know this. From day one.
And most people don't read their indictment papers neither. They don't read their indictment papers. Neither. Do what I'm saying?
Yeah, he
I ain't
read his
found out
shit.
my child partner snitched on me until my indictment paper. I was heard it, but I ain't want to believe.
Mm-hmm.
Your indictment paper, when you get that phone and say who the witness against you, they're gonna tell you who the witness against you. They even tell you the people that you know, I robbed the person at their house. I literally robbed. They put that person's address on there.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I know. Like I said, I've had 6 of them. Shit.
Yeah.
I've had 6 of them myself, so I know about
Yeah.
going through the tedious paperwork and reading through that shit. And that's the whole thing. In my indictments, I was never named. They never named me because I didn't have nothing to do with the situation, like at
Yeah,
all.
yeah, you ain't got nothing to do with it. But when the person filed a charge or even witness against you, they can put their name on their paperwork.
But that's the whole thing. They didn't have no witnesses against me. They had witnesses against other people, but they didn't have no witnesses against me. I just got wrapped up in it because I was the only person at the location at the time when they kicked in the fucking door. So I got wrapped up in it.
Yeah, they ain't got no witness against you. Ain't nobody told on you, and they might have like one evidence. And they hoping somebody snitch on you. They'll put you in it too, and they'll let you know what type of evidence they got against you.
But the crazy thing is, now, truth be told, I was happy as fuck that me and him had never cohabitated or none of that shit, because when that shit finally came down years later, and literally I was just staying at a relative crib. When that shit happened years later, I was so happy that I had never had no real like solid attachment to no shit like that, because it would have just looked bad. You know, it would have looked like I was guilty of sin.
Yeah, you ain't had no mail with them.
Yeah, I was like, I don't got shit to do with nothing. So like, even now, me and him, we end up falling out again too.
You can know a person. You can know a person, right? It just depends on how much evidence they got against you, whether they gonna stick or not.
Right. But the whole time I was just like, this. Me and him end up getting into it about after that situation though, because he had been trying to hit me up and I wasn't responding because I was in jail for like 6 weeks before I received a bond. So when I finally got out, huh?
I said, damn, you had a real charge,
Oh yeah, I have some real charges. Shit.
Yeah,
Trafficking of
you said to get you got your indictment paper or you beat the case. Like sometimes they don't give you indictment paper, so it's dropped.
Well, they end up dropping the case.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Okay,
Yeah.
you got the drop.
Yeah, they end up dropping the case against me. Now they kept that case against the other 2 co-defendants, but they end up dropping.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But
and they be putting your bonds so high. They be putting your bonds so high you can't even get out of jail.
Yeah. Thankfully, like I said, I try to stay 2 steps ahead. I've never, like when I was fucking with him, of course, that's my nigga. I asked him for something, but I ain't never had to go further than 2, 3 places if I needed something. Period.
Mm.
And the crazy thing is, like, I've been locked up before for a little assault and battery charge here and there. And even then, my sisters them will buy me out, but I'm like, man, I could sit in jail for this little 38, you know what I'm saying? Like, it ain't no big deal. I ain't tripping, but they would buy me out anyway. So like this,
yeah.
My sister now, from the day I went in, they like, it ain't a matter of you getting out. If long as you get a bond, you getting out that thing. I don't give a fuck what it is. You get a bond, you getting out.
I had a $350,000 bond, and
You muted your phone.
Yeah, I said I had a $350 bond. I said when they charged me 15%. So basically that was a house note. And I ain't do nothing but, you know what I'm saying? They gave me a murder charge bond. And I ain't murder a motherfucker. It just depends on how they get you.
Yeah. And honestly, I couldn't even tell you what my bond was. I couldn't even tell you. Because because I never seen the paperwork for it. I never had to be bothered with it. My sister was like, you out of that thing. You out. That's all you need to worry about. You out. Drove to get me. Literally, the day they gave me a bond that Friday. She got on the highway. She went to sleep for a couple hours, got on the highway, drove 8 hours to Georgia to bond me out. Then got there and found out, because initially when they gave me the bond, they didn't have me under a GPS monitoring. So when she got there, she found out that they had attached a GPS monitor to the bond order, and so then they had to go through the logistics of finding a company, because it was a certain monitor, and now they got to find a bond agent that's linked with an ankle monitor agent. Like it was a few hoops that they had to go through. So did that or whatever. So by that next day, probably about 7 p.m., it was calling my name like, girl, get the fuck out. And I'm like, let me get the fuck out. Shit. But yeah. So I was on that for 6-7 months. I was on the ankle monitor, stranded in fucking Georgia. That's why I don't even fuck with Georgia. Period. I do not fuck with Georgia. When my grandfather passed away, because the only time I was going out there was like for our yearly reunion. Like the month after I got released, I finally got released from Georgia and to go back to Maryland. I was still fighting the case, but they released me to go back and, be with my kids. The month after that, we had a family reunion. So I went back to Georgia for the family reunion, and then went back at that September to do the pre-trial, and that's when they dropped the charges. I ain't been back since. Well, no, I went back for my grandfather's funeral in August, and I ain't been back since. And I don't know when the next time I'll be there. I don't fuck with Georgia like that.
Yeah, it's hard because it took me a long time to get to Mississippi. Mississippi, right close to the border, like it's literally 4 minutes from my house right now, and I don't even go up because that's why I got locked up in Mississippi.
Mhm.
And I never go nowhere deep in Mississippi, especially.
Yep, and that's what my cousin was like, you gotta come out here. I'm like, y'all know I do not fuck with Georgia. Y'all know. And it ain't even the point of, but me and my ex, we end up getting into it because, like I said, he had been hitting me up for a few months, not knowing that, my situation. So when I got out and I seen he had been hitting me up, I tried to give him a quick little rundown, like, oh man, my bad. I ain't, been responding or whatever. I ain't, he thought I had cut him off because, like I said, I cut him off quick, just zap out, quit talking to your ass. But he was like, man, I thought you had, quit fucking with me. I was like, no, so I gave him the little rundown of what happened or whatever. And he like, man, you can't tell me you ain't know nothing or something he said. And I was like, the fuck? So I went clean in on his ass. Smooth in. Like, nigga, do you think you've dealt with me? Am I one to put my kids at risk and in danger? Shit, my kids was fucking with me. So you mean to tell me you've known me to be a reckless ass mother? Nigga, you got me
Yeah, he
fucked
went
up.
whack on you. Yeah, he went hood. He thought you wanted the hood rats. He went whack on you. Yeah, he failed at it.
But that's the whole thing. Nigga, you should know better. So when he because he was hitting me up for months and I wasn't even responding to that shit. I wasn't even checking the system. Then finally, I end up forgiving the person that kind of really hemmed me up in that situation. So I'm like, you know what? If I could talk back to them, I could talk back to his ass. So when I hit him up and I told him, I was like, listen. He was like, man, my bad. I wasn't even trying to like come at you like that. And I'm like, it's water under the bridge now, but just I be mad at not necessarily what you say, but the principle behind it. My thing is, if you've known me all this time and you don't know me, then we got a problem. Cause there's certain shit that I ain't gonna put on you because I know you too well. Like so.
Sure.
That's why I was like, nigga, don't you ever play with me like that. But he was
All right,
like,
so
yeah,
you went through your forgiving stage.
yeah, I went through my little forgiving
Yeah,
stage.
yeah. When you start forgiving everybody, like,
No, it ain't even that. Because before I went through that, I cut up everybody up, including my sister that had bonded me out. Like when I went and I was there for them few months, like me and her end up getting into it, and I knew what her anger was stemming from, but at the same, because of course she sacrificed a lot, which is cool. I definitely understand she had my kids, I was appreciative of that, but then it got to the point where you feel like a motherfucker should be indebted to you, which to a
yeah,
certain extent,
you owe me your soul.
right? So at the end of the day, I am, but you got to know there's limitations, and that it don't that's never gonna give you no license to be disrespectful to me or to do
Yeah,
undermine
but
certain
how
shit.
long
So
you got to pay a person for that though? That's the problem. Got like you did something for me, but how long I got to be like your servant towards it? You know what I
but
mean?
in the whole time, like, and this is fresh after it happened. So I got exonerated in September, and I ain't even exonerated. They dropped the charges in September. So this is like we talking 2 months later, me and her beefing, like, and it wasn't even like it came out of nowhere. So really the problem was, and I already knew it was an issue because when it ended up happening, she never told her husband really like initially what was going on. Now we talking my kids is there. They taking care of my kids. They didn't enroll them in school. He still don't know why they're there, right? He's
Oh,
he just rolling with the punches, right? So
this is like,
eventually my mom came out to help. So my mom ended up telling him kind of like thinking he knew. So she talking with
yeah.
him about it. But whole time he didn't even know what was going on. So now he like, oh, okay. So he, was asking my sister, like, well, why you didn't tell me? She was like, well, I already know how you feel about certain situations like that because, my brother has been involved in issues before. And he be like, I ain't got nothing to do with that. That's your brother, blah, blah, skippy woo. So she just assumed that he was going to take the attitude because of the nature of the offenses. You know what I'm saying? She's thinking
Yeah.
he going to, like, oh, well, I ain't got shit to do with that. So without even asking him, she like, well, I'm going to make sure, my sister good, whatever, whatever. So when it came down to buying me out, she tried to do everything off of her own strength. And he's like my dude was as far as carry his whole family on his back, but he's legit with it. Former military contractor, you know, make a good bit of money, you know what I'm saying? A
Yeah.
nice little piece of change. But he carrying a lot on his back, so he be trying to be real strategic about how they do shit. You know what I'm saying? Because one wrong move and this shit could all crumble.
Yeah,
But
she thinking they
so
gonna block. And she telling her she thinking you gonna block the situation.
right, so she just stepped out. She just kind of jumped out there and did her own thing. So they end up having issues because he like it ain't the fact that I wasn't gonna get your sister out. I know how your sister is, and I know she ain't had nothing to do with none of this shit. Like the fact of the matter is you didn't trust me to help you with the situation so that it could be workable and manageable for everybody. Now you in a situation where you didn't took out a loan, you didn't did this, and now that's another debt, pending against us. Versus if we'd have did it my way, I got other avenues I could have pulled from. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
kind of like you fucking up the bag. So
Yeah, advice helps sometimes, right?
right. So whole
Yeah.
time when me and him talking, I'm talking to him. I was like, yeah, I didn't know that because me and my sister, we talk, and our thing is because she'll get frustrated if she don't feel like you moving fast enough, or she don't feel like you taking her thing serious that she feel like need to be taken right in this moment. And that's the issue she has with everybody. She like that with everybody. Me and her get into it over this because if she feel like you should be doing one thing and you not doing that, she got a problem with it. You know what I'm saying? She gets she has short patience. So I was like, well, I didn't know all of that, and I would never want y'all to, sacrifice too. He's like, man, sacrifice ain't the problem. Like, me, I don't mind doing nothing for you, but it's the fact of how she operates sometimes. She just pretty much play. He like, I didn't know nothing. He's like, not that it would have been a problem because you know me, I would have drove and got the boys myself. He's like, it's just the fact of how she do it where she feel like she don't even need to talk to me. She don't need to include me, like she just do her own thing. And I'm like, yeah, I get that, you feel disrespected. I completely understand. So, but no, just because me and him talk don't mean that they not still gonna have this same discussion and have this issue in a relationship because we're still paying for this decision you made last year. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
So then it got to the point where she started kind of resenting me because now it's over with, right? Now the charges is dropped, but the damage is done. I done did this to bond you out. I done did that. And again, it's not like everything is gonna fall apart, but it's just the fact it's a point of contention now in your relationship.
Yeah.
So now me and her starting to get into it because now she nitpicking with me. So like I told her, like at the end of the day, we gonna move around, but my thing is you're upset with everybody else because you decided to move. First off, I know you was looking out for me, but you had my kids. Long as my kids was good, I was good. If I had to ride it out in there, yeah, I want to see my kids. I would have been broken up, destroyed.
But
But
you would have took our kids the same way. Straight up, man.
exactly, and have done it. That's the whole thing. Because my sister is military, right? So
yeah,
it's been times where she's been deployed for 6-7 weeks at a time, and I've had her child. Like, and that's the thing. That's why we're so close. Not only did she kind of pretty much raise me, but once I got to high school, my mom wanted to move to Georgia. When I got pregnant with my oldest son, because of the issues of me and his father relationship, I just knew it wasn't gonna be a good idea for me to go out of town and then come back and like I already seen where that relationship was headed down. He was already talking about it ain't his baby. So if I move out of town, niggas gonna forget the timeline. She got pregnant with that baby in Georgia and came back and like, nah, we ain't finna do that. I'm staying my ass right here while I'm pregnant. You know what I'm saying? We finna stay right here. So me and her end up staying together. So even after I had my son, we stayed together for years after he was born.
What
So
politics you stayed in, though?
You said, huh?
What politics you was there?
I stayed in Houston for a minute. I stayed in Houston. I stayed in Killeen.
Oh.
Yeah. So I mean, at the end of the day, like me and her are real close. Probably the closest out of all of my siblings. Me and her are the closest. So when we got into it, it left a really bad taste in my mouth because it's just certain stuff that we the only, I ain't gonna say we're the only two with kids, but my other sister don't have a child. She don't have no kids. So me and her got kids. We've always been closely bonded. Our kids came up together more like siblings than cousins. So we've always been real, real close. So when me and her got into it, she's nitpicky. She tries to set you off in ways that she know you're gonna go off the deep end. So when I was on the ankle monitor in Georgia, literally she would call me over every little thing pertaining to my kids. Not because, well, I ain't gonna say it ain't because she's the one that she's like the auntie that's the auntie, but don't want to enforce her auntie privilege. You know what I'm saying? I ain't that with them your kids. I ain't gonna tell your kids what to do, and you tell
You gonna feed them candy at night.
Pretty much. She not, I mean, she gonna be a stickler about certain stuff, but when it comes to different areas like discipline, she ain't too comfortable with that. So me and her was going back and forth while I was gone. I'm like, listen, we don't know what's gonna happen. If in the event I ever do have to go to jail, you gotta learn how to discipline my kids. They have to respect you as an authority. Like at the end of the day, you can't be like, well, them your kids and I don't want to discipline them. No, you got to do that. So anyhow, she would call me over every little thing. So when we got into it, her way of fucking with me was, now I'm in the house, now I'm there. I would tell my kids something and she would tell them something else. Like go behind me and try to undermine me. And I don't play that shit.
Oh, I get you.
So me and her got into it, and I told her, I said, man, you was calling me every 5 minutes when I was on the ankle monitor and I wasn't around. You was calling me every 5 minutes to talk to my kids and do this and that. So now I'm in the house and you purposely try to undermine me. Now all of a sudden they don't need to ask me nothing. They can ask you. certain shit that they got they got to clear through me. You just gonna completely bypass me, disregard me. So
I
we got
get
into
you.
it real
That
bad.
hurt. That do hurt right there. Like the children part hurt. I see where you going with this. The children part
Yeah.
hurt. You undermine me
And
about
the crazy thing
my
is,
children.
but the crazy thing is, it ain't even like it would be stuff like, oh, we going to the movies, blase skippy woo woo. So the particular situation, they was going to the movies or whatever. I ain't even had no problem with them going to the movies. But one, you didn't come and tell me that y'all was going to the movies. You didn't have them come ask me could they go to the movies. And then they was leaving by a certain time. So what ended up happening is my youngest, of course, he's younger. I have to get him ready. So because ain't nobody came and told me y'all leaving, none of that, it's time for them to walk out the door and he ain't ready, right? So, but my oldest is ready because he's way older. So when they get ready to walk out the door, I'm like, oh, wait a minute, where they going? And I was like, well, tell them to wait on you, Cam. So Cam went down there and told them to wait on him so I could get him dressed. They're like, well, the movie gonna start, we gotta go. So now I feel like you're trying to ostracize my baby because nobody came and told me, nobody, you know what I'm saying? So I went down there. I went and told him, I was like, hey, well, if he can't go, then Drew can't go. So I went back upstairs because knowing the mother that she is, I didn't even think that was gonna be a problem, right? I must have went back downstairs and they was gone. Now, no, my son was already in the car, so he did not know. So when I told her, she was like, well, I'm not. So I ended up texting her when they was gone. I was like, I know you ain't just leave with my son in that car. After I said he couldn't go, she's like, well, I'm not gonna tell him he could go. He can't go. I'm not the one that told him he could go. I said, newsflash, I never told him he could go because nobody never asked me. Nobody ever even made it known.
I would have been got that little nigga ready. Yeah. My little nigga ready. I would have been got him ready. And if I do, you ain't gonna do that.
So yeah, so they end up bringing them back to the house. So some other words was exchanged, and she was thinking she was gonna come back, be moody, and I was gonna get over it. Now, why she was thinking that, I don't know, because she should know me better than that. By the time she got,
I ain't no boss ever. I'm scared of you. I ain't even no
by
relationship with you.
the time they got back from the movie, me and my kids was moved out. Plane tickets purchased.
Hey, you that type of person, man. You that type of person. I ain't mean that, baby. You moved out over here.
By the time they got back from the movie. But the crazy thing,
I just had a bad day, and I'm sorry. You done moved. You done got a plane ticket on me. You know what I'm saying?
But it's just certain things that I can't be bothered with. I can't fuck with. So I mean, now don't get me wrong. I know she was apologetic after the fact. Like I ain't gonna lie. I even went in on my brother-in-law too. I went in on his ass too. I had him on a group chat. I mean, on a group message going in. So they brought my son back to the house, and when he came back in the house, by the time they brought him back, I had most of our stuff packed. Now, no, they just dropped them off. They didn't come in, so they didn't know what was going on inside that. Man, and he looking at me like they was both upset. They're like, "We really leaving? Yeah, we really get leaving." I said, "At the point." I said, you don't understand. If I don't leave now, I'm gonna fuck this house up and I'm gonna put my hands on her. Like it's just certain stuff I don't play about.
Yeah. You had to leave.
We headed out. I called my homegirl Ebony because I was in Maryland then. She drove from her crib, which was about a 45-minute drive. She drove from her crib to come pick us up. We stayed there for 2 days until the date of our flight to come to Minnesota. And of course, my sister.
You had to do that though. You supposed to do that because it wasn't gonna get no better.
Nah, it was to the point I was gonna put my hands on somebody. Like that night, it wasn't even a question of if I see her, it's finna go down tonight. Yeah. I'm like, let me get the fuck up out of here before I catch a charge.
I didn't text you. I didn't text you. You want to compromise? You want to say, hey, you was the motherfucking jailbird. You locked up. I took care of your kids, type of shit. You know what I'm saying? Niggas start holding you off on some bullshit.
Now, since then, we done talked, you know what I'm saying? And she was like, well, I realized I was wrong. I was like, yes. But see, the crazy thing, what really pissed me off is my sister go crazy about you saying anything to her, if you even speak to her kids, she on the defense, she going crazy. So she definitely ain't gonna go for nobody, you know, going against something she said to do for her kid. So like even when we got into it, my mama understood. She was like, I understand why you upset. I don't think you should leave, but I definitely understand why you're upset. I'm like, you know me, Ma. You know me. There's no way I can stay.
Yeah, but you gotta understand where she come from. If she took attachment to your kids, right? She became kind of like the mama too, right?
But that's the whole thing. She didn't. That's the whole thing. The whole time where I was out of town on the ankle monitor, she was calling me for everything. Jerry ain't do his homework. Cam ain't do this. Cam did like literally she was calling me to be the enforcer.
Yeah, the enforcer.
Yeah, she was calling me to be the enforcer, and that's my thing. Like now, if you could have did it on your own, you should have been doing this when I was in Georgia, facing this goddamn case on this ankle monitor, you know, stressed the fuck out away from my kids. This one you should have been, but you gonna wait till I'm here, the charges is dropped, and now you wanna micromanage some shit or, you know, undermine me? Nah, man, we're not doing that. We're not
Yeah,
doing
I
that.
get you. I get you.
Cause I'm here now. So you ain't gotta play mama.
You gotta be like that. You ain't do it when you supposed to play, mom.
Yeah. So and not even supposed to. I mean, it's a choice. You ain't have to do shit. You know, it's a choice.
Yeah.
And that's the whole
But
thing.
you
Like
know
I
what I'm
felt
saying, though.
right.
You know what I'm saying.
But that's the thing. Like even when she would have to take, you know, time and you know deploy here and there. When you come back, it ain't like I'm looking at your child like you heard what I said. Like yeah, your mama ain't been here, or you know, like you've been listening to
Yeah.
me, so you heard. Like I'm not doing that shit.
It ain't like
I
you.
mean, it
It
was just
wasn't like you was a deadbeat mama for the jump, right?
but the reality is I was at the end of my rope with everything that I had gone through up to that point. She was at the end of her rope, everything she had gone through at that point. You know, it was just tensions was real high. Yeah, the cases dropped, but people ain't over, you know, what they done been through. She's feeling like
Yeah.
I don't get it. I'm feeling like she don't get it. You know what I'm saying? And I mean that's just the bottom line because if the roles was reversed, I might not have been able to do what she did. And I know for sure she couldn't have did what I did. That's what she like, and that's the whole thing. But of course, you get wrapped up in what you done went through, what you done sacrificed, so you forget that other person's perspective. You know, so I mean, we done talked since then.
Hey, but she worried about you, like you, right? Y'all might have some contentions on her end, right, about you, and they want about the kids. That's all I'm saying. Sometimes you have
But that's
people
the whole
that
thing.
just
It wasn't about the kids. It was never about the kids. Like now, hell, if they wasn't on quarantine, she wanted the kids to come out there. And like that's the whole thing. And it ain't never been like fucked up about the kids or them bit. They last summer they was literally begging for them to come out there, and this was so we moved. We got here January 1st. So from January 1st, me and her started probably communicating again, actually communicating in August around my granddad's funeral. That was the first time me and her actually had a actual conversation, and you know we kind of ironed it. Like I said, I can hold a grudge, and the whole thing is I wasn't even holding a grudge. It was just we gonna be good. We gonna deal with that when we deal with it. You know, when we can get a chance to sit down and have a discussion. You know, that's when we'll deal with it. It ain't something that's gonna be dealt with over the phone. But she ended up, you know, because again, I feel the same way with family as I do with like a baby daddy. I'm not gonna intrude on y'all relationship. So when my son like, hey, Auntie did want to know, can we come? Oh yeah, y'all can go. You know, like no problem. Y'all can go for the summer if that's what y'all want to do. So, you know, we coordinated them getting there and you know all of that good stuff or whatever. So they went out there for the summer. So
when I end up seeing her for my grandfather's funeral, we took some time to talk, and she's like, "Well, I'm not. I want you to know, I'm not mad." I'm like, "I'm not mad either. It's just it wasn't the appropriate time yet to really address it." You know what I'm saying? I feel like it is some stuff we
Yeah,
need to talk about, but it wasn't gonna be able to be discussed over the phone or via text message
yeah,
or
yeah,
whatever.
yeah, yeah.
So ever since then, we've been good. We back on, talking to each other damn near every day, and sharing different stuff. Like it, I already knew it was. It was just a time for a break. It was time for a breather. It was time for people to kind of diverge, go their different ways, and come back with a clearer mind, clearer head, less stress. She needed to return back to her normal life. I needed to feel normal again because I'm used to it being me and my kids and me being the only authority around. I'm not used to being in nobody else's house. Like it was just time for something to change. Like probably from that for a full year, I was staying with other people in their space because of the situation. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah.
able to get a decent
You had to get
job because
yourself
this
back
shit's
together.
still on my
You had to
background.
get yourself back on your feet.
Yeah. Like so once I was and truth be told,
Now you feeling like yourself. Now you feel like yourself right now, so you could you could talk to people better now, right?
but that's the
Deal
whole
with the
thing. I can talk
situation.
to people then. I have no problem communicating. Like me and her husband had a conversation before it all went down. He was like, "Well, I don't want it to get, to a point where y'all, I'm out of town on business and this, that, and the third." I said, "Here, listen," because it all stemmed from like a sit down conversation. I said, "Listen, at the end of the day, when we had that conversation, I was not the person that blew up and removed myself from the conversation. That was her." And he like, "Yeah,
Yeah.
you're right." I said,
What I'm saying is, why I said that is because you get in your own space. It's just sort of like how business people deal with business people, right? If you ain't got no business, they don't respect you the same as you a worker, right?
right.
They'll talk to you different when you got your own thing going on. This all I'm
But
saying.
and truth be told, like my sister, she just like I said, she's always played the mother role, you know. So part of the problem comes in that she trying to mother me while I'm being a mother. You know what I'm saying? Or trying to like, listen, dog,
Oh,
I
I
don't, I
get you.
don't need you hovering over me or trying to, micromanage me. I got this. So and honestly, it wasn't even like that, but she's so used to nurturing, and so we end up having a discussion because she felt like, and this stemmed from years before this, back when me and her lived together when our kids was younger. You know, me and her when we got into it, she was like, "You said that uh I owe you or something, this, that, and the third, and I don't owe you shit." And and she don't even curse. She like, "And I don't owe you shit," and blah blah skip. I'm like, whoa, 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 whoa. I said you owe me, and she like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Girl, I don't even talk like that. What are you talking?" She's like, "You said that." I said, dear, let's rewind. Because that couldn't have been what I said. I said, "Now, what I will say is you play the mother role, and I feel like you think you're supposed to, but you also feel resentful that you're in that role. It ain't like it used to be a voluntary pride thing. Like you're proud to fulfill that role. But I feel like
Yeah.
now you do it because you feel like, well, if don't nobody else do it, then who gonna do it? Like it's an obligation, like it's a duty. And I feel like you resent that. I don't feel like you owe me that. I feel like you feel like it's something you're supposed to do,
Uh,
and therefore you do it. And I'm trying
She
to tell
feel like
you,
you owe her though. She feel like you owe her though.
and I don't even think it's that. Like my sister, she really can't help herself. She's just a control freak, right? She can't help
Yeah,
herself. She try
that
to
what
control
control
different
freaks
things.
do.
But like I
Control
told her,
freaks do. They feel like you owe them. If they do something for you, you owe them.
and and I don't even think like she feel like I owe her. But what I do feel like is like I told her, I said, you gotta trust that other people are capable of getting things done without your help. you can help, but you gotta quit putting that pressure on yourself. Like, the world's just on your shoulders, and if you don't do it, then no. I said, I'm definitely gonna bounce back. Period. Like, I don't give a fuck what I got to go through. If nothing else, at the end of the day, I got 2 kids that depend on me. Same way you get out here and get it for yours, I'm gonna get out here and get it for mine. Trust and believe that. So don't think that you got to carry me, or you got to pop me up, or you got to. Nah, baby, I'm good. I'm always gonna land on my feet. Like, I'm good.
But what I'm saying though, they don't, Amber, is like they control this situation like that, right? Because it you can say that she do that, right? But her mind frame might be like, hey, you could do it, but I always took care of you like that, and I know what's best for you too, right? That's just her personality.
Yeah. Her personality is she's a planner. She's a she's a Virgo. She's a planner. She's a control freak. She is very much she's the competent one, right? She's the grounded one. She's the level-headed one. But then she's also emotional and all over the place. So, like, I can get into it with somebody and I don't have to take it. It's only certain things that's gonna really set me off, where now we beefing. Now
Yeah.
we got serious problems. But surface shit, like criticism and stuff, like she'll criticize me about something and she think I'm gonna take it personal, and I'm not, because I'm anything you think you can analyze about me, I've already analyzed myself, and I'm not one of them type of people that kind of look at themselves in a light of being mostly perfect with maybe a little hint of a flaw that I don't really want to acknowledge. Now, I'm real critical of myself, real hard on myself,
Yeah,
real
yeah,
honest with
yeah,
myself.
yeah.
To me, that's the only way you're gonna get any real results, if you unless you're really critical and harsh. So for me, she says stuff for shock value. So her criticism is, yeah, she may want to critique you and improve you, but 9 out of 10, by the time she says it out her mouth, it's in a harsh way where she's pissed off. You know what I'm saying? So at
Yeah.
this point, it's like trying for the shock value, trying to get a reaction. But and
Yeah.
then she gets mad because most people will give her one, but she'll get mad when I don't give her a reaction, because anything you can think to say, I'm already knowing. And then at the end of the day, some of it, because you're more emotional, some of it is not necessarily rooted in fact. It's rooted in your emotion and the shock value. Now, see, when I'm critiquing, I'm very careful not to include my personal feelings in the critique, because it's far more effective when I don't have to stretch the truth. I don't want you to be able to discount everything I said because you're like, oh, they just making that up, or they just no. I want to be very uh accurate in my assessment, so that way you can't discard it. It hurts, even if you don't show it. It hurts. You know it hurts because it's all fact. I ain't lied on you. I ain't stretched the truth. I told you what it was, straight up. You may not want to acknowledge it now, but I know it's sitting on your heart and on your mind and on your soul and on your spirit, and it's making you sick
Your
right
heart, your mind, and your spirit.
now. Yeah, and it's making you sick right now. So for me, that be my goal. So her, I mean, at the end of the day, it's easy for her to give critique. It's not easy for her to take it. Me,
Oh yeah.
it's easy for me to give it. It's easy for me to take it. I don't mind.
Yeah.
It's not a problem. So whenever these discussions kind of pop off, it's like you're gonna be in your feelings about this. You're gonna be in your feelings about an attack that
And
you initiated.
what I hate about people, right? Because I can take very good, but 9 times out of 10, the people I get into it with, they can't take it. Because I can give it out there, you know what I'm saying? And take it.
Most people can't. Most people can't. They can give you a whole lot of smoke, but the moment you send some smoke back that way, they get the crying and, oh, that's under the belt, or that's unnecessary, or
Yeah.
that's uncalled for.
And I'm not really with that. Like, you can't disrespect somebody and tell them how mad to get, you know, because I'm the type of, earlier Unbiased was saying he stayed a few steps ahead, this and the third. Like, and I ain't want to put it out there, but like, I am just the type of person I can't help but to evaluate certain shit, tuck it away, file it away, because I always feel like just in case I need this for later reference, I got it. Like some people get into it and then they try to go through and reevaluate, you know, different people's character flaws, but the shit is so far removed that you trying to force yourself to remember certain times where they piss you off or they had you fucked up. No, automatically with everybody I got a foul. Oh, I know your little fucked up ways. I know your little fucked up ways. I know your little fucked up ways. They all in the foul. When I know
I don't like the propaganda campaigns of this shit sometimes. Like I be knowing what people do, right? And I be like, man, let's leave this alone because it can get ugly. And we start saying stuff that we are facts about. We just want to hurt the other person. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I kind of don't roll with like that.
yeah, and my thing
I would
is,
say,
I got an
if I
opinion.
get in this, I'm gonna hurt a person's feelings. I got some invested in it.
But my thing is, I got an opinion on anybody I interact with and engage with at a moderate length. I got an opinion on different things, their strengths, their weaknesses. I got an opinion on it. Now, whether or not you're gonna find out my opinion that I have of you is really entirely up to you. You know, I know how to keep it neutral, keep it about the facts, information, whatever the case. Now, I can do that with no problem.
I don't want to, because Albert, you gotta understand, you got a strong personality, Albert. They gonna gravitate to you or your opinion. And you don't want to get up out of your opinion like that. Don't like that. Don't do them like that, Albert. You got a very strong
But that's the whole
authority.
thing. Like I said, if my opinion on certain things, like I'm gonna give my opinion on some surface shit. You know what I'm saying? Something that don't really matter. I don't mind doing that. Now, me, I'm not now, nor have I ever been. You can go through any of my social media if a motherfucker, because you know niggas love to dig into people's backgrounds and inbox and do all that little weird shit. Anybody that they contact and that fuck with me and tell you, Amber really ain't about that bullshit. She don't be on no messy shit. She don't be fucking with people. She ain't no hater. She don't, you know, you ain't gonna hear her talking about people behind their back and, you know, doing all that weird shit.
That sounds good, Albert.
She'll
That
say to
sounds
their face.
good until they get you going, right? Until they get you going.
But that's the whole, it ain't no till they get, that's the whole thing. They can't get me going. I don't know these people. I don't know. I'm not, again.
Albert, you have a voice. So you might not think you going in, but you be going in.
But that's the whole thing. This is not me going in. Like there's levels to this shit.
Yeah, I know that
Levels.
you have that.
Now the whole thing is,
you have. I'm telling you, you have a powerful voice, Albert. Like right now, I talk to you, I respect you so much, and I'm saying it is. Why I respect you so much is because you have a powerful voice. You so smooth, calm. You can just say some little shit. It might not mean nothing to you, right? It could mean the world to the next person. And they could be like in a great situation too. It hurt them. Cause you kind of got some powers. You better leave it alone sometimes.
No. No, no, I don't do that.
You better think that's what I'm talking about. You gotta work on that,
No. I mean, but like again, I match. I'm an energy matcher. You know, I don't just be coming to motherfuckers reckless on no bullshit. You know, I come respectful. I come in peace. You know, I always come in peace. Now, it can change. It can shift. And again, at the end of the day, I just ask the questions that I want to know. I don't be on no bullshit. For the most part, I be trying to figure out what the point in some of this shit is sometimes. You know, what's the objective? What's the point? What's the purpose? What's the bottom line? Because to me, hating is like pointless. They ain't gonna get you no money unless you're trying to make a business out of it. And if you're trying to make a business out of it, that's cool.
This is what I'm saying, though. I'm just saying, kind of be kind of what I acknowledge, right? I say it kind of be like you gotta know with a person down at they lowest point or being a scrutiny or being attacked, right? You gotta like bag up out there, right? Because if your voice of authority, when you come in there, it seems like it's something else, right? Not that you being facetious or nothing. You have that all right, motherfucker, this is what it is. And sometimes they don't need this. Sometimes, you know what I'm saying? Because they have a bunch of people that also troll shit, and you come in with this great shit, and it's not no time.
Yeah, like that ain't my problem. I mean, at the end of the day, if niggas at their lowest point, they can't deal with it today, log out. You know, that's just how I feel. Shit. Log the fuck out.
Hey, you gotta change that. Hey, my mama.
I mean,
SG right
there. Now here's the thing.
We can't have our females in G. We can't have our females in G. God damn.
Nah, at the end of the day, I'm not like banging on nobody. I'm not just fucking with nobody. Any issues that I have with people is mostly personal. Don't nobody know too much about it. You know, I keep it about the subject matter. Ain't got to be no personal attacks. I really feel like that's kind of like weak shit when you got to go into all of that personal shit. I don't really do all of that. Like, but at the end of the day, to each his own. You know, a lot of that is done now. If you open up that door and you do it to somebody else, then I'm gonna ask a few questions because you can open up the door. Fair exchange ain't robbery. If you can do it, then that means the next person can do it to you. So at the end of that, I'm gonna be the gatekeeper, the fact checker, you know, the question asker, devil's advocate, however you want to put it. And we can keep it right there. But again, what ends up happening is people be okay with asking questions, scrutinizing, commenting, doing all of this shit when it comes to other people, not knowing if they at their lowest point, not giving a fuck if they at their lowest point. It's a daily thing, weekly thing, monthly thing, day after day, scrutinizing people. And again, I would love to give people the benefit of they might be having a rough day. This might not be what they need. They've been dealing with some trolls all day. But if I haven't seen you extend that same grace to the next man, why the fuck would I give it to you? Why?
Well, okay, I get you. That's very fair of you, right? I say that's very fair of you, right? But what if the person like they distributed to, right? Just say if me and you beefing, and I give it to you, right? And you good at what you do, right? It don't phase you. And but you just only acknowledge me put like another person come on only acknowledge me and put the work against you, right?
Mm-hmm.
And go back and forth. It ain't just one way. And then they go lower, right? Because they basically say, hey, you did this person like that. And since you did them like that, I could get at you, but lower, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you know, the more negative you get it, especially on this social media, the more lower you get, the more fine you get. The more misinformation you get, the more fine you get. I'm just saying, kind of like, go have the mercy point on that.
Well, here's the
I'm
thing.
talking about you personally on that. I'm talking about you personally on that scenario, right?
You said the lower you get, the more.
Yeah, like if me and you cover it and we got an understanding, But then you have another person that come along and say, hey, you did this person did, and I like this person, but I don't like this person like that, right? Or, you might like both, right? But you might like this person more, but you go in more, but you the third person, you go in on them and you say, hey, you giving out that type of energy, I'm gonna give it, but you don't go by the rules of engagement like that. You go like troll it. I ain't talking about you personally on that, but I'm just asking you what you
Here's the
think
thing.
about it.
I'm not with all that trolling shit. Like, my thing is, first off, you're not gonna catch me in nobody chat that I don't somewhat fuck with. You know what I'm saying? Like, either the information, or we've built up a rapport. And for the most part, most of the people's channels that I'm on, when I do engage, it's just really more of a rapport in the community. It ain't even necessarily the information that they giving, because I mean, if I really want to be educating on these subject matters, I'm gonna get a book or go to someone that has an authority on the subject matter. And that's
Yeah.
just my educational background that's going to lead me to those sources. What I'm not going to do is Google random YouTubers to follow for information. That's what I'm not going to do. Now, not to say
Yeah.
that there's not tidbits of pieces of information here and there, and they can be a great starting point, but I'm not deferring to any of these people as a source for my information. I've never been a follower. I'm definitely not going to start today. So that's just how I operate. I can fuck with you and not fuck with everything you say or do. Now, the problem comes for me in when it starts to become a point where the content is purely one way, where there's no longer actual bills or information, or just, basic camaraderie. When it's all contentious, everything is contentious. That's when I start to get thrown off, especially when your points of contention come from different scenarios that to me don't really have no real uh ground, no real foundation. You know what I'm saying? And then when you pressed on it, you saying it's this, but really it's looking like it's that. Like, I start to have
Yeah.
problems with that, because now that I'm starting to see some inconsistencies in character. Because it ain't the fact that you don't fuck with a person and you just banging on them, whatever. I can respect all of that too, because it's people I don't fuck with. It's people that I bang on. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I'm not talking about in this community. I'm just talking about in real life, period. When I don't fuck with
Yeah.
somebody, I don't fuck with them, and they
Yeah.
gonna know I don't fuck with them. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like,
Yeah.
that
That's
ain't even
normal.
the issue for me. But it's
That
about
black
how
people
you,
norms. That black people norms. We'll
yeah.
bang on you. We won't fuck with you. That one thing we know, we ain't go. How they show your ass like that too loud.
Now that's certain shit that I'm just not gonna do just off the strength. It goes against who I am and my character.
Mm.
But I'ma tell you, it ain't too much that I won't do. I can go pretty motherfucking low. And I'm pretty fucking vicious. So it ain't too many people that in my real life that will cross me like that and fuck with me, even if we don't fuck with each other.
That's what I say. That's
Anyway.
what I be telling these dudes online. Like, I ain't used to some of this shit you niggas be talking about. Because I ain't used to nobody crossing me like this, saying this crazy shit y'all say to me.
I mean,
I'm not used to it.
but truth be told, they it be a lot of slick talk, but the way, like, the whole exposing and the little shit, that's lightweight shit that they be on. To me,
Yeah.
that's lightweight. Like, that ain't even a real exposing to me. Yeah, it's cute, it gets the community hype. And that's why a lot of this stuff, like, I'm not sure if it's like real personal issues or people just trying to grow their platform, gain hype, clout chasing, because they know it's a certain level of best. But it's a few things I don't really play about, and
Yeah.
I don't play them kind of games. So I
Yeah,
just be hoping
but
that people.
it about you know what I'm saying? Like it was a dude I knew on the platform, and he posted little young girls in the background all the time. And I kept questioning him about it. I like, man, quit putting young black girls in the in the chat wrong like that, bro. It make you look bad. It make you look like right. See, that's wrong with y'all. Y'all are so emotional as black people. But soon as on this information is to show how his information was so pseudo that hurted his feeling. He blocked me on his information. And I'm like, when I question you about these little young girls, you didn't respect their wishes. Like you get pictures of young girls off the internet trying to get emotion out of people because you know
Right.
most people don't like, yay. But as soon as I got on this information, we realized what he was doing.
But that's like, I mean, to me, niggas in this community with this information shit and they knowledge and all this bullshit, I equate them to the woman who really want a man but ain't got one. You know what I'm saying? So when a motherfucker say that's why you ain't got no man, you know, like that's why you ain't got no man, bitch feelings be hurt and you know, then she get to talking shit, you know what I'm saying? Like it's certain stuff that like again it's a mentality, it's like psychology. Something ain't crossing in the wires because it's just certain people that it's only certain people that I will ever allow to be considered as disrespecting me. Because that means at one time you had my respect and I had yours, and it disrupted that. You know, you've done something to go
I get
against that. For people that I don't know, that I don't have no engagement with, that don't know me outside of these YouTube streets, that don't influence my life.
You two guys though, Amber.
Huh?
You just though, Amber. You two guys, you got some more than these dudes are.
I mean, that's apparent because the shit they be in their feelings about, I just be like, how are you in your feelings about some of this shit? And again, if it's a show and we're pretending, I just need to know that because for me,
I need to
no,
know that.
I just need to know
No,
that.
you just go along with the plan. I'll be
Right. So I
doing the
can go
plan.
along with the program and then I know that we just
I'm the
faking
plan.
and this is all for pretend. But if this is some serious shit and niggas is talking about nation building and all of that, nigga, y'all niggas need to build some self-esteem, build up some pride, build some goddamn integrity, build some self-dignity first before you try to build a nation. Like you missing a few steps. Like
yeah, you missing a lot. Hey, them niggas went from pride. Them niggas missing pride, but trying to build a nation. Like, how the fuck they
but they
gonna
got
have?
pride, but it's the wrong kind of pride. They got the
No,
pride
I'm
like,
talking
well, they
about
don't.
self-esteem. I'm putting like that real self-esteem and real pride, right?
Right.
That it goes on your community, not just on YouTube. Your real life community that you could build a nation.
Mm-hmm. But it's certain people that I personally respect because not necessarily because I agree with all their information or I feel like they great debaters because a lot of people I just don't feel like their points are well executed or even thought out. For the most part, it's just the way they carry themselves that I can respect. Like that's the whole thing. When you can carry yourself in a certain manner and you got decent character, shit, the rest of you may not have the information now, but once you get that, ain't nobody gonna be able to stop you. But when you got fucked up character, I don't care what kind of information you got.
Hey, but people thought that about Young Pharaoh though.
You said, huh?
People about Young Pharaoh once upon a time.
And see, I seen a bill with him a long time ago with him and Polite. I ain't been able to take him seriously since. And truth be told, it was because you got to know when you can't compete. You know what I'm saying? Like you got to know when you can't measure up. That's what
You got to become a
goes back to
student.
being realistic. You know what I'm
You
saying?
got to become a good listener or a student at the time, right? One of the other choices, right?
Right. And that's the thing, like people are not realistic with themselves about their strengths and their weaknesses. Like if you're realistic with us, and my thing is, why are you intimidated by the truth? You know, like why? Why does that upset you? Why does that make you mad? Why does that make you feel small? Why do you feel insecure about, certain shit? Like
that's like you saying that there's no room for you to improve, or that you're incapable of improving. I'm not upset about shit that I'll be quick to say, no, I'm not a scientist. No, I'm not a fucking scholar. No, I'm not a fucking comedic priest or scholar. I'm not none of that shit. And nor am I currently aspiring to be, nor will I pretend.
I ain't. That's why I'm rolling with that too, Al. Like, yeah, I'm just me. I'm living this life and living this life. And trying to pass something great out to my kids. Like,
now,
my
if I
kids
ever
are
was
my
to set
first
my
choice.
mind to do some shit like that, oh, without a doubt, the whole thing is, it's not because I'm incapable of doing it, baby. I haven't even made an attempt. It's not an interest to me at this point. So,
and you gotta understand, look at all the great people that you knew, like supposed to be these great people that we acknowledge. They kids be fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
They need all these shit for these crazy ass black people that we know today, and they kids be fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
And they be broke.
To much or nothing.
And they be broke.
Yep.
Like, what is the honor of this shit? Like, I did this shit for you motherfuckers, and don't let it be Martin Luther King. Motherfucker hate Martin Luther King.
Now, whole time I don't hate him, but I hate that people brought to the narrative. They only bring Martin Luther King up to keep black people docile. You know. His nonviolent approach.
No, he was docile though.
But that's the whole thing. He wasn't. But the narrative that they have built around him is to keep black people docile. The whole nonviolent approach. He's nonviolent, peaceful protest. You know, when the whole Ferguson riots was going up, they was talking about what would Martin Luther King do and his nonviolent approach. And again, people never asked, well, if nonviolence works so well, why the fuck y'all don't use that approach? Shit.
Yeah. But
why is it military?
Hey, but when you looked at Malcolm X there, they had a nonviolent approach too. You know what I'm saying? In the Nation Islam, they had a nonviolent. Them niggas didn't come out with no guns like the Black Panthers. But we'll get to the page. Just got Martin Luther King kind of came out with the nonviolent approach because he kind of took a Gandhi approach, like, hey, they got guns and dogs and shit. We ain't got shit, so I'm taking nonviolent.
Right. But I mean, but the reality is, if his approach was so groundbreaking, that lets you know that the protest before that wasn't nonviolent.
Yeah.
It wasn't peaceful. Niggas was fucking shit up. You know what I'm saying? And again, my thing is everything has a time and a space. Ain't nothing useless. You know, at the end of the day, everything has a space. You're not finna be hosing me down, beating me with wine, talking about some fucking nonviolence.
Mm.
First of all, if we're gonna be nonviolent, you first, motherfucker.
And I think the violent part of I ain't gonna say protest, right? I'm gonna say revolution, right? Would have been like in the 1930s, 1940s during Marcus Garvey time. And I kind of think there where the ball was kind of dropped.
Yep.
I think technology got so advanced during at this time got advanced through Martin Luther King. And you know how they was the FBI was heading toward them, so he kind of had to make a choice. And then you see how Malcolm X even switched. You know what I'm saying? It was deadly during them. And I think they didn't have that technology during the Marcus Garvey time. That's when I thought this should be the government, violent. But you had them going around here trying to be magicians and shit. They try to be magicians. And I mean, it was kind of
What you
funny back
say?
then. It was kind of funny,
Mm-hmm.
and you had them, you had that time they was hating against. It became a fear nigga, house nigga shit. Like you see, it became a fear nigga, house nigga shit with that. And it became W.E. Du Bois, since he was a educator, he was the house nigga. And you had the Marcus Garvey, the Nazi. He really like a Nazi ideology. You know what I'm saying? Kind of like if you people are superior. Like if you really read this work, he was like on black people are superior, chosen people, sort of like Hitler. I'm telling you,
Mm-hmm.
you really read his work because he was kind of countering their argument. You say white
Yep.
people superior, I'm gonna say black people.
Yep.
Yeah, W.E. Du Bois was like on some uh uh race is, you know what I'm saying? Race is a social construct. It don't exist like that. It's not biology.
Mm-hmm.
And he was trying to counter Marcus Garvey because Marcus Garvey was attacking too. Marcus Garvey had the greatest propaganda campaign because he had all the magazines. He had his magazine and other magazines. So he was talking about other black people, especially, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So he put this information out there, and it was very good. So he was down in W.E. Du Bois, and W.E. Du Bois attacked him back. Well, we only, and he was like, "Hey, that motherfucker don't, that motherfucker got ships. He bought some back regular ass ships, and got nowhere. He talking about going to Pan Africa. I go over there doing conferences. This nigga never been over there. He ain't never been to Africa. I did conferences over there. Y'all believe in that nigga?" So he was saying that his jobs, you know, the UNI, they twisted like he snitched on them. He snitched on them to take Marcus Garvey down. But if you look at history, it's a whole other black dude that took him down. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's how a lot of things got played. Like
Yeah.
we
They
need to,
pit each other against pit them against one another. But at the
yeah,
same time, the contention was already there though,
yeah, it was
because he
already there.
already challenged, and that's the thing. Like people don't even realize what, or and I ain't gonna say they don't realize because they talk about it in the community, so they do realize. And it's almost
Yeah.
like is it a calling card for somebody to come, you know? And my thing is, people don't even have the reach or the influence or the power on the scale that they had. So they settling out for so cheap these days. It's damn near prostitute prices. Like niggas selling out for a few likes in a couple shares, or a little
Okay,
mediocre ass platform on YouTube. And that's my thing. Like the reason
Amber.
why I don't be so critical about people's personalities or certain things, it ain't because I don't feel a certain you know way about what they say. It's just who needs another voice on criticizing the black man publicly? Who needs that? We
Yeah,
have
but
that
Amber, that's what I
everywhere.
said. You could, if you criticize a black man public, right? That's problematic, right? But understand, if we have an agreement and we say this is about information, I should challenge you if I have a legit reason why your information wrong. I should be able to challenge you if you on here freely, right?
Yeah, and that's the whole thing. There's nothing wrong with challenging information, but
Yeah, and
the
that's
way
all I'm
people the
saying.
way people do it is so juvenile, demeaning. They don't just attack the information. They never just attack the information. First off, they attack the information, then they draw all these conclusions. Oh, you scamming, you defraud, you this, you that,
Yeah,
you
yeah, yeah.
lying.
You scared me fraud. Like
Yeah,
we gonna call each other names, right? Slick names, right? And we gonna try to slick talk. You know what I'm saying? I understand that part.
But even
Hey,
still, like
man, that
I
shit weak as
understand that
hell.
part in behind the scenes, but we talking about a public platform. We talking about the people who we say are not respected on a large scale by anybody. So why are we making a further mockery of ourselves and disrespecting ourselves? Like, and it's not like for them don't like, no, why we can't engage without disrespecting each other? Like, if it's so hard for us to respect each other, then why would we expect anyone else to?
Yeah.
We can't even do it for each other.
Yeah, what I'm saying is we gonna do you know, I ain't trying to get too we fight black people, we see the fight. We might say, man, that shit that you said dumb as hell, right? I might say that to you, Amber. And you gonna say, you called me dumb. I said the shit you said was dumb as hell. You know what I'm saying? We kind
That's
of
true, but who like being fronted in public? Because most of these conversations are happening in front of a live audience, and you already know people gonna instigate. People gonna like. That's why people tell men to be the first one to say, "Keep your homegirl out of our relationship. Quit telling your friends what we, like what we got going on." Because the implication is, if you let them know that it's a problem, people gonna be messy and exploited, right?
Yeah.
So if we know that, then why would we offer the opportunity for someone to potentially exploit or manipulate a situation into it being problematic?
Yeah. I get you.
Yeah, so for me, it just comes down to being a little smarter. And that's what I'm saying. Like, niggas can't be strategists. They can't be, as knowledgeable or aware. And if they are, they're just reckless, which to me is the more dangerous thing. I'd rather you not know than for you to know and just not give a fuck. So at the end of the day, if we out here talking all this, conscious shit, it's just certain things that you should be cognizant of. You should be conscious of certain things and why you shouldn't do them versus feeling like, oh, well, I got this platform and I'm gonna speak and ain't nobody gonna check me. And I'm like, oh, yeah, all of that is well and good because I ain't with nobody checking me either. But I'm also with not creating problems or allowing opportunities for people to come in, cause dissension, manipulate, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm all about critiquing because I'm not gonna hold back a critique I got on nobody. I don't care if I'm on your platform. When you say something I don't agree with, I'm gonna disagree. And again, I'm gonna agree. I'm gonna disagree respectfully, and it may escalate from there depending on where you take it. But
And
for the most part, I'm just I don't mind people critiquing. It's a way to do it. It's a better way to do it.
Like Amber, when Sonetta had Divine and Unc on there, right? And the worst thing Unc did was say, yeah, put Divine on there. Divine already knew what he was gonna do. He had it planned out. And I was like, Unc wasn't prepared for this. He thought it
that's the
was
whole
going a
thing.
certain way.
I don't think Divine knew what he was gonna do. I don't think it was like a pre-plan. Now I do think it kind of. I mean, first of all, if we really go back, the topic on the video was not even the topic that was being addressed in the actual discussion when you got on.
Was.
So
and
I don't even.
That's why I say did it self-in. Because I would have said, no, I don't want Divine on here, not tonight. Right? I would have saved it for another night.
He did tell Sonetta to wait. He said, "Let me get this out. I want to get this out. You could bring him on a little later. I want to get this out."
No, but he said he wanted him on there. I would have said I ain't want him on there at all.
Well, of course, you already know that he gonna. Unc is not the one that's gonna duck because he likes to save face. So he's not gonna say, "Don't bring him on here," because the narrative is gonna be, "Oh, he running from Divine. He don't want nothing Divine. He don't want this smoke."
They gonna play.
So other people will duck and say, and I ain't gonna even say duck because sometimes you just don't want to be bothered with the bullshit.
Nah, you don't want to be bothered. I would have played them, right?
But
and that's
at the
why
same
Unc need to start playing. Unc need to start playing people because too many people out of his head, after his head like that. Like they are prepared for you. You ain't even prepared for them.
But at the
right?
same time, though, for Ankh to boast about scientific literacy as much as he does, and here this goes back to, you know, holding people accountable to what they say. If we're gonna boast and brag about scientific literacy, I would think you would be ecstatic to engage in a conversation with somebody who has some degree of scientific literacy, you know, versus you talking at people about how they're not scientifically literate and how they need to become scientifically literate.
Yeah. But I would have took that. I would have took that challenge. I would have prepared for that, because Divine is too. You can't have no conversation with Divine and Polite without preparing for them.
Here's the problem that I have with people in this community, like, and this is why I be mad when they are so willing to critique people. Because the reality is, do you think you have to go and a doctor has to prepare for you to ask them about a certain diagnosis? Do you think they have to be prepared for you to ask them a medical question? They don't have to prepare for that shit. They know it.
All the reason is because I'm going to tell you why I say Divine and Polite. They're making it about them and their questions to try to make it seem like you don't know nothing, right?
But
yeah, twister. They great at it.
But Craig, can we stick to what happened the other day? Because Divine wasn't asking him. They was asking him all the questions. See, the thing is, truth be told, I see more that Ankh does that. When Ankh steers the conversation, they were talking about COVID. They were talking about the actual disease and preventative measures. Blah, blah, skippy woo woo. Right before he came on, that was Ankh threw a little evolution talking there, but that was the discussion, right? That's what they was talking about. So then he joins the show and he gets to talking in depth about the virus and different stuff. And what do? They start talking about vaccines and him not being vaccinated. And why would he put people in danger? The whole time there is no vaccination. So why?
And
they moved the goalpost. He didn't.
He already had, like, that was previous conversation, right?
I know.
Because
but
And
I understand exactly what you're saying. But the problem is, if first off, if it's a previous conversation that you already had, y'all already know his answer. So either you're trying to change his mind, or you're stuck on this one argument because it's the only argument you have. One of the two things is happening here, because you're not consistently bringing up the same thing when you already know. They asking because they knew his position. They're trying to find a way where they can turn to people and say, look, see, he anti-vax, he don't care nothing about people, he ain't scientifically literate.
We know he anti-vaxxer. We know he anti-vaxxer. And that was Unk's strategy. We know he is. If it Divine want to admit it, right? We know that.
But my point is, what does that have to do about science? If the community is lacking in scientific literacy, why not just engage in a conversation?
But you gotta understand, that's like the same thing when it comes to vaccine. He like, all vaccines ain't good, especially this vaccine. They put baby fetus and they'll start going crazy if you give them too much talking. And then you gonna have a son that he played Unc too. He gonna let them talk, and so the Unc say, "No, man, that ain't the subject. That ain't what it is. Let me talk. And they get out the subject. It becomes that circle.
But the whole thing is, Ankh was the one that changed the subject. We was talking about COVID-19. He changed the subject. Divine didn't do that. He did.
But listen what I'm saying. He was that this is the first thing he would say. When he came off, he was like, "Hey, you're not there talking about the solutions." And is you a part of the, you see, you in the Army Rock Squad, y'all not a part of this citizen science, right?
Well, he didn't, he asked, he said, have you ever heard of Zooniverse? And Ankh was like real dismissive. No, I never heard of it. I don't know what that is. And he was like, okay, well, it's a citizens research program.
Yeah, citizen science.
Yeah. Then he brought up like another site or whatever. He was like, well, pretty much, people can contribute to actual science and, actual research. He was like,
I
and
looked at that shit. That shit was bullshit, but yeah.
You must didn't look at Zooniverse. Did you look at
Nah,
Zooniverse?
I look at citizen science. That means that you just helping the government out by promoting on your platforms and other can contribute, right?
Zooniverse was the other site, and they actually have projects. I went through and I looked at a few. They actually have different projects and research projects that they engage in.
But you can get a lot of that. But it's not considered no quote unquote you contributing to science like how you
But that's
think,
the whole
right?
thing. You have the potential to. It's not like you're automatically contributing. No, if you do a research study that is credible enough and produces a result, and you get the interest,
Yeah,
or
but you got to have resources, right? You're gonna have to have a whole independent research lab, and Divine don't have that.
But
because I was looking at that, like when you become
Craig, it's a joint effort. It's a collective, so you don't have to do it all on your own. That's the whole thing.
You don't.
The whole point is to get interest and get people, other like-minded people that are interested in the area that you're interested in. Y'all collaborate and work together. And here's my issue: like, people are always downing.
You think you participate in vaccines?
I think it's
like
that you could.
finding the vaccine. You can't do that.
Yes, why not? If people are such experts on the matter and they always talking about it, why the hell wouldn't they want to be a part of the solution? Why wouldn't they?
No, what they're saying is get to other resources like you could do like preventative measures.
I know what Divine's stance is. I know what his stance is. But what I'm saying is, if there is a platform out there for people to endeavor into scientific research of their own as independent researchers and collectively engage with other people, you may link up with an actual scientific researcher that's just doing this in their spare time. How about, I do this other area, but in my spare time I'm working on this, or I'm working with this group of people. You may have people that do that, right? If I can find,
I'm not saying that's not the case. I'm not saying that's not the case. What I'm saying is, when you got a guy on here saying he is a part of these, right? That don't mean that you doing absolute nothing. That means you just join the group and you having discussions and talks with the group. That don't mean nothing.
Here's my thing,
you can't make it seem like you're authority on anything.
Craig. He never said he was an authority. He said he has a couple projects.
He basically said that.
No, he didn't. He said he has a couple projects that he's leading, right? Which means he created the idea probably for the project. But the problem I have is that people are, and this lets me know that it's a personal issue, because with this particular situation, everybody claimed not to know nothing about it. But before they even research what it was, or what you can do, or even endeavor to try to do it, and just out of the pure point that he brought it up, now niggas is not gonna even fuck with it just because they don't want to fuck with some shit that Divine brought to the community. That's stupid as hell to me. That's stupid.
What he brought though? What he brought?
He brought the idea and the name because people didn't know about it before. At least those people.
What?
So, Zooniverse, the citizen outreach.
Oh yeah, we know about the organizations. Not by the specifics, but we knew about organizations. Plenty of them. We ain't the only two.
And again, nobody's saying that nobody knew about the organization, but so let's say you have Zooniverse, which is like an A+ organization, right? And then you have the ones that they already knew about, which is maybe like a D or F grade, right? So yeah, there's these organizations, but ain't nobody doing it like this. They're like the Amazon of this shit, right? But because he introduced it to the community, there are going to be some people that's just not going to fuck with it. Even though it's the Amazon,
they're going to fuck with it anyway, though.
Huh?
They want to go fuck with it anyway.
And
because it's
truth be told, that's my personal stand. But see, And for the people that's not paying attention, if you're not fucking with it and you don't know about these different things, see, past that, the Divine had already bodied him at that point, to me, because his main point with the
and I'm the religious people will go with it. Like your community don't fuck with it, Divine. And you know what I'm saying? You just came over there to showboat. I think you just came over there to show like you know more organizations than him, and you're in the Army Right Squad. Y'all could be a
but here's the thing. But here's the thing.
You don't know.
First off, he
you're
said
not a people association.
But here's the thing: he's always said that a lot of a lot of the things that a lot of his beliefs or his stances don't align with the Hebrew community. So he's already been a standalone in a lot of ways there. So that's not even an issue. He never said the Hebrew community engages in it, nor did he say they have to. Divine can be Hebrew and be a scholar, and that's one thing I respect about him. He does not let him being Hebrew stifle him from also being a scholar and delving into doing more. Now, what he did say that people are maybe upset about is he said, I'm in Rock Squad, they make an impact here, but they could make an even greater impact in their different areas if they were to engage outside of this sector, this community, and really go into these different areas where they're actually starting to contribute to actual research. That was his point. But see, the problem is though that outside of this little community, a lot of this quote unquote research that people think they doing ain't gonna mean shit. It sounds like something to the people in the community that don't know much of anything. People throw the research group, I got researchers, when niggas is pulling articles, regurgitating the shit and trying to argue on the fly or debate subject matters on the fly that they don't know shit about, and they just hoping that they know a little bit more than the man that's standing across from them or the man on the other side of the screen. That's what is being done in the community. Niggas ain't doing real research.
Check it out. Divine brought out of books, right? They was outdated. But anyway, I'm not saying it. I'm saying Polite did the time, right? I just seen this before, right? Polite was debating the actually Hebrew Israelite guy, but he went over there to Israel to visit for a debate. He visits, and he got these artifacts. He did that on the Kemet on trial. This is a strategy to say, hey, I've been over there. You know what I'm saying? And this is strategy saying that Divine is a low fucking.
I get all that, but let's not act like Polite won the Kemet on trial just simply because he said he went to Africa and he been. No,
I'm just saying that that's their strategy. They'll try to show you up. Like y'all Hebrews ain't never with the.
I understand that, but
y'all didn't never with the Israel. I did, so I'm more superior to you.
You do realize that like niggas is talking about their strategies. Like first of all, you're supposed to be a strategist. So if you have not out strategized your partner, that's on. I mean your opponent. That's on you. That's not their fault that their strategy is better than yours. Like who gets like. Who goes into a fight and like, oh, the nigga strategy, yeah, it's his strategy to punch me and tire me out, and that's the only reason why who gives a fuck what the strategy is. The nigga wins.
I'm just saying it could be more than it be about information, right? So I went over and I did this and
what information did Ankh bring out the other day? That during that discussion, what information did Ankh bring out?
I mean, every time you see them have the discussion, they both up on the topic. Divine did not know what he was talking about. Divine used big words like polite.
But no, we're not talking about Divine. I want to know what information Ankh brought out. Never mind Divine, since he don't know what he's talking about. You said what?
Hey, this one I'm saying. Ankh brought out when it was called about the pathogens and how they go through different variations and they don't know what it is like that. X, Y, Z, right? He brought out a lot of information.
That wasn't no
we go through that and we count through. We count through, right? We count through, we go get it, right? But you gonna have one guy bring up these fringe articles see, they said this, and they said just post a bunch of sources. If you go through all those sources, pure bullshit.
But the whole
And
thing is,
because I see,
Ross
I
Squad
see
say they
those
love
sources.
sources. They say source up or shut up. So Divine came on and sourced up.
But
So
you
now
can't-
we saying that's a problem?
No, it is a problem when you bring up preprint sources, right? And when I say preprint, they're not peer reviewed. You get any sources, and you just can't critique it, right? And I kind of think that platform is like not built for that. It's built for freestyling,
here's my
right?
question: What
If
makes
it
something
goes
peer
to get on
reviewed?
there, if it
What
goes to
makes
get on
something
there
a
with
peer
him,
review source? What makes something a peer review source? What qualifies as peer reviewed?
when you could have a person that get either first is a primary source that the people is actually doing the research, put in a journal, right? Put in actually got the right. That was when patent become important. They do the research, and then you could get in that okay, I got y'all information that y'all got, and I'm putting in mine because I don't disagree with you. They would have an argument. Real journalists have arguments.
I understand that. So, but we were dealing with COVID-19. So how many peer review sources for COVID-19 do you think is out there currently?
Right now, don't nobody really just know nothing right there. They just
Okay, exactly. So that's a flawed argument, right? So if he's going to bring up something in regard to COVID-19, pretty much none of these sources that people is bringing up is peer review, right? Because nobody knows.
It's peer reviewed. That's how they come up with something different, right? That's how they come with something different.
My question is, the information is being disseminated right now, right? How many peer-reviewed sources are really available on the subject matter of COVID-19? Is it a plethora of
now you got to go to the clinical studies, right? The actually studies, like what have they found? Come to the conclusion, right? If you have somebody just writing an article on it, there's a difference. If you don't, and then you got to see how old something is. You can have on this right here. You got to have the article that just came out yesterday. If you ain't got the article that just came out yesterday, you got something in 2018. That shit is not valid. I'm just saying that do the research because they still trying to find it out. Like a lot of things got eliminated that we still seeing. That's all I'm saying. Because propaganda campaign for stuff that got eliminated.
Well, I'm not gonna lie.
Say that no.
Most times I see Ankh speak, he's freestyling, ain't nan source nowhere. He may show a source at the end, read it verbatim. He does not show any real understanding of the subject matter. This is just my opinion. This is just how I feel. At the end of the day, I'm more inclined, and it's not that I believe them, because again, I don't really believe none of these people unless they show some type of evidence, because a pair of lips can say anything. But what it appears is that in order for Ankh to express himself, he has to be reading something verbatim. When he's freestyling, he's not very clear on the information. Now, it may make sense to some other people, but it sounds like a lot of jibber jabber to me. And
but understand though, because you know I follow all these platforms, right? I follow Team Osiris, this platform, Dagger Squad, all of Sarnetta too much, right? I'm still Sarnetta pace, right? And
you said, huh? Hello?
I already say said on right? And that's why I said he set himself up. I wouldn't have had because you know Sonetta gonna set you up. You know it. You gonna have these elegant guys on here who very good speakers, and you're not a good speaker. This is like me getting up there talking to somebody. I'm not a very good speaker. I'm a better researcher than I am a speaker. It's like Reggie getting up there. Reggie ain't no good speaker. You're a very good researcher.
And at the end of the day, it's not because of the way it's just the way he puts together the information. It does, but see, Ankh always is engaged in these different discussions and these, debates or whatever, and he has no problem with speaking. So, I mean, I'm not gonna allow that to be an excuse for why I feel like, because Ankh is almost always, calling somebody out, or you made that up, or this, that, and the third, or that's not what that is. So when you're that combative, or when you always have kind of like take the opposite position, then I can't give you that out of, well, you're not a good communicator, because
he got to go back to his old style. He got to go back to his old style where he wrote Sonetta platform, and he had what you call it, PowerPoints. Back in the days, you used to have PowerPoints.
Yeah, I mean, and maybe that's where he needs to stick to the slides. But I mean, to be perfectly honest, in the chat, a lot of people were lost long before Divine came. People in the chat was calling for Divine to come on because they just felt like they weren't doing a sufficient job of expressing whatever it is they were trying to express. But I wanted to know what the whole situation with Zion Lex was, because they never really addressed it. So I was just like,
so then they say, and that's why I was like, when Ngozi go on there, when Ngozi get on there, Divine was with him, so they both gonna be freestyling.
Yeah. Well, I'm finna go ahead and get up off of here. I'm tired.
Ngozi knows. See the difference between Ngozi, he knows the fucking sales key, like the sales. Like it's gonna be a whole different discussion.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna probably catch you in another live maybe later on tonight. I might have to take a break, detox.
Yeah, go detox, baby. Yeah, but I love your thought. I love your thought. I understand you better, so I ain't gonna be at you like that, like I usually be. But you got authoritative voice, and you just got you won't get to all these niggas. But this is how I feel. Just take it easy.
All right.
Take it
you
easy.
too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.